Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and we have finally made it. Closing out Season 3 of Late Night League, this is your Grand Finals broadcast. My name is JC Yeso McDonough. Excited to bring you all the action, and you may have noticed we have a little bit of a tri-cast going. I am joined by our resident LJL expert here in Josh Joshi Howard, and former College Law champion and LCS player, our good friend James Latman. Guys, welcome to the finals, and how are we feeling today?
Feeling great. We got a lot of good games coming up. We've had so many weeks to determine which of these teams are ready to represent their final regions, and this is all it. We got one best of 5 to prove who really is champion of Late Night League, the Western region or the Central.
Yeah, definitely should be a good one. We have a matchup for you guys. AHS Black representing the Western region going up against Indeed, formerly known as Asian Imports, again representing the Central 2 seasons in a row now, a team looking for redemption. They had a rough end of the season last year, getting 3-0'd in the grand finals, but now they have the opportunity after another dominant season in the Central. We'll see if maybe they can get that championship they were looking for a season ago.
And we saw a little bit of these teams play against each other a couple weeks ago when I was here previously. We had an opportunity to see the mid-season invitational, if you will, of Late Night League, and honestly, looking back at it, Central region is looking pretty strong overall. AHS Black, while they are definitely a strong region, or excuse me, a strong team and have proven themselves in the Western region, we'll have to see if they're up to snuff against what the Central region can bring.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, I had the pleasure of watching these teams play 2 weeks ago, my last time here casting, and they showed some phenomenal play. There's definitely a lot of comfort picks that both of these teams like to bring out. I think we should expect to see a lot of mid and jungle-centric play. And I'm just really excited to see how, what new are they going to bring to the table between 2 weeks ago and now.
Yeah. One other thing I want to bring up before we jump into the rest of the day is we're looking at a couple of regions. Last time, the Western region was kind of a bit of a toss-up. There was so many different teams right up there in the 30 to 40-point range who had an opportunity to make their way here. But meanwhile, we didn't even have a chance to look at the Central region last time because Indeed had already locked their spot. They were up so far compared to everybody else in their region that they didn't even need to show up in order to get enough points.
Yeah, there are your Central region standings on the screen for you now, and a big gap there with Indeed. Sadly, Ferocious Virgins kept things close for a while, but they were actually 1 point shy of having a shot to take away that Central title going into Week 7. So Indeed had locked that up before going into the final week of regular season play. I want to touch on the storyline for AHS Black is really interesting because that was a team that really flew below the radar the entire season. I mean, we came into double points in Week 6, and I think they were sitting at that time somewhere around 9 or 10 points, and this was a team that really nobody was thinking about. It was heavily on Alob and Grizzly Gaming. Those were the teams where, like, these two continue to compete for titles, and maybe these are the ones that will represent, but AHS Black peaked at the right time. They win both Week 6 and Week 7 to grab 40 points and jump all the way to the top of the standings. You see that going into the finals with a 10-point lead over Alob. So AHS Black, a team that I don't think Indeed can underestimate, especially because they've got a ton of momentum and they're peaking at the right time.
Yeah, I also want to give a quick shout out to TFT Weebs, who we've also seen been instrumental to AHS Black's success. Partly because, again, they're another team that were not on the radar for most of it, but coming in Week 5, 6, 7, they started showing up a little bit, and then I believe it was in Week 6, they actually took the entire thing all the way and won, meaning that, one, they're getting a lot of points, but also, just as importantly, they're denying those points from Grizzly Gaming and Alob as well.
Making that comeback possible.
Exactly.
Yeah. Definitely shaking things up at the top of the Western standings. We are getting prepped for a very exciting best of 5 between these two teams, but we also have a little extra going on this week. We've got a HyperX giveaway going on tonight, as well as on our streams later in the week. So make sure to tune in throughout the night. You need to be active in the Twitch chat. Make sure you're following us on Twitch as well if you do want the chance to win this beautiful Cloud 2 HyperX headset. Okay, we will be doing the giveaway in Twitch chat at the end of the series tonight, so make sure to stay tuned for that and stay active in chat. Should be a great series to follow. Tons of action. Let's talk a little bit about the patch here, kind of set the stage here for what kind of champions and picks we're looking to expect. You talked, Latman, a little bit about that mid-jungle focus from these teams. It's something we saw a lot of in our series yesterday in the LCS finals. We talk a ton about Niski and Svenskeren and that big, very strong jungle mid duo. Any sort of picks that you expect them to come out mid and jungle that could sort of define the meta in this series?
Well, it's kind of hard to predict. I think 2 weeks ago, the meta was still in a position where jungle and mid synergy is very important, but we were seeing a lot of unconventional jungle picks even then. I think we were seeing a lot of success from champions like Nunu, and I think we should still expect to see strong skirmishing junglers like Lee Sin, Kiana. Sejuani is still a great one that's not so much a skirmisher, but still brings a lot of really consistent CC and a really reliable engage. But I think we should also be expecting to see some junglers that are a little bit more just like a really easy, really high-tempo gank-oriented junglers. Like Nunu, maybe a Nocturne might be something that we might see, a Nocturne paired with a Shen maybe. I'm just really expecting to see these teams bring out junglers that have consistent execution skills. I think that's one of the most biggest things that's typically underrated in these final tournament play situations, and I think that's something that I'm expecting to see these teams bring out.
Yeah. I do like that you mentioned the Shen here, because even though Impact played it yesterday to fantastic effect in the TLC9 series, I don't feel like it's the kind of style that these teams have been showing that they've been able to have success with. We've talked about a lot of the slam jam, the big party, a lot of melee champions stacked on top of each other, hitting each other with abilities. And one of the big champions we've been seeing have a lot of success throughout the season, Sylas.
Yes.
He's been played as in the mid, he's been playing the top, he's been playing the jungle, and even now after it's received multiple nerfs to its ability to jungle and consistently clear, people are still playing it, and we've been able to see why. People have so much practice on this guy that they are able to consistently carry games.
Yeah.
With Conqueror, he's still definitely doable in the jungle. Yeah.
Yeah, and even with the nerfs to his ultimate, you can't nerf that mechanic. He can always steal those priority ultimates, bring so much utility to team fights, so much extra damage. So just he really changes the game when you have him on the Rift. Definitely shifts how teams play. It even can affect draft drastically, right? You see that early Sylas pick, and then you're immediately questioning, well, do I want to go for the Malphite? Because then he's going to have the unstoppable force as well. So it definitely warps how teams think about the game in draft as well as on the Rift. So definitely a pick we'll have to keep our eye out for. Anything else you guys want to highlight? Maybe we move towards those sidelines a little bit in terms of the meta.
Well, if I could go ahead and get started, I think one thing that we should expect to see is, like you guys mentioned, Sylas is a champion that is very prevalent in the meta right now. It's definitely a pick that we should be on the lookout for. One boon of that is if a team is able to get Sylas early enough in the draft, that typically shuts down the Akali pick. In terms of side laning, in terms of solo laners, Sylas is known to be a very consistent counter pick to the Akali. Besides that, I think we should still be expecting to see typically dominant side laners such as Aatrox. Maybe we might see Kiana picks in mid lane, and those Kiana picks being rotated into the side lane during the mid game. Again, just really high skirmishing ability solo laners who are able to bring a lot of split push pressure in the mid game.
Yeah, the one other pick I really want to look at, we talked a lot about it in Week 7, but the Kai'Sa coming out.
Yes.
Huge priority pick in the Western region, and it seemed to have success every single time it came out. It didn't really matter what kind of support it was paired with, and it works really well in these all melee champion compositions, because even though you're short range, you actually do massive damage, and allows things like the older Hurricane build to really come back into this really powerful opportunity to just get damage across the entire team. And the one other thing that Kai'Sa really brings that most AD carries don't is the ability to diversify your damage.
Yes,
you can build
exactly.
AD, you can build AP, and whatever your team's missing, Kai'Sa's got it.
Yeah, definitely a lot of adaptability in the bot lane when you grab that Kai'Sa. We'll have to see how contested that pick is as we go through the series. And that's going to be one of the really fun things and that I always love about watching a best of 5 is we get to see that in-series meta be defined. Those first 2 games can really set the table for how draft will continue throughout the series. We'll see what priorities come up and see how things shift as this series goes along. I want to go to predictions as we prepare for Game 1 draft. Obviously, we've seen a ton of these teams throughout the season and some interesting storylines, and it's definitely hard to predict when you don't see them play against each other a lot, right? We did get that 1 week earlier in the season where we got to see West and Central actually meet, which we don't typically see until this time of the season. But I'm going to start with you, Latman. AHS Black and indeed a couple of the top teams coming out of their regions. What are your thoughts?
Well, when I casted here 2 weeks ago, I ended up seeing a lot more of games from Indeed. And so naturally, I'm a little bit more favored towards them. But like you guys mentioned, AHS Black is coming from a huge momentum swing. Like being able to come back 40 points in the last 2 weeks of a tournament, that's nothing to scoff at. And I would definitely give a little bit more of my bias towards AHS Black. I don't know if it will be a 3-2 or 3-1. I probably a 3-1. But I definitely think AHS Black might have a bit of an advantage here.
See, one of the big things that I'm looking at between these two teams is the amount of experience that exists between them. Indeed, you already mentioned they played as Asian imports, and that means they've been playing in all 3 seasons of Late Night League. They've had some opportunities to get to these finals. They've had a little bit more stage experience than AHS Black likely has. And I think that's going to do a lot of favors for them, especially since they've shown how strong of a team they already are. I'm looking at an Indeed 3-1.
Definitely could be a very close series. When I look at it, it's certainly a hard one to predict. I think these are 2 very good teams, and I think a couple of weeks ago it easily would have been, you would have looked at Indeed and went, they've dominated throughout the season. It really hasn't seemed like anybody can challenge them, and even Ferocious Virgins, the second strongest team in the Central, couldn't challenge them on a consistent basis. But I think, as you mentioned, Latman, these last 2 weeks make it very difficult to pick here. You look at all the momentum that AHS carries into this series, and it's definitely hard to pick. I'm hoping for a 5-game series all going the distance because that would certainly be exciting. I'm going to say 3-2 AHS. It's hard, I think, and especially when you go to a 5th game, it's a near coin flip, especially if both teams are feeling okay about their drafts. But if I have to put my money on the line, it's definitely going to be AHS, but should be a good series to follow.
Oh, absolutely. I do want to point out that if it does end up going to Game 5, like you mentioned, experience plays a very big role on stage, especially when you get to that Game 5. I will say that I do feel like AHS is favored, but if we do come to a Game 5, I'd be a little bit worried about AHS, bringing the same performance that they could bring in Game 1 versus Game 5.
Yeah, one of the big things that you also see in these really long series, and you can attest to this, is it becomes a stamina battle.
Oh,
almost.
absolutely.
So like you play the first 3 games, and you're like, all right, that was good. We had some great times, and then you get to the 4th one, and you're like, and the game's still going. And then you get to the 5th one, and it's like, oh man, what do I have left? And that's when you start seeing like those weird pocket picks come out, like Impact Shen, right? Things are just like, I have no more mental energy left. Give me something I'm used to playing. How do you think that's really going to affect the series?
Well, like you said, I think if in the beginning of the series we might see these teams prioritize the meta picks a little bit more heavily. Try to take away picks that have been proven to have success in the current meta from the enemy team earlier in the draft. But as the series goes on, as players get a little bit more drained, as they get a little bit of a better feeling about their opponent's strengths and weaknesses, we might be able to expect to see more comfort picks coming out.
Well, there we go.
Champion select game number 1 of this best of 5. Indeed, your Central Region representatives on the blue side, AHS Black on the red side as we kick things off the Kaisa band. So you already mentioned it, and it already comes up in drafts right off the bat.
There goes
Indeed,
Morshoes
taking that
Anivia.
one off the board.
Yeah, it's interesting seeing the different styles. Now, I'm used to seeing Morshoes originally as a top laner. He often played that when he was playing under the name of Asian Imports, but now he's shifted a lot more towards the mid lane, and he's been playing a lot more of these controlling, wave-clearing mages. So I'm not super surprised that this Anivia comes out. It's one of the characters that you don't play unless you're really good at it. And they're showing a lot of respect.
Another thing, here we see the Zoe banned away from Morshoes as well. I'm going to go ahead and call they might ban Victor third. Those were the 3 strongest mid laners that I was seeing from Morshoes 2 weeks ago. Again, like you mentioned, he's extremely fluent with control mages, and that's definitely one of Indeed's strongest strengths. In the early game, when things start to go wrong in their side lanes, Morshoes is typically able to keep them going through the early and mid game with these control mages.
Yeah, but we see here a couple big priority picks are left up. The Silas is still there, but they want to take away Janosin's Swain.
I was going to say, I feel like that will be a huge priority pick in this series, and Janosin's picked it a ton a couple of weeks ago, kept bringing that out, and to a ton of success, and I'm surprised that Indeed instead decides to pick it away. Not necessarily something that's high priority in the meta, but obviously they've done their homework here, and they're prepared to take it away.
A relatively safe bot lane with the Braum Sivir. With a bot lane like that, Sivir is very, very capable of wave clearing and making a bot lane pretty uninteractive after her first back, especially if he brings the teleport. And Braum is very excellent at, when you get ganked against a Braum lane, Braum will typically be able to die and make sure his AD carry will live. And if you're not going to gank the Braum lane, Braum and Sivir is definitely strong enough to land a kill on your support. So a pretty solid blind pick ball lane there.
Yeah, in a more, I want to say, like, professional setting, you'll often see this matched by things like an Ezreal Tom Kench, something plus you, almost anything plus Yumi, because it's just such a strong lane. But it's been interesting to see which champions are completely absent, but we'll get onto that more right now. It's a little bit surprising to me that they're picking the Lucian this early in the draft. It doesn't shout out as something that you're really focused on trying to pick up, but this Graves is really interesting. We saw XU have a fantastic performance on that in Week 7, but this isn't a champion you see in the meta almost at all.
Oh yeah, I think the Graves pick is definitely a comfort pick into the Jarvan. Typically, I would have expected them to take a little bit more of an engage-heavy jungler to pair with the Sivir. But you can absolutely play a style where you shove all 3 lanes and you choke out the enemy jungler with the Graves, and a jungler like Jarvan will absolutely suffer if his jungle starts getting countered throughout the entire early game. The Lucian pick, on the other hand, I can definitely see where the AD carry is going with it. Lucian is one of the most comfortable and consistent counters into a Sivir. Yeah, she can spell shield your Q, but by level 6, level 7, if you're going to start all-in as a Lucian, there's very little the Sivir can do besides click R and run away. She's not going to be able to match your damage, she's not going to be able to match your burst. That may be a reason why they decided to pick the Lucian that early.
Right, you're talking about one big counter pick to the Sivir. The other one I want to bring up, and one that I think is going to be really good in these kind of compositions, Alistar. You can't spell shield Alistar combo, and if you already have the engage tools available from things like the Jarvan and the Swain, things that really enjoy being in these close quarters against a lot of melee champions like we tend to see throughout Late Night League, Alistar is going to function amazingly in this scenario.
Looking for our last ban here. The Morgana taken off of the board, so a little less safety for Bear King in the bottom lane, and the Echo taken away there. So indeed, heavily focusing the solo lanes here, as AHS Black is yet to select for either of those positions. They get the first pick here in the second phase. We're looking for mid and top. The Vladimir hover and locked in here by AHS Black.
Bit of an interesting one coming out. I mean, they definitely have a situation where, going off of what Latman said, you're looking to get Season 9 Diamond to really punish Polar Bear in his own jungle. Vladimir doesn't have early priority. He doesn't do a whole lot in these early 2v2s. So you're looking at something like the Jarvan plus a Swain. That's going to be pretty strong. That's interesting. The Braum plus a Sivir will obviously have a big push. But this Kled is something we've seen a ton of priority, and I can't believe we hadn't mentioned it yet.
Yeah, if I could go ahead and chime in with you, blind picking your solo laner there, like you said, with a champion like Graves, you really need to make sure that your solo lanes have prio, that Graves can actually be able to walk into the jungle uncontested. And a blind pick like Vladimir, that's not really going in that direction at all, especially when the enemy team is picking a champion like Kled. Kled will be able to get you that prio for sure. Here we see the Victor locked in for mid lane. Again, a strong control mage that Morshoes is very comfortable
What is their roster?
Wait.
They have 3 solo laners in this roster. Now, Jarvan can support, but that still begs the question, who's actually going to be playing in the jungle? I'm excited to see whatever they bring out, because I have no idea what it's
Swain support.
Okay. That's really interesting. The Victor comes out from Warshoes that you mentioned earlier, Latman. You were kind of hoping for that third ban from AHS, but it comes through. Warshoes able to pick it there in the second phase. The thing I was really getting worried about for AHS there until their last pick was the severe lack of engage. Now they have the Poppy, which brings a little bit of that, some more CC than they had in their comp, because it was really just the Braum that was bringing that to the table. So AHS Black rounds out that composition a little bit there with the Poppy, but as things set up here, you get the Kled into the Poppy top lane, and we get a Swain support. Your thoughts on draft here going into game 1?
Wow.
I'm confused a little bit. I'll be honest. I thought this draft was looking fantastic until they picked themselves 3 solo laners. Now, I've never seen Orbit, or anybody else for that matter, play Swain support.
I think there's a reason for that.
Yeah, and the big worry I have right now is you're looking at one specific champion on the side of AHS Black, and that's going to be the Braum. If he throws out the never move in order to try and hook someone in, Braum throws out his unbreakable, and it breaks the never move, and you don't actually get a root off of it at all. So I'm really worried that this combination of characters really is missing out on the fact that Lucian is trying to punch the Sivir, and you now have a champion that kind of counterpicked itself.
Yeah, it's really hard to visualize the Swain really doing much in the early and mid game in this game. And if the Swain's not doing much, he's not really going to be able to get that much gold because he is a support, and we may see an extremely squishy Swain going into the late game. One thing I do want to point out, before this draft started, we were expecting in the earlier stages of this best of 5 series that we would see a lot more meta picks being contested in games 1 and 2 as the teams get a better feel of each other. But as you can see, both teams have clearly done their homework on each other. This draft was completely dictated by taking comfort picks away from each other and picking your own comfort picks as early and as confidently as possible. I think that's something to show that both of these teams are definitely very confident both in their prep and in their own ability.
I have to agree with that one. We'll see exactly how it plays out. I definitely like the early 2v2s in general coming out from Indeed. The Kled plus Jarvan and Victor Jarvan is definitely very exciting up against Poppy Graves or Vladimir Graves, where they don't tend to super synergize all that well together.
If at all.
Yeah. I mean, the one thing that's really cool is if Poppy gets like a double steadfast presence and denies both the joust and the flag and drag, like that's a 1-2v2, but at that point it literally doesn't matter what your jungler is. You've already denied so much mobility and so much damage from the other side of the map that you're going to win almost anything. The big difference here, again, and we're going to keep coming back to this, is how does this bottom lane play out? Is Orbit going to have an impact on this game at all? Because if he doesn't, I worry this game is going to snowball almost completely out of control in AHS Black's favor.
It's going to be interesting to watch here. I also think one thing we're going to have to keep an eye on is Wonder Ginger's Keeper's verdicts are going to be even more important in these fights. If the Poppy can land those 2 or 3 man ultimates, that really shifts the look of these fights here. So if she can land that on those important carries, or maybe get the J4 out before he can get that Cataclysm off, it definitely is a boon to AHS Black. We'll have to see how this bot lane shakes out. That really is going to be the focus of this early game for sure. The Lucian, fairly lane dominant, can be very good into that mid game once he's getting that first item, but does he get there fast enough with the Swain? Can they be aggressive enough? Obviously, he brings a little CC to the table, but is it enough into a Sivir Braum here? They may just be too safe.
It's really hard to say. A champion like Swain in the bot lane, again, that's something that we have not seen. That's something that I have never seen. I was playing bot lane in the meta where you were picking Swain as the AD carry, and I will say that, Swain, before he gets items, he's effective at setting up kills, but he does no damage.
Yeah.
And a Swain support is that problem's never going to get fixed. He's just not going to do damage the entire game. The rest of the composition definitely has champions that can fill that damage gap, and the rest of AHQ or AHS's composition in pairing against the enemy team, they don't have lanes that are going to be able to get prio outside of bottom. So the Swain pick may not actually end up being as punishable as what we are seeing in the draft, but time will tell.
I think one of the big things that I'm looking at, again, is the fact that we have a lot of melee champions who are going to be standing on top of each other, who are going to be kept even closer to each other in things like the Cataclysm, with the one exception to this being Poppy if she ever gets that hammer off and knocks a bunch of people out of that. But the big thing is you're looking at the Sivir, who are already kind of setting up for a little bit of success. You do have some strong ganks with the double marksman plus the Braum getting these stuns off very, very quickly. But Sivir also loves when the enemy team is bunched up on top of each other. Easy ricochets, easy boomerang blades across the entire team. So I'm really looking at AHS Black to carry through the bottom lane. If they can get some early leads there, it kind of doesn't matter that the rest of their lanes won't have priority, because Jarvan won't be able to keep up with this kind of damage output.
It'll be interesting to keep an eye on. Obviously, heavy scaling on the side of AHS Black. Vladimir and Sivir certainly take a little bit longer to get online, but maybe an opportunity to do so. The Victor could possibly cause a little bit of trouble here. Any thoughts on maybe the kill pressure in that mid lane? Vladimir obviously brings the sustain to the table and hopefully can Sanguine pull out of any sort of gravity field, but is there any sort of danger there for the side of AHS Black and Junisons?
I don't really think so.
Yeah, with a jungler like Graves, because the thing is, you're right, Vladimir can absolutely have some sort of kill pressure on the Victor, maybe towards level 9 through 11. Up until that point, I think Victor definitely has an advantage in this matchup, both in wave clear, range, poke potential. If he had a jungler that had a little bit more lockdown, like a Sejuani, like a Vi maybe even something like a Rek'Sai that can flash knockup, then we could definitely see some potential there. But with a champion like Graves, you're probably not going to be really setting up dives at all. And again, Graves' strength is when his solo laners are able to grab priority for him to walk into the enemy jungler and start messing with the enemy jungler while he's on his own camps. I'm not really expecting to see that happen with a Vlad against a Victor.
Ooh, this is exciting. Already going for a big invade from AHS Black.
Exactly the kind of thing we need to see.
You've got the composition for it, and by composition, I mean you have Braum at level 1 with Winter's Bite. That's it. But spotted out there. Good job. Honestly, by Bear King, that's the way you kind of have to play against that sort of invade. You have to step out of the brush early enough to spot it out. If you're lucky, you don't have to use your flash, and it works out there for Bear King. Orbit able to back away here as AHS Black won't get the action they were looking for to start this game.
Now, two things I want to point out briefly. One, Orbit choosing to go with the Glacial Augment on the Swain. So I don't know if that means that he's going to be going for the traditional Glacial Augment items that you often see, things like the Spooky Ghosts as well as the Super Soaker.
GOP.
Yeah, that one. So I don't know if that's what that means, but that's definitely a very low damage Swain that we already talked about. It doesn't have a whole lot of damage. But the other thing is Polar Bear opting to go with the Aftershock. Definitely a keystone that's kind of fallen out of favor on the Jarvan ever since the rework of Conqueror. He really likes the long extended fights, and it makes him way more stable in these big brawls that we're expecting to happen. Polar Bear is now really looking at some kind of big bursty engage where you just go in, try and win the fight almost instantly, because if it doesn't happen, he doesn't have a whole lot left over.
Yeah, that might actually be an indicator of him kind of recognizing the dynamic of this jungle matchup and deciding, you know, this match isn't going to be decided on my success. It's going to be more so decided on how much are my solo laners going to be able to create opportunities for me to survive, for my jungle camps to survive. And that might be part of the reasoning behind the Aftershock.
Yeah, and you're also already seeing the difference in how the junglers are pathing. Graves going for a full clear red to Krugs, almost definitely to Raptors, where the Jarvan went from his blue buff to his red buff. That's the kind of path to me that shouts that you want to go for an early gank somewhere. And we'll see what he wants to do. He's not going to his Krugs, he's instead going to the bot lane.
Yeah. You know, pathing towards bottom with a Swain level 1, that's definitely a champion that can set up an early gank. So we'll see what happens there. He's currently sitting in the tri-bush, just watching.
And this is a great lane to gank. Lots of immobility here, and then it's just a question of Yoo-Hoo Maniac grabbing the shield early. Most likely no, but Polar Bear isn't even going to go for the gank. Going to head over to the Krugs. The good thing for Indeed, they do get vision on Season 9 Diamond there. That good ward spots him out, clearing out his Raptor camp. So they know he's heading down towards the bottom side of his jungle now. So priority is kind of negated here on the bot side.
Yeah, it was interesting. There was also a ward on Jarvan's red buff, so when Polar Bear was clearing that out, Yoo-Hoo and Drifted did know that he was vaguely in the area, so that's part of why we're seeing this reverse of the expected priority. They seem to be wanting to pull the lane and really set up a potentially very powerful gank if Season 9 Diamond ever does decide to come down here.
Yeah, here we see Indeed crashing that bot wave. Mid and so both of the solo lane matchups are currently going relatively even. The Poppy's up a good 7 CS. I think that's actually a pretty surprising jungle
Whoa,
lead.
he went in.
Yeah, they're going to contest for this Scuttle Crab. He is going to be taken, not yet. Polar Bear's there, has more shoes arrive to help him out. Indeed's bottom lane will roam up for the assist. Drifted has to back away from the numbers advantage.
So we're already seeing one of the negative effects of this mid lane matchup. If that matchup was not a Vlad into the Victor, if that was a mid laner that could actually have pushed, Graves could have definitely gotten an advantage there.
Season 9 Diamond actually, he caught the Scuttle Crab.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
somehow in the 2v1, he was able to get in and, I believe, smite away that Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, I mean, at the very beginning of the fight, when Polar Bear went in, he was forced to smite the crab for health, and then he didn't have anything left in the tank to actually secure it. So Season 9 Diamond just kind of says thank you and walks on out. That's going to be giving them a whole lot of priority in the bottom lane if they do want to try and invade, but there's nothing to invade for at this point. So I feel like the fact that this game is kind of going in a wash is still in favor of AHS Black, because they do have these really big scaling champions that aren't online yet.
Yeah, I think outside of the jungle matchup, it's definitely in their advantage. However, I would want to say that just now, Graves' decision to path towards bottom for a lane gank after that win in the bot side river, I think that was a little bit of a wasted opportunity. What I would have rather liked to have seen was for him to snowball that health advantage and to continue prodding at the Jarvan's jungle instead of pathing towards bottom, pathing towards his top side jungle, placing some wards maybe, looking for him on his camps.
That was
King wants to trade aggressively here. Is going to get stunned.
Wow.
But a lot of damage back on a Yoo-Hoo Maniac. That's the
Oh,
flash
Swain's
in from
going in.
Orbit. He's going to catch out the Sivir. There's the Ignite. Flash away after the heal. And Yoo-Hoo Maniac stays
She's
alive
dead.
for now. Last tick. It
Oh,
will not
no,
take
she's
her
not.
down. Both 80 carries, less than 100 health, ending that trade very, very close in the bottom lane.
But the big difference is there's no heal left on Yoo-Hoo Maniac. He tries to use a spell shield on the Never Move from Orbit, but only spell shields the first part and still gets yourself rooted anyway. That was a bit of a disaster. And it all started with Bear King just going very aggressive in a way that I didn't think was possible.
Yeah, he definitely knows his limits with this Lucian Sivir matchup. You know, playing aggressively like that this early in the game, it's absolutely one of the things you need to do as a Lucian to gain tempo in this matchup and to deny Sivir her optimal first back.
Is that a 2-level difference between the junglers?
That was in a double scuttle start for Season 9 Diamond, so a big swing there.
And you're seeing him evading.
Oh man, Polar Bear's in trouble. He's going to flag and drag back to the safety of Morshoes, but Morshoes has no mana here, so Diamond really doesn't have to be scared almost at all.
What an interesting early start to this game. I mean, you're seeing such polarizing differences between a couple of players. And the big thing, look at AHS Black in the top lane. We haven't even seen either jungler pay any attention to this, but this is already a 15 CS lead in favor of Wonder Ginger.
You know, actually, both of AHS Black's solo lanes, contrary to what we all expected going into this game, both of them are actually ahead in CS by considerable numbers, showing, you know, a complete opposite of what we were expecting in terms of prio and in terms of pressure in those solo lanes.
Yeah, I mean, that's 1,000 gold lead for AHS Black simply off of CS. Oh, but big trouble for Season 9 Diamond. He's going to take a lot of damage here. Here comes the teleport from the top lane. Korean Banana's on his way. Morshoes flashes away. Here comes the chase. First blood goes to the Vladimir, though. They're trying to collapse on a Drifted. Drifted will fall. Air King gets that kill, and it's a 1-for-1 as AHS Black goes in retreat.
Interesting opening to this game. I wasn't expecting them to necessarily collapse onto Season 9 Diamond, but the fact that they still have priority in the mid lane, the fact that Korean Banana is willing to commit his charge and teleport down to actually win this, not only gets them a trade in kills and really slows down Season 9 Diamond from taking off, but it's also going to reward them with the Cloud Dragon. I'm not sure if that's going to be the most impactful thing in the world, but this is a team that is looking to try and snowball these mid-game team fights, and they've already done it with the first one.
They have at least gotten an advantage with the Dragon. However, one thing I do want to point out is, if I was AHS Black there, I'm feeling pretty good about that outcome. Vladimir is absolutely probably the #1 target that you want kills to be going on this early in the game. You know, Vladimir is absolutely going to be able to have the most influence on how he's going to be able to use that gold to secure kills in these team fights. You know, if that kill ended up on the Poppy or the Braum, for example, that would have been a pretty unfortunate outcome for the resources that they committed for the play. But since the kill went on Vladimir, I'd be feeling pretty good about this early game so far.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting situation to see overall. I mean, the biggest thing, again, is the fact that the jungle is going so far in Season 9 Diamond's favor that it's almost impossible for, indeed, solo laners to actually play up. They have been trying to build priority, but the fact that their jungler is never in a position to gank in a position of power, I mean, look, we're still at a 2-level difference. It's a level 4 Jarvan when the solo laner is starting to hit level 7. He can't walk it. He'll just die.
This is really interesting. It was something that was touched on over the weekend in the LEC where I think it was Vitality took Karthus mid and went double smite. As we're going to get some action here in the bottom lane. Drifted wants to go in. There's the on the hunt from Yoo-Hoo Maniac. It's just a straight 2v2. There's the stun, but the Boomerang blade will miss, so Bear King will survive in that trade. Meanwhile, Season 9 Diamond up to the top side. Korean Banana able to back away to the safety of his tower, the Kled. Not too worried.
Here we see Driver coming in the bot lane.
Nope, can't touch on that. Drifted, good Glacial Fissure actually lands on both, but Polar Bear is here. The teleport's on his way, but it's not going to be soon enough. Polar Bear grabs the kill. Good route there for Orbit, and that's a second kill for Indeed. What I wanted to touch on, though, is that double smite composition is meant to allow you to really just set up shop in the enemy's jungler, and it's interesting to see a team without that. But Season 9 Diamond is just so far ahead that he owns all 4 quadrants of the jungle right now. Polar Bear is just trying to pick up the scraps. He will get the Krugs, which is great. He'll get some solid experience from that camp, but Season 9 Diamond is just dominating this matchup right now.
I kind of wonder if Season 9 Diamond needs to spend more time back in base, because we see that he's up 30 CS on his jungle opponent. He's participated, I mean, he had previously participated in the same number of kills, if we don't include that last gank. But he's also just sitting on the warrior, or not even the warrior, he's just sitting on the red enchantment on his smite. When we saw him come up to the top lane, he didn't do anything to Korean Banana. I mean, if you went and had that warrior, if you went and had perhaps the lethality item that you might see on the Graves, he might have been able to actually turn that into at least a flash, or maybe even more.
Well, now we see him walking out of base with the warrior enchantment. So the next time he does visit a lane, we should expect to see a good amount of damage on top of that gank. I'm expecting to see him use this pressure that he got from the last back timing to secure topside Herald, especially considering his Poppy still has some pressure in the lane matchup. But currently we see him pathing towards his blue.
Yeah, interesting. I wonder if he takes it. It's not the most important thing on either the Vlad or the Graves. Neither of them are super reliant on it. But, I mean, just being on the bottom side of the map, there's a 3v3.
Here's the roam from More Shoes, the 3v2, but here comes Season 9 Diamond on the backside. Drifted doesn't have the ultimate. There's the ultimate coming out from the Victor. Season 9 Diamond trying to get at the damage, but he's going to get a lot of burst, but he turns it around. That's a 1-for-1 as More Shoes is dead. Bear King still trying to trade. Drifted will fall. There's the ultimate from Bear King. Flash away from Yoo-Hoo Maniac. They cannot chase this down. Polar Bear flag and drags in. Oh, there's the root. Big trouble, the double kill for the Lucian.
The different focus from these marksmen ended up costing them a lot. You saw that somebody was sitting with 3 stacks of the concussive blows from Brahm's passive, but they never actually got the stun off. There's a lot of burst between Sivir and Graves, but it was never focused on one target, and it ends up costing them 3-for-1.
Yeah, you know, that Braum definitely could have had a larger payoff that team fight if Sivir was able to proc those concussive blows. Unfortunately, that first skirmish does fall in the favor of the Swain Lucian. Again, something to be expected in this early game in the bot lane. Although, yeah, the Sivir does have a very, very sizable CS advantage. Lucian is coming out of this laning phase with 3 kills, 2 assists. That's definitely a healthy early game.
And he's choosing to go for the Essence Reaver style build and not the Blade of the Ruin King. So he's got a much different set of power spikes that we're going to be paying attention to. He doesn't have the same kind of one-item power spike, or not as early anyway as you would be expecting with the Blade of the Ruin King. Instead, he's going to be going for more of this crit build to try and match Sivir in the late game, which is going to be interesting.
Season 9 Diamond caught out here, trying to dash away, but he just dashes into the waiting arms of More Shoes. The Graves will fall, but Polar Bear possibly soon to follow. Genosyn's looking to finish off and get the trade here. The flag is down, the slow, and Orbit's here in time. Going gold is Genosyn's. More Shoes trying to back away. He's burning from the Ignite, and Bear King grabs the kill. He's looking for another as Wonder Ginger is here. The Lucian is fairly low, but he's got the team with him. Wonder Ginger's steadfast presence flashes over the wall and will survive here, but that's a 2-for-1 there. No, 2-for-0, excuse me, in favor of him indeed.
Yeah, one thing I want to point out real quick, what a phenomenal roam coming out of Indeed's bot lane. They didn't even break that bot tower. They just had the instinct to see that, you know, Graves has a lot of pressure right now. He's rotating from bot side into his top side jungle, and Herald is up. That's an objective that, with our bot lane's advantage, we absolutely don't have to give if we don't want to. Instead, they take priority. They go ahead and initiate the lane swap, bring the enemy's bot lane over to the top lane. You know, no disadvantage given towards the Kled for this lane swap, and they read the Graves' next move with Prio, and now we're seeing a situation where, yeah, Graves was doubling Jarvan's CS, but look at the kill score difference between the Jarvan and the Graves, 2-0-3 to 1-2-1. Graves is absolutely losing momentum, and that's one of the biggest things that he needs to keep in order to translate this lead into the mid game.
Yeah, just beautiful macro coming out from Indeed. We saw that not only did that erupt into a one-team fight once again, but on the other side of the map, Korean Banana had nobody matching him. Wonder Ginger was also there for the play, but he showed up too late, and then by the time Wonder Ginger moved down into the bottom side of the map, Korean Banana had already taken what looks to be 4 plates off of the bottom lane turret, and now he's teleporting to the top side for another one-team fight.
Season 9 Diamond has to get away here, but here comes the charge. The teleport's coming in for the red team. Here comes Wonder Ginger. Needs to lock somebody down, but the ultimate from the Victor is looking good, but Genosyn's getting into the backline. Bear King's in trouble. Drifted is just up there by himself, though, as Genosyn's falls. Here comes Indeed. AHS Black is burning down. Orbit looking for the chase. Season 9 Diamond is caught. That's the double kill for the Kled. Season 9 Diamond will get one more kill in return, but there's the J4. Polar Bear grabs the kill, and Indeed is popping off.
I was a little surprised that they chose to chase the Graves that far. I ended up giving 1 back, but we'll see how much they end up getting for it. They're already onto the Rift Herald. It looks like they're going to be doing some damage to the top lane turret. And again, Indeed, first to the play, first to win the team fights, 11-3 and a 3,000 gold lead already in the game. These guys are playing with their brains.
Yeah, we're seeing a big difference in terms of how teleports are being used throughout this game so far. I think, as of now, AHS Blacks, every single one of their teleports has been reactive. Every single one of them has been reactive, and none of them have ever been on time with the initial teleports coming out of Korean Bananas and More Shoes. That's definitely showing, like you said, a difference in experience in these best of 5 series. Indeed is absolutely, you know, AHS Black came in with a very strong prep. We saw them take complete control of this game in the opening 6-7 minutes. But Indeed, they didn't lose composure at all. They stuck to very clean macro, clean teleport plays. And now we're seeing them come out with a huge advantage going to the mid game despite AHS Black's clean opening.
Yeah, I think it was interesting. You called out the fantastic positioning of Janosin's in the middle of that fight. He was able to get damage onto every
You got
single
a
member.
4-man ult.
Of
Yeah.
Indeed. He was able to do so much in that, but it just didn't matter, right? We already look at Vladimir as a champion that kind of needs 2 items to really be effective in the team fights. Yeah, he's got the Spellbinder, which is the best single item most of the time as this champion, but it's not enough when everybody else is also starting to build up their first big items and just have, again, the first people to the punch mean that the Vladimir was almost entirely isolated in the fight.
After the fight, Indeed was able to secure that Rift Herald, and now they drop it in the mid lane, looking to take that first tower. As in the top lane, Korean Banana looking for Wonder Ginger here. There's the Keeper's Verdict. It will knock the Kled back to his tower, and Wonder Ginger will be able to back away. And first tower actually not grabbed there by Indeed. HS Black keeping that mid lane tower healthy enough for it to survive the attack from the Rift Herald, and now they're grouping up around this mid lane. Oh!
He got it.
Wow, Season 9 Diamond on point with the Scuttle Steals this game.
Yeah, that was absolutely a worth one as well. You know, some players might have looked at that and been like, he used his ult for a Scuttle Crab. But the thing is, Second Dragon just spawned, and Indeed absolutely does have control of mid and bot lanes. The only thing really giving HS Black any consistent vision is that Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, but it's interesting to see that he follows it up by going to the other side of the map. He's now farming his Krugs, which even without the vision, I mean, Indeed happened to be in a good spot where there's no real contest coming out from AHS Black. They are going to secure themselves a second cloud. They're going to secure themselves 2 turrets. And again, the macro play coming out from Indeed is a little bit more ahead of the curve than what we've been seeing from their opponents.
And I honestly would say that's the right decision, right? You probably can just save the ult there and not look for the Scuttle Steal, because at this point, Indeed is just across the board stronger than AHS Black. We already mentioned that Genosins doesn't quite have the damage in the items as of yet to be that big backline threat.
Oh.
And the rest of his team has not been able to follow up enough. Oh, Season 9 Diamond actually able to step out of the way of the charge, but he's going to get caught by the rest of the team, dropped into the Cataclysm. He's burning down by more shoes, and Bear King will grab the kill as things are starting to fall apart for this Graves. The early game went so well, but the past 10 minutes have just not gone in AHS Black's favor.
I do want to point out, you know, the first time that Graves got caught up in that top side, here we see a pretty aggressive push in the mid lane. The first time that Graves had a tempo advantage on the top side and Indeed was able to counter with the bot lane swap, Graves was not acting behind on tempo in that moment. That was actually a really strong read from Indeed. However, this time around, you know, after Graves used the ult from bottom to secure that Scuttle Crab and then gave bot side in order to rotate into his own top side, he actually went and stopped by his own double golems before walking into the enemy team's jungle. That one move is probably the sole reason why he died there. He absolutely had a tempo window to walk in and get that blue buff uncontested if he didn't go to his own jungle first, if he walked straight into the enemy team's jungle while they took the dragon. And he did have the vision from that since he got the Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, that's why he's 2-4-1 instead of 3-0-7 like his opponent is. He's got double the farm, but it's not going to mean a whole lot. Now, the interesting thing, I want to continue paying attention to what Orbit does on the Swain. Even though he hasn't had these big plays, he's had a couple of crucial routes throughout these team fights and these skirmishes that have given them a whole lot of safety and kill pressure. But now he's choosing to go for the Redemption, which, I mean, it's already an interesting pick, and an interesting slot with an interesting keystone, and now another item that I really wasn't expecting. Like, he's in this game for the long haul. He's building like a support and is relying on the innate sustain tank that Swain really is in order to be effective in these team fights. And so far, yeah, I can't complain.
I'm curious to see, sitting on an Amp Tome and a Stopwatch right now, this looks like possibly a Morgana-esque build at support, looking to maybe go for the Zhonya's here, try and ult into the middle of the team fight, buy some time by going gold, and see if he can do some work in these team fights. It'll be interesting to watch, and we'll have to follow how that build continues as this game goes on. We're approaching the 20-minute mark here. Baron about to spawn. 2 Cloud Drakes picked up by Indeed. The next will be Infernal in just 2.5 minutes. Definitely an objective we will expect these teams to contest. And AHS Black waiting, giving away the Cloud, hoping to get ready to contest for this Infernal Drake as Season 9 Diamond up, clearing his top side, taking the Krugs there. They're just biding time. They know they have the scaling. If they can just survive another 10 minutes, this composition can really start to come online. But they need to not give away too much gold to Indeed as they're looking to pressure on the sidelines.
You know, one problem here that we have from AHS Black is, Braum face checking.
Oh, goodbye, Drift. You're going to get caught by that combo. He has to flash away. Is it enough? Wow, the winner's bite will discourage any further chase there by Polar Bears. Wonder Ginger takes some poke from more shoes as they're looking to pressure the top side tier 2. Flag and drag over the wall. Polar Bear with 3 other members of his team taking down this tower. Ooh, Wonder Ginger trying to defend it as best as he can. Will eat the ultimate from the Lucian and has to step back here. Can they clear out the wave? There's the on the hunt. They're looking for the chase. Redemption comes out from the Swain to try and heal up here. Braum going in, teleport in behind. This could be big trouble. We're going to get the 5-on-5 as Kled has arrived. So much damage. The beautiful Cataclysm and the double kill for Morshoes. They're all falling apart. The triple kill. Morshoes just tearing AHS Black apart. Orbit will use the stopwatch there to survive, and the tower will fall. Genosins is going to fall. The quadra kill for the Indeed mid laner, and they're looking for an inhib tower.
That was a bizarre force coming up from AHS Black. Yes, they had 5 members there to only 4 of Indeed, but the teleport was up. They were a lot of members at half HP, and they had already used some of their big buttons in order to try and burst out people underneath their turret. It didn't work. Again, Indeed being first to the play, paying dividends, because they were able to respond to a misstep coming up from their opponents once again.
Yeah, you know, you really need to have that decisiveness to be able to, you know, hard engage on those numbers advantages when you're this far behind as AHS Black. But the thing is, you don't typically want to do those forced plays when they're not even at your inhib towers yet. You want to make sure that they're as deep as possible into your side of the map before you actually try to commit for that desperation play. Definitely, I would say it was a little bit premature.
We'll see how much it ends up hurting them. The inhibitor does go down, but top lane and mid lane inhibitor this early in the game, yes, they're nice to have, but they're the lanes that you're likely to have people in anyway. They're starting to set up for this Baron. The one thing it does set up for is this Infernal Drake, which just spawned that somebody has to deal with. We already saw that Season 9 Diamond was trying to deal with the wave, but this is an interesting audible. They're just going to go right for the Baron. They saw
Graves just backed.
Yeah, they saw Graves backing. Now they just know that there's no smite coming through. And I don't think AHS Black have had the opportunity to set up the vision for the Baron, and they're just going to give this one up almost entirely uncontested.
Yeah, they just use I think their only blue trinket on that bush. They just now get vision of it. Silver Q.
Oh, that was very close. Baron secured there
man.
by Indeed. I honestly love
look
that
at Korean
decision.
Banana. They're getting both. They get the Baron and the Infernal Dragon. They just won the entire map.
Wow. That's huge, because it honestly would have been a great decision to trade Baron for Infernal. That's fine. You've already got a huge gold lead. Obviously, it makes the scaling a little bit scarier, but at this point, if you grab the Baron, you're not even going to allow them to get that scaling online. But, I mean, Indeed gets to have their cake and eat it too.
Yeah, you know, that Infernal Dragon, at this point, it really is just like half of a Band-Aid on like a wound that is just gushing blood. It really wouldn't have made that much of a difference, but like you guys said, it makes some difference. It's something that they could have taken on the map that was available to them. You know, like earlier, like the blue buff that Graves should have been able to get while he was still forfeiting the dragon. However, this time around, again, AHS Black misses that tempo window and Indeed ends up taking every objective on the map once again.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the level differences and where they still exist. You're starting to see that Indeed, despite the fact that they continue to be down in almost every single position in terms of their farm, most of them are up in levels over their opponent. It's because they're just in the right spots at the right time. And now Korean Banana, again, gonna get this turret uncontested. How does he get it there? AHS Black just wasn't in a position to contest, and now they're going to be losing everything outside of their base simply because Indeed are always to the punch first.
7 towers secured by Indeed. They're looking for more as Season 9 Diamond has to dash away from the gravity field. Indeed, with the Baron, gonna be patient, sieging in the mid lane. They've already cleared that top inhibitor. They've got super minions pushing on that side of the map, and now they're looking to 4-1 here as they've dropped Korean Banana in the bottom lane on the Kled to continue to pressure this side lane. They're just waiting to buff up these waves, continue to put pressure on AHS Black as the AHS Black side is just on their heels, and they have been for the better part of the last 15 minutes as Indeed has really ran away with the mid game here. They'll secure their second inhibitor. They're looking to rotate bot side and get triple inhib at about the 25-minute mark. The tower will fall. The Baron up minions. That is a secured triple inhibitor here for Indeed.
This game is pretty much over at this point. They still have the Baron. There's 3 inhibitors dead, and Indeed, I mean, the one thing that they can do a little bit better now is try and get all of their waves of super minions to sync up. The mid lane wave is going to hit faster than the ones on the side, but ultimately, even that is just a little nice thing that a lot of professional teams aren't even able to do successfully. So, Indeed, in a dominating position, they already have the cannon minions starting to hit the Nexus, and they don't ever have to leave. This is where all the experience is in the first place and all the objectives. There's no reason to ever go anywhere but base. And
AHS
come
Black
back
going for the hard engage, but Sivir ulti, Poppy ulti, both burned and nothing really connected.
Yeah, Wonder Ginger completely whiffs on the keeper's verdict. They're going to lose one Nexus Tower. Here comes Genosynth, but he's already at a quarter health, and Bear King's just going to take him down. It's the 1-for-1 at the start. The shutdown on Amor's Juice. That's actually huge. ASS Black looking for the defense here. Kareem Banana still alive, and Polo Bear is low. Wonder Ginger wants in. That's the flash. There's the charge, and down goes Polo Bear. Season 9 Diamond will actually survive here. Yes, he will. Kareem Banana looking for the remount. The block on the Graves auto attack, but it's not enough. That's a 4-for-2, a huge defense from AHS.
Bromdite to minions, look at that off the top. You see the vault on top of his body. They get both Nexus turrets, and importantly, they still have at least one member who will have Baron buff for maybe a couple more seconds. But Orbit stays alive.
I don't think he's defend it. They can't defend these minions.
Oh no, he nearly dies to the minion wave. They don't have enough wave clear yet. Genosynth is up.
Wonder Ginger.
There's so many super minions in this phase.
The heal. The heal's used to keep him alive. And their minions actually end up spawning at just the opportune time along with Vlad's respawn to keep that Nexus alive. But wow, those minions really almost just got a triple kill.
Yeah, what an interesting little game we have in our hands. The inhibitor is going to respawn on the top side of the map, but indeed, I think it's kind of a simple matter of just going right back and doing the exact same thing. They can stall out the game a little bit. They can pick up a second Infernal. They can grab the second Baron because AHS Black still won't be able to leave their base throughout all of that because they'll have 2 inhibitors down in the mid lane and the bottom lane, and with no Nexus turrets, they also have to fear the back door coming in from Korean Banana. He leads the charge, and then everybody just runs at the enemy Nexus, and AHS Black, I don't know if they have the tools to deal with it.
Yeah, you know, I think one of the biggest things that allowed AHS Black to actually connect successfully that last fight was Victor and Lucian. I'm pretty sure they had their flashes up, and neither of them were used. If both of those champions do end up using their flashes in this next fight, it's hard to imagine that AHS Black is actually able to connect.
See what happens. I mean, one thing that's nice, I remember in the old Twisted Tree lane, there were times where you would specifically lose your inhibitor because it meant that you could free farm in your own base and deny waves to the opponents. I mean, AHS Black kind of has that going for them.
All 3 lanes.
They're getting experience.
The gold gap is closing. They got those shutdowns. They're getting the minion waves now. The gold gap's only 5,000. That's not huge here at 27 minutes. But that's going to be a double Infernal Drake for the side of Indeed. Make it 4 elementals in total. And they certainly are set up to finish off this game. We'll see if they take the extra patient approach and just wait for the Baron to take that and get Baron-empowered waves to push in for the Nexus. Certainly would be the conservative approach. They could try and just brute force it to the Nexus. As you mentioned, use the Kled charge, just run at it and try and finish it off. But it seems like a more calculated approach here from Indeed. They're trying to clear vision around the pit, and the Baron spawns in 15 seconds. They are set up for it, but AHS Black is privy to this. They've seen the wards get cleared out. They know that this is what Indeed is going for. They're going to look to try and defend, maybe steal a Baron here. Would be huge, but they still do have to worry. There's double teleport on Indeed here, and if they can't stop those TPs, here comes the rest of the team. Indeed just going to try and run them down. It's all a bait as Bear King takes down Drifted. Here comes the rest of the team. Oh, double kill as Season 9 Diamond falls. Genosynth cannot do enough. A triple kill for the Lucian. Can we see the Penta? It will not happen as Korean Banana will steal the kill there. Yoo-Hoo Maniac should go down here, grabbed by the bear trap on a rope. The ace comes through for Indeed, and they will take a commanding victory and a 1-0 lead in this best of 5. The grand finals start off with a W for the Central.
I liked how they were able to play with that. They knew that they didn't actually have to take the Baron. They just needed to get AHS Black to come try and contest it. And they didn't even have to kill the entire team there. They just picked up a single kill. If they killed Season 9 Diamond or anybody else, even if the Baron got stolen, the 5v4 advantage on the map should have been enough anyway. And they played it very well. My favorite part of that whole thing was you saw Kled. He was going to charge around the top side of the red buff. And then the Cataclysm comes down. And he's like, wait, nope, this way.
Yeah, it's in around. Yeah.
Gotta love it there. Really, Indeed just saying, hey, AHS Black, you're doing a good job clearing those waves. Why don't you come out of your base? We're going to take this Baron. Don't you want to come and stop us? And it's exactly what they were looking for. They get the fight that they need. They get the clean ace and finish it off very well. I like the decision-making. Obviously, goes a little awry with that 4-for-2 in favor of AHS in the base, but really the macro play was immaculate from Indeed throughout this game.
Yeah, Indeed really showed some poise this game. They're really absolutely showing that they have a lot of experience playing in these tournaments. One thing I do want to point out was towards the end of that game, after we saw them get wiped at the enemy team's base, it's pretty common for a team to just go out and rinse and repeat the exact same scenario, push all 3 lanes in and start to really try to poke and prod at that nexus again. Instead, Indeed started by pushing all 3 waves in to keep the enemy team in their base, and then they backed off, cleared out the map, took the dragon, went back home, and they finished their 3-item power spike on both the Victor and the Lucian. That's very impressive. Seeing that level of clear-minded, like clear level-headedness play in your late game, in a game one no less when you're that ahead, it's really easy to go ahead and get a little bit overconfident and to give up a little bit more than what they ended up giving up. And I was really impressed by that.
Yeah, we didn't see a whole lot of the traditional team fights like we were kind of expecting, with a lot of melee characters hitting each other, simply because there was never a time where the two teams are really on an even footing to set up for these team fights. I'm curious to see if Orbit's going to be playing more Swain support in the future. It was cool. I don't know how much it ended up performing as opposed to anything else, like the Morgana that somebody had mentioned. It's kind of similar to this. Like, I feel like that might have been better.
I completely agree.
But it was still cool. He had a Rilays at the end of the game. He was starting to go for the AoE slows on everybody, and there's a lot of small things that Indeed was able to do in these team fights that I thought was really cool, and hopefully we'll have a chance to see more of it in the game too.
Yeah, definitely an opportunity there. An interesting way to start off this series, and we will continue with this best of 5 very soon. But do want to remind you guys once more, we're doing the HyperX giveaways this week, and this Cloud 2 headset right here on the table is up for grabs tonight. So make sure to stick around throughout tonight's broadcast. We will be drawing for the giveaway at the end of this series. All you have to do is make sure you are active in chat at the end of the broadcast to have the opportunity to win that headset. We are going to get ready for game number 2. Any shifts in draft you guys are hoping for after we saw there? Obviously, the Swain support, it wins, but we probably would like to not see it. Anything for AHS Black? Maybe less scaling, a little more early to mid-game priority?
I think that was the big thing. You already kind of touched on it. The Vladimir in these kind of games at this level of play, early game priority is so important, simply because skirmishes are always going to happen pretty much no matter what you end up doing. And it's kind of hard to avoid when you don't have the opportunity to move with your mid laner in a proactive manner. We saw it end up hurting Genozans quite a bit in his matchup against Morshuns in the mid lane. Just something that has the power to be aggressive early, like the Sylas.
Yeah, and that priority advantage actually ended up being one of the strongest factors that allowed Indeed to come out ahead in that game from the bot lane. Bot lane was able to use their priority to initiate that lane swap to be able to help their jungler read the next proactive play coming out of the Graves and to punish it in a very, very game swinging way. And I think that's one of the biggest things that HQ, or sorry, not HQ. AHS
He's got the world's mindset.
Yeah,
guys.
AHS really needs to address that lack of priority going into game 2, especially if they want to pick another jungler that really depends on his laners having that priority to continue to snowball his advantages in the mid game.
Yeah, we'll have to see how things shift on that front. There were flashes of brilliance from the side of AHS. That first 7 minutes looked very good. They got the priority around the Vladimir. They get him the first blood. They're dominating in terms of CS and in priority in lanes that we don't expect that. You've got a Lucian and a Victor that should be performing very well, yet they're down significant CS to start the game. So I think AHS understands how to play that laning phase and how to build advantages through that. You just need to get picks that are able to take advantage of that, understanding of how to play the lane. If they can do that, maybe they can actually execute on those leads, right? And the Graves pick is actually something I want to mention because you guys talked about it. Is that something that you want to see return? I know we talked about XU performed on it very well, but it didn't seem like outside of some early invades for the Graves and helping secure that first blood, the Graves didn't really do all that much in that game.
I'm not super keen on seeing the Graves again. I think it's fine, but there's a reason we haven't been seeing it nearly as much, and that's because its win condition is fairly narrow compared to what we've seen in the past. If you do want to play the lane kingdom style of game that we know that they're capable of, Graves becomes very strong. You go for these early scaling builds that I really like to see, like lethality a lot of the time. You literally just jump on top of the enemy and you blow them up. No opportunity for counterplay, but you need to bring opportunities for gank assist in your lanes. We see a little bit of it with Poppy. We saw a lot of it with the Braum, but he didn't really go down there. He was way more focused on just trying to take away the jungle over and over and over again, and as a lot of junglers have been complaining for a long time, that's unfortunately nowhere near as impactful as it has been in past seasons. It's nice to be levels up on your opponent, but if you don't have the goal to back it up, it doesn't always matter.
especially with the jungle changes in these last couple of years, giving caps a much more of a scaling ability when you're behind. When you are going for that playstyle where you're choking out the enemy jungler, it has to consistently happen from the early game through the mid game, through the early stage of the late game, where you're eventually able to close out with that massive gold advantage, with that entire game of choking out the enemy jungler and denying him an opportunity to build any tank items to respond to this Graves who's been power farming the entire game. I actually think that they can absolutely bring out the Graves pick again, you know? Yeah, he might have had a couple slight errors in how he was using his tempo advantages early game, but you know, we shouldn't overlook the fact that he was able to keep a 2x CS lead over the enemy jungler throughout the entire early and mid game, despite a couple mishaps going on in, you know, river skirmishes. The only thing that really needs to change in order to ensure that he is able to succeed in the second game is getting prio in those lanes. So it becomes a matter of if his teammates aren't able to pick characters that are comfortable enough to secure that prio, then yeah, maybe it's a pick that they should totally throw on the back burner. However, that's a strategy that they came out in game one with. It's definitely something that they hold a lot of value in. And considering how successful it was for the opening 7 minutes, I would rather see them make the proper adjustments and to try to bring it out again, rather than to just scrap it completely.
One of the other adjustments I do want to add on there, like, yeah, you do need the prio and the side lanes, but one thing that we also saw was that AHS Black didn't have a lot of focus on the vision in the game. You saw that Graves was oftentimes invading blind into the enemy side of the jungle. You saw he was willing to take these kind of random 1v2s early on. He was near the enemy wolves, and there was both the Jarvan and Morshu's Victor. And I mean, wasn't a lot of mana. He wasn't in a whole lot of danger, but that changes very quickly if you suddenly have a third member who does have mana. You see that Kled come down, and then they just auto-attack you to death. There is this weird situation where if you can get everybody to get priority and set it up so that you're safe going in consistently, one, you can always show up to where your jungle opponent is and go for these fights, force him out of his jungle, and two, you can be way more confident where your escape routes are so that you can get out safely doing it.
Yeah, I think it's important that you mention the priority that they had on the Graves, because you notice when they picked the Graves, the Sejuani was available, Gragas was up,
Sylas.
even the Rek'Sai, the Sylas. So it's not like there weren't top-tier priority jungle picks available, but they said, no, we want the Graves. We're willing to take it in our first rotation as well. So I would honestly be surprised. Well, maybe there are some benefits of shifting away. They may not go for it, but we are into champion select here. Game number 2 is AHS Black will move over to the blue side. Blue side has certainly seemed to be a big strength in the current meta, so we'll see if they can use that to their advantage. The Victor that you were looking for a ban for in game 1 is taken off the board this time around. Morshu's looked very, very good on that champion, but he won't get to run it back again.
That's actually an adjustment that I absolutely do agree with. Yeah, they're still leaving out one of his most comfortable control mages in the Zoe, but Jarvan and Victor are two of Indeed's most comfortable champions in the jungle and the mid lane matchups from all of the games that I've seen them play, and here we see them picking up the first pick Zoe.
Yeah, but that was something that they banned against Morshu's previously, so it's curious to see how these guys are going. Both times they first picked the opposing mid laner's main, and now if this is the Braum Sivir, it's going to be a very interesting setup, but no, they're going to go for the Zac. That's a little bit interesting thing to pick up as well. Zac, not a jungler that's been particularly popular recently, partly because of how aggressive all of these other junglers have been. I wouldn't be opposed to seeing a Graves once again, because simply Zac will never be able to outduel that.
Yeah, you know, actually, I believe that Zac pick is absolutely a sign of Polar Bear's. You know, he's feeling threatened with the Jarvan ban put on him. I feel like he feels that if he doesn't pick his jungler until the second rotation, that he will be absolutely closed out of all of his comfort picks. And so he goes ahead and takes the Zac early in the draft.
I think that Sylas is also likely to go to Season 9 Diamond simply because it is something that he's still comfortable playing in the jungle with that Conqueror. And I mean, fights with Zac go for a long time. He's just a fairly tanky dude, and even with the blobs coming up, that's just going to mean that you're going to get more and more damage as the fight continues to drag on. It's interesting to see that Morshu's, I mean, almost definitely Morshu's is looking to pick up this Lux. It's a champion that is a traditional counterpick to the Zoe that we've seen become popular and then kind of fade away with different metas. But it has to be something he has a lot of comfort on. He has to know exactly what the Zoe does if it's something that they're going to be banning against him in the first place.
You know, actually, I would be surprised if he's that comfortable on the Lux pick, because again, this is a draft where he's been hard targeted. They banned the Anivia and the Victor from him and then picked his Zoe in the first rotation. So this is definitely a pick that he's been forced on his back foot, and we're going to have to see how comfortable he is on it.
He's picked it up a couple of times. I haven't seen him play it in this matchup, so we'll have to see how comfortable he is playing into that Zoe. It's really interesting to see Indeed banning the Swain away. It really seems like that early pick in game one is just, they seem a little bit of afraid of that. They don't want to give it away to Geno Sins here, electing to ban it here to try and force him onto something else. He'll take out the Zoe this time, and we'll have to see what other selections we're looking for here. AD carry in top lane is what we're expecting from Indeed, and that shows up with that Draven ban from AHS Black. And then top lane and support is what we're looking for from the side of AHS. The Nautilus and Akali banned away there by Indeed. And we'll have to see if Wonder Ginger goes back to something like the Poppy here, or if switches things up. Drifted won't get to pilot the Braum again this time, as it was stolen away by Orbit and Indeed, and the Kled taken off the board. I like that. The Kled looked very good outside of the early laning phase for Korean Banana and Indeed.
Yeah, it does beg the question, though, what are they going to play for the top lane this time around? It's not something that we've been seeing a whole lot of priority outside of the Kled, pretty much across everything. The Caitlyn's interesting. I do like that it hides a lot about what their top lane is and guarantees Korean Banana a counter pick, but Caitlyn Braum it's a good lane, but I feel like there were better.
It's not a great lane, yeah. They definitely do have a pretty oppressive range advantage, and Caitlyn is one of the better AD carries into Illusion. But again, with a champion like Braum, I would rather have other champions with, something like an auto attack reset, something like a little bit more of a forward engage. And here we see the Pantheon pick coming out from HS Black.
Interesting. I always have to look at that portrait and kind of be like, wait, who is that again? Every single time I see it. But, they have the name right next to it. Helps out quite a bit. So it's curious to me because now this is a situation where, oh, no, I think this is... Wait, I actually don't know. We've been seeing a lot.
Malphite support?
It could be Malphite support. It could be Pantheon support. Pantheon has similar win rates in support as he has had in top, mid, and jungle.
Really?
Actually better than the jungle, simply because his jungle win rate's been so bad
pretty
for a long time. But it's interesting. It does a lot of things somewhere between like a Braum and a Tom Kench, right? You have a lot of ability to be very aggressive early on. You have the point and click, what's basically a point and click stun, and then you have the global pressure that Tom Kench kind of brings, or a Galio, or anything that is aggressively around the map. I'm not sure if that's going to happen. The Malphite is definitely another champion that you can flex around, and it would be a second very unusual support coming out once again. But it looks like we're probably locked into what our current roles are right now. Drifted, likely going to be playing a Pantheon up against the Braum, and we'll see how effective it is. It provides a lot of kill pressure alongside the Lucian.
Oh yeah, it absolutely does. One thing I'm pretty interested to see from Indeed is here we have a backline, a very long-range backline in the Lux and Caitlyn, but we also have champions that really want to get in, like an Aatrox and a Zac. Sorry about that. On the other hand, we have Asia's Black here with a backline that is a little bit more dynamic. Lucian's definitely a champion that can go in and out. Silas a champion that can go in and out. Zoe a little bit more of a backline champion. But we have two team compositions that they're not very concrete in what their identity really is. Two team compositions that are pretty dynamic in both how they can go back and how they can go forward. So I'm pretty interested to see, which of these two team compositions, whose pilots are more comfortable.
Oftentimes when I see these kind of compositions where you look at it and neither team seems super cohesive, it often comes down to which team gets ahead early on. And we definitely saw in game one that was AHS Black. They had a lot of pressure in all of their lanes, and this time, I mean, they definitely have what I assume should be a winning lane on Lucian Pantheon, simply because of the amount of kill pressure that they have between the two champions. But the Malphite into Aatrox and the Zoe into the Lux, I mean, we doubted them the first time around when we were looking at the counter picks that they had picked up against themselves. Now it's, again, not the greatest lanes for them, but if they have the same kind of results, they're going to be in a great spot to carry through this mid-game and win.
Should be an interesting storyline to follow. You are going to get to see us here on the couches in just a moment, as I do want to let everybody know that if you did watch the Season 2 finals, as we hopefully switch the camera back to look at us casters, if you watched the Season 2 finals, you may recognize the Wheel of Destiny here. It was a little bit of a fun game for us to kind of make an interesting game out of previewing the game or series that we are going
I
into.
think
So
you're
we
going to
are
have to
going to
explain
get
the
this.
rules to us as well.
It's pretty straightforward. There are a bunch of different categories on the Wheel of Destiny, and it's just going to break down what we're going to talk about. So we're going to talk about maybe adapt or spotlight on a certain lane. Maybe we're talking about where First Blood's going to be. So we're going to give the wheel a spin, and then we're going to talk about what we get here. But the Wheel of Destiny does make its return in the Season 3 finals.
Praise our wheel overlords.
Or our producers.
What do we got?
All right, we've got adapt. Okay, so what kind of...
Oh.
No, Team Comp West. All right, Team Comp West. So we're talking about AHS Black here, the Pantheon support, as we continue to get adaptation.
Deeper and deeper into the rabbit hole of how far can you abuse the support role.
Break down that composition for me, because I think it was an interesting point that you look at the champion select, and it doesn't seem very cohesive from either team. But let's focus on AHS.
I think the one thing that I always look at characters like Zoe is that the big thing about characters like that is they have this ticking time bomb, right? As T goes to infinity, the odds that Zoe one-shot somebody also go to 100%.
I'm getting
Eventually,
PTSD.
you're just going to win the game off of some kind of mistake. You have other characters like Vigar and LeBlanc are the two other big ones in this category. And for me, that's going to be this big win condition. And everything else is just going to kind of faff about.
That's one way to put it. Okay.
Is that a word?
Faff. I'm gonna.
I think it's Australian.
Write that one down. I've heard it before. Okay, I'll give you that one. But faff about. What do you got in your dictionary, Latman, for me?
Well, I don't have much Australian slang. One thing I do want to point out is I see how you conveniently left out the Pantheon pick there.
Yeah, I
in
wanted
your
to see what your
composition
thoughts are about
analysis.
it.
So I don't really know too much what to think about the Pantheon pick. I'm going to go ahead and admit I haven't seen it in a laning phase yet, in bot lane, go figure. But I think one thing that you did point out is that it's very dynamic in the sense that you have some effects of it where it has point-and-click CC, which is very strong in the bot lane. And it has an effect somewhat similar to Braum, where he can put up his shield. If Pantheon has his E going in front of his AD carry, I'd imagine that should be just about as effective as a Braum Unbreakable. Maybe a little bit less effective since he's not really... Actually, it should be a little bit more effective.
You only block the damage to yourself, actually.
Yeah, you
Oh.
still
Yeah.
have the projectiles to go through.
Projectiles go through.
Yeah,
You
they
just
don't
do
deal
not
damage
take damage
to you.
yourself.
Okay.
So
Yes.
the interesting thing, I like to look at the Pantheon support kind of like Galio support, right? So if you combine a couple of abilities in weird ways, so your Q basically save, it just kind of does a little bit of poke to the other side. But then your W and E, right? So your W for Pantheon is that dash. And this is similar to Galio's E, which has a little bit of crowd control. And then you also have this big damage reduction that you're able to put up, right? Galio has the damage reduction that comes out from the taunt. That's also his crowd control. Pantheon does the crowd control, and then his damage reduction is the big shield that also does a little bit of damage. And then you have this big global presence. Pantheon is a little bit more proactive than Galio was in terms of his actual cross-map engages,
Right.
but he's missing out on the same kind of large multi-target stun that Galio had.
Right. Okay. I can absolutely see the parallels there for sure. Whether I myself would prefer a Galio or a Pantheon, I guess I'm gonna have to go ahead and find out in this game.
I mean, right now, I think you're going to have to go with Pantheon because Galio sucks.
It kind of does suck. Yeah, that's true.
There you go, folks. Pantheon support, the new Galio. We'll see how it works out. I mean, he even brings a similar ultimate. So you don't bring the crowd control necessarily with it, but maybe some damage. We'll have to see. Maybe Drifted goes for a Pyke-esque build, right? You don't necessarily get the income because you're not trying to steal those kills because you obviously don't have the passive there, but maybe he's going for some lethality early, trying to get the ball
failed
rolling.
that ward in the try. Or did it fail? Yeah, it failed.
Yeah, unlucky.
Rest in
He's
peace.
got the Hail of Blades, though.
Hey, F's in chat for AHS Blank Ward.
There's a Hail of Blades on Drifted's Pantheon, so that's definitely going for a lot of early kill pressure between the Pressy attack and Hail of Blades. They're trying to get as much damage down as quickly as possible. So we'll see what they end up doing. Silas making the long trek back. I do like the adaptation that you see where he goes down and puts the ward, even though it misses, and now has the sweeper trick instead.
One thing I do want to point out about the Hail of Blades, if I was on the other side of this matchup as a Caitlyn Braum, my opinion might be a little bit skewed because, again, like I said, I have never played against a Pantheon in the bot lane. But I would feel a lot better playing against a Pantheon with a summoner like Hail of Blades compared to a Pantheon with something more like the Aftershock. One of the biggest things that you're going to get in this lane as a Caitlyn Braum is likely going to be concussive procs on the Pantheon. Here we didn't. Oh, there we go. And as you can see, he's already almost dead. Now, that is a direct result of Hail of Blades. If that was an Aftershock Pantheon, he probably gets out of that trade with a little bit over half HP. Now we have a Pantheon that can't engage his level 2 all-in because he just took so much damage in level 1.
Yeah, I was kind of expecting Pantheon to really come online around level 3. When, I mean, at level 1, you don't really have a great single ability. We saw that he started with the W there and jumped on the other side, but as we've already talked about, it didn't work out particularly well. You generally go for the Q here, just get a little bit of poke down, especially since he's got the Spell Thieves. And then level 2, level 3, you pick up the W and E, and that's when you get the big damage reduction to come out. But Zach's already top lane. I'm not sure why he's there.
Yeah, that was a really early visit on the top lane at Zach. I think he actually did end up showing at the very tip of minion range there, so the enemy team might have an idea that Zach is overextending to stay on the top side.
Very interesting. Silas also going for a similar full clear, both of them starting at their red buffs, going to Krugs and Raptors. Not a whole lot of surprising things coming out here. You generally don't see Zach's gank until level 4 when you have that second point in the E and can really come in from the long ranges. But it's also interesting to see that he went to the top lane anyway, just kind of poked his head in. But if he did get spotted like we suspect, that means that Silas knows that he was on the top side and likely not going to be at the blue buff. And Season 9 Diamond already starting the counter jump.
Yeah.
Zach trying to get to the mid lane, see if he can pressure the Zoe, but Jinison's able to back away here and drifted, and Maniac really trying to press the issue in the bottom lane here, still trying to shove this wave into the tower. Bear King in orbit holding their own. One of the best bottom lanes we've seen throughout the season, and they continue to perform here, even with Maniac taking away the Lucian that was so powerful for Bear King in game number 1. Polar Bear looking to invade on the top side. We'll spot out some camps and get in there as Morshoes and Genosins continue to trade in mid.
Yeah, it's been interesting to see how these guys have been pushing back and forth and trying to get that wave frozen right in front of the tower by Bear King and Orbit, and they just kind of haven't been able to do it. We haven't been seeing Orbit specifically having a whole lot of effect on actually using the Relic Shield particularly effectively to get the freeze in the right spot, and instead it's going to bounce back. And it's kind of surprising to me that Maniac and Drifted are now choosing to once again push it into the enemy turret, when I think the one thing that I have going in their favor is a ton of kill pressure, but you don't have that underneath the turret.
Well, it's hard to really say. Well, first, let's watch this game in mid lane.
Oh no, Genosins just locked down their first blood. Goes to Morshoes on the Lux. Great gank from Polar Bear.
Yeah, so if I could go ahead and go back to the bot lane dynamic, or okay, now I'm going to go back to the bot lane dynamic. Okay, so essentially, yes, the Pantheon and the Lucian does have offensive pressure in this lane matchup. However, I would actually go ahead and argue that in terms of all-ins, like very, very hard extended fights, I think that the Braum definitely brings more to the table than the Pantheon. I think the Pantheon's strength here is actually in his Q poke, which may not really be that effective. There's absolutely stronger supports for that. But in this particular match, okay, here we see Zach going for another gank.
Oh, Polar Bear getting in here. The heal and flash already out from Maniac, so that's a successful gank in itself. Season 9 Diamond is down here looking to get in, trying to catch out Bear King. The abscond in Abduct will not land.
TP.
Here comes the teleport. Aatrox is on his way. They're going to lock down Season 9 Diamond for the moment. He flashes away, but cannot escape. The Zach going low. Polar Bear able to flash away and survive. Drifted. Has to flash and turn. The Zoe has roamed down here. Can they turn this around? It's a 3v4 though. Super risky, but health bars are fairly low.
Oh, that is a Zoe's dream.
4 flashes sitting on the ground.
Good poke on a Korean banana. Gets the electrocute proc, but nothing more there as 2 kills for Indeed so far, and they're feeling good in this early game.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty good for them overall. They're able to find another kill, this time killing the jungler, which will alleviate a lot of the problems that Polar Bear has had in the jungle. But the big thing, as you've been talking about, Drift has a lot of power, but it's really gated by his cooldown. It's all about getting these small little points, just kind of like that. We saw that he took almost no damage while the shield was up. But once that's gone, he doesn't have a whole lot of anything.
Oh yeah, as opposed to a Braum who's bringing stun after stun. The more people who come to that bot lane, the more effect that Braum is going to have in the fight. And compared to a champion like Pantheon, that actually snowballs out of control. Absolutely, especially with a champion like Caitlyn, who's a little bit harder for the Lucian to get on with Pantheon's limited utility. That's definitely a lane matchup that I would like to see HS Black avoid sending people down to later on in the game. unless they're bringing in something like a Malphite ultimate to really turn the tides.
Yeah, it's also interesting, speaking of the Malphite, looking up at the top lane, because this is a lane where you don't expect Malphite to be doing too well, but we've been seeing that the change to his W in particular with the cleave, the mini Titanic Hydra, has actually given him a lot of power that a lot of people weren't particularly expecting. I think it's the...
Oh, Genosins taking so much damage. They're actually forced to use his own flash there to escape and just barely surviving the trade from Morshoes.
Yeah, I think something that I wanted to, oh, here we see a TP coming in from behind.
They're trying to get onto Bear
Malphite.
King. Drifted, gets the stun, and does set up Wonder Ginger to show up and secure the kill there. Yoo-Hoo Maniac will take down Bear King. So well executed teleport by AHS.
Yeah, picking up an easy kill. Wonder Ginger saves his ultimate here. And now they actually have Predator on the bottom side of the map. The one thing that I wish AHS Black was able to do with that was also set up to
I think we're about to see a
take
Malphite ult
neutral
in mid lane.
objective.
Malphite's looking for the ult on Lux. Lux is going for a back timing. I think Malphite sees her. No, he doesn't see her. No ward.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Morshoes is going to get away with murder here with that back. Just out of vision there. And Wonder Ginger doesn't get to take advantage of saving that ultimate in the bottom lane. The one good thing here, Yoo-Hoo Maniac building a solid CS lead right now. Up 23, make it 24 CS right now. Obviously has the kill and already sitting on a Bilgewater Cutlass. So the Lucian, solid start from the side of AHS Black. And the Pantheon is working out so far. Hasn't died yet. The lane has a single kill, so they're doing okay.
Yeah, but we've seen this story before, right? This was a very similar spot to Game 1.
Oh,
How long ago was game 1? They're looking for another kill here as Orbit has to back away. Bear King feeling confident right now. Gets the headshot on a Yoo-Hoo Maniac, trying to trade back as best he can.
Both junglers are here. There we go. Potentially a little bit of a duel.
Oh, Season 9 Diamond trying to get in onto Polar Bear. Has the Let's Bounce. Does he continue to go? And Drifted is actually fairly low here. Has to avoid the slingshot as here comes Polar Bear. There's the Glacial Fissure.
Wow.
Yoo-Hoo Maniac's in trouble. He's burning from the Ignite, and Polar Bear will secure the kill as the Lucian falls.
That was a nutty force. I had
Yeah.
no expectation that that was going
yeah.
to work, but they end up getting it out. The big thing, though, is, again, we've seen this situation before. HS Black winning every single lane, and this time they're not even winning the mid lane. And indeed, with the proactive rotations, are doing fantastic. They just get the kill in the bottom lane, and I'm going to have to guess that after they take this Cloud Dragon, we're going to see their bottom lane move towards the top side of the map, take down that Rift Herald, and really start to enforce their will on the top side once again.
Yeah, if last game was any indication, we have another game where the jungle matchup on Indeed's side is disadvantaged against the enemy team's jungler. So we should possibly see a similar chain of thought where they might use their bot lane prio to go ahead and switch onto the top side of the map and to deny the enemy team's jungler from using his pressure advantage to secure that first Herald. One thing I do want to point out is, like you guys mentioned earlier, Lucian is starting this game with a nice, decent advantage in the bot lane. However, we see that he's building the Blade of the Rune King build. Now, some AD carriers might be looking at that and be thinking, yeah, that's a really good item against Zac. Of course, that build makes sense. It's an item that's tried and true on Lucian. However, I do want to point out that at least in solo queue at the challenger level, the Blade of the Rune King build on Lucian's average win rate is about 46, 47, 48%, as opposed to the Essence Reaver IE crit item build is at a good, healthy, like high 56, 57% win rate. And that's on a champion as bad as Lucian. So, you know, that's a really strong build. I really think it's a very strong build. I think even against a champion like Zac, I would still opt for the crit build. And I'm disappointed to see if it work, but we'll see how it goes.
Hey, it's got a 100% win rate in this series, the
Yeah,
the Essence Reaver build, and you can't argue with the numbers here as they're trying to go for a little bit of pressure on the top side here. He does have the recurve bow, though, so we could see Yoo-Hoo Maniac go for maybe the Cursed Blade build, try and downgrade the levels on those Indeed players. So, you know, it's a possibility. There's a couple of options here.
Dude, that would be such a nutty item in actual League of Legends. It's
Oh
already a
my
nutty item, but look at this. Here we see Zac going in.
Oh, big trouble in the bottom lane. Can Yoo-Hoo Maniac get away? He's
Wow.
actually going to be able to
The
step away
moves.
from the queue. Polar Bear just completely whiffs on all of his crowd control. Yoo-Hoo Maniac still spends his flash, but escapes with his life.
Yeah, Yoo-Hoo Maniac taking the enemy team to sidestep school there. That was a really close range Zac jump onto the Lucian, but he shows some real discipline, some real poise, and is able to get out there with just his flash.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Indeed's bottom lane is still down in the bottom half of the map. Yeah, you often expect Caitlyn to start picking up plates, but they haven't had a whole lot of opportunity to actually crash waves into the other side of the map. I wonder if they're going to crash this and then back? it's definitely an interesting spot for them to still be down here as they're just now picking up their first plate. They might be able to try and rush it down and maybe get as many as 3, but I feel like they could be getting more with the Rift Herald still alive. You still have that 14-minute timer where the Rift Herald falls off significantly and how useful it is.
I think you're absolutely right in identifying that was a difference in their macro play decision making there. That would have been the tempo window that they would have used to get that first back advantage, to get that first move advantage on lane swapping. If we do compare their decision making from last game compared to this game. This game we see that they might be a little bit more comfortable in keeping this 1v1, 2v2 matchups as is, which is a little bit surprising to me, because if I was the Aatrox, I would want to get out of this top side against the Malphite as early as possible, and to at least make sure that my lane matchup isn't going to be something that I'm going to get an advantage on at any point. So if my team is able to facilitate an advantage elsewhere by rotating me out of my lane, I would be open to that.
I think one of the interesting things, you always look at Caitlyn, or at least I do, and I always think that this is a champion that has a really strong early game and laning phase. Then when you're sitting on like 1 to 2 items, you're weaker than almost every other to carry. I wonder if they're worried that their rotation would get matched.
Possibly.
Drifted's in trouble here. He's going to get stunned, but able to deny some damage. Flash away, and the heal from Yoo-Hoo Maniac will keep Drifted alive. Indeed's bottom lane has to back away as Yoo-Hoo Maniac drops the ultimate there, and now they have the 3-man push available here. Polar Bear is on the top side, but they're going to elect to just back away here, recognizing that they're not going to have too much threat into a Caitlyn Braum trying to dive that lane. And Polar Bear's onto this Rift Herald with the help of more shoes, and the contest is coming. The collapse is on its way. Genosin's on that side of the map. Going to eat a lot of damage, though. Has to flash away once again, but Wonder Ginger is here, has the unstoppable force. Here comes the ultimate from Drifted. They're going to knock him off of the Rift Herald. Can they get the kills? So Drifted is going to fall. Season 9 Diamond is here, has the ultimate from the Aatrox. Needs to use the World Ender to get that sustain. Aatrox will go over the wall. Can they actually take away the Rift Herald? No way. Don't tell me the Lux. Don't tell me the Lux takes it.
Oh!
Are you kidding me? Come on, AHS. No. You just had to stop hitting it. You could see the Lucid Singularity just sitting there in the river, more shoes, without even trying. I don't even think he realized. I think that just popped on its cooldown. It takes the Rift.
Yeah, very well might have, but it's a huge gift to Indeed to deny the Rift Herald going over, because they picked up the kill in a little bit of a fight. They were able to take down Drifted, who has kind of been fantastic at eliminating damage coming to the other side, and now Wonder Ginger with no ultimate doesn't actually have much kill pressure on Korean Banana, so they get to reset. And at the same time, the bottom lane turret went down. AHS Black moving everybody to the top side because they failed to secure the objective, ends up collapsing entirely. And now with another objective on the map, we'll see if Indeed can get there first.
AHS Black has started up this Infernal. And Polar Bear's actually going to be late to the party here. Here comes a teleport from Korean Banana. This could be big trouble. They should be able to secure it, but they're going to have to fight. Aatrox sitting there with Orbit. They're trying to get onto Drifted. He's blocking as much damage as he can. Going to get pulled in here. Polar Bear on the side. Zoned away by Wonder Ginger. They have to be careful there. There's the Caitlyn ultimate on the Genos.
They have no flash.
Very low. They're just
stuck
stuck in the pit. Bear King has to flash away, but the damage is coming in return from the Caitlyn. Bear King low on mana, but here comes the Glacial Fissure. They're going to lock him down. The party is in the pit. Dash over the walls. Yoo-Hoo Maniac will get away, but it's still the double kill for the Aatrox. Wonder Ginger, you flashed to the wrong spot, my friend. You're going to go down. That's a double kill. 4 dropped as he indeed goes off in that fight.
They had no flashes when they were in that pit whatsoever. They lose 4 kills. They lose a turret. They get the Infernal Dragon.
No.
But this is looking so much like Game 1. Indeed, behind in every single lane. But now with their better macro movements, their better team fighting decisions, and just the presence of mind to know what fights they can and can't take is giving them a big lead again.
And one thing I do want to point out was last game, a big catalyst to Indeed's ability to turn that early game around and gain a huge advantage in the mid game was their ability to out-rotate AHS Black and to make more macro-oriented, objective-oriented moves on the map. This time around, it was actually Indeed taking a hair. Oh, here we see Zach barely getting out. Will he get out?
He's going to get slept here. The follow-up is on its way. Can't tell if he has his passive. He's going to get caught. Blobs are forced out, but there's no way he's going to survive. His team is nowhere nearby for the assist, so the shutdown does go through to Yoo-Hoo Maniac, but it really, it's starting to feel like a little bit of mental boom here from AHS Black. I mean, at some point when you're all backed into the pit like that and you know you don't have flashes, you don't have a way out, you just got to go. You can't wait for Indeed to come and take their kills. You've got to take the fight to them at some point. And I mean, that's a 4-for-0 trade. Indeed with a huge lead right now, up 4,000 gold. They got the Rift Herald taken away. Weren't able to use it, but still stealing that from AHS Black was huge because that is something that really could have swung this game back the other way.
And speaking of swinging the game around, one thing I was explaining earlier is that this time around, Indeed taking that Rift Herald, that was not the same level of out-macroing the enemy team as what we saw from last game. That was actually a moment that AHS Black absolutely had the opportunity to very successfully counterplay with the Malphite ult being available, with the Pantheon ulting into the Herald. However, we saw, again, a massive difference in tournament experience between these two teams in that when the Malphite and the Pantheon were going in to counter that Herald, Pantheon ult went in and completed while Malphite held his ult the entire time. Malphite actually ended up only ulting a lone Zac in that team fight. And I think that was a very huge part of why that team fight ended up going so poorly for AHS Black. Yeah, they ended up losing the Herald, but even besides that, they absolutely should have been able to pick up a kill or two when they were collapsing on 3 champions on a Herald from all 3 angles with a Pantheon, a Zoe, and a Malphite. And it's really unfortunate that that fight didn't swing their way. That was absolutely a turning point for Indeed in this game.
I think now we got to start asking about how does this game really look if we start getting to that 40-50 minute mark. I don't expect to go that long, but we definitely have at least 10 minutes on our hands without something drastic happening. And looking at it, especially with the kind of build that Maniac's going for with the Blade of the Ruin King, you've already professed your distaste for it, but it definitely scales much more poorly than Bear King, who is now on this Caitlyn, is going to be getting 100% crit almost definitely as the game continues to go on, and outranges every single member of AHS by an insane amount. We'll see if they're going to even have an opportunity to do anything to him, because if he gets a QSS and can start dealing with the bubbles that Janosin is going to come out, there's no way for the AHS Black to really interact with that backline.
Yeah, and here we're seeing, Lucian 1v1ing.
Uh-oh, the dive in the bottom lane, but it's all a big bait. Maniac still has to flash away. Is going to get taken down by the Let's Bounce, and the 3v2 is not paying off for AHS Black. So much sustain on the Aatrox. Season 9 Diamond, can he escape? He gets the sustain there. He's surviving as long as he can. He's able to trade back one, but he will fall to Morshoes. 3-for-1 in favor of Indeed.
A really cool play coming out from AHS Black, but not over.
Wonder Ginger, try to go for Morshoes. He's actually got a solid amount of damage here. He cannot go for the dive. Here comes Geno Sins, gets some burst onto Zac. But the ultimate back from Morshoes will discourage any further aggression. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, they're able to secure the Tier 2 top side thanks to their bottom lane. And Indeed, even when it seems like things are going to go wrong, everything just continues to go right.
Yeah, I worry that a big part of the reason why that went so poorly was Maniac seemed to jump the gun just a little bit, and then Season 9 Diamond stole the wrong ultimate. He ends up stealing Aatrox's, which doesn't do a whole lot for Season 9 Diamond. He doesn't have an opportunity to revive whatsoever, and the little bit of healing only affects his Kingslayer, which doesn't do a whole lot for Silas anymore. So without the fact that they had the wrong ultimate, I mean, that might have gone very differently. We'll see what ends up happening next time, because I don't think they'll have a great opportunity to go for another set play like it.
Oh, I don't think they will at all. Indeed definitely has a team composition with a lead like this in the mid game. Zoe and Caitlyn can absolutely start to close out this game. Aatrox is a very strong champion, and being able to create that silent pressure that they need.
Wow, oh, baby, goodbye, Zoe. You talk about as T approaches infinity. It's not seeming to get there anytime soon, as Morshoes is the one just popping the squishies on this Lux. Geno Sins and Drifted wiped off of the Rift, and AHS Black is in full retreat. Indeed, on their way to the Baron. 21 minutes in, they are looking for this big objective. They want to break the base open, and they may have the opportunity here soon. Season 9 Diamond on his way up to that area of the map as the bottom lane is trying, well, the Malphite and the AD carry trying to hold their time, but Glacial Fissure is good. Korean Banana is here. Unstoppable Force will not get the Malphite away, and here comes Korean Banana. Maniac taking so much damage. Can he escape? The Glacial Fissure will actually whiff from Season 9 Diamond, but it doesn't matter. They actually get the kill on the Aatrox. Orbit may not be able to get away. The Kingslayer, ooh, Diamond not able to land the damage there, and he's actually going to be in big trouble. More shoes able to pop the Silas, but Drifted's actually here into the pit. Polar Bear going to drop the Let's Bounce. Is going to be forced into the blobs. HS Black with the possible contest here. Bear King taking a lot of damage. There's the heal. Is it enough? Genosins actually gets the kill, but the sleep on his Zach will keep him alive. That is Drifted going down as well. Such a back and forth fight here. And indeed, seemingly comes out on top, but hey, AHS Black stops the Baron.
They really do. I think the big thing was there was a huge split call amongst the members of Indeed. Half of them stayed on the Baron, half of them started going for the actual team fight. And if they had picked either one, I think it would have gone fantastic. If they had delayed the TP a little bit to draw the members of AHS Black further into the pit, it would have gone fantastic. But because they weren't on the same page, they end up kind of doing both things halfway. We saw that they lost 2 members in the mid lane, and they didn't get the Baron.
Yeah, actually, that was one of the biggest things I wanted to point out during that situation was before Korean Banana went for the TP, he had already finished shoving his wave at bottom and started walking up through the jungle. He would have had, there's no tower in mid lane for HS Black. He would have had a wonderful flank engage there without any need for a teleport. The timing would have been immaculate if he actually took the time to walk all the way over, but instead he doubted his own call and ended up going for a premature TP.
It's also interesting to note that Korean Banana is choosing to go for a much lower damage build than you tend to see on Aatrox's. He doesn't have the completed Black Cleaver. He doesn't have a completed Youmuu's Ghostblade. He's just got the Spirit Visage as his only completed item. So he's kind of trying to serve as some kind of tank. Yeah, there's a lot of magic damage coming out from AHS Black. I'm not super sold on the one item purchase. I think having the Black Cleaver in that last team fight would have been way more impactful. But we're setting up for a Baron once again. Trap line set up from Caitlyn, but we haven't cleared out vision.
Wow.
Here comes the engage for Polar Bear. So much damage on it, Drifted. The support will just fall, but they're able to turn it around and take down the Zac. It's a 1-for-1. Here comes the damage. Korean Banana having to back away, but the Lux is dead. AHS Black trying to come back in this game. Korean Banana cannot escape. It's just Bear King left alive, but there are 4 members of Indeed coming for the Caitlyn. That's the ace, and AHS Black is going to get a Baron. Are you kidding me?
What just happened?
I don't
Did you see
know.
that? I mean, Zach came across the entire river and got the engage on the Drifted. That was cool. I didn't expect that.
Yeah.
But then everybody else was like, we gotta kill this Pantheon support, guys. And then they walked right on headfirst into Malphite, and I feel like the rest was kind of a foregone conclusion.
I think one thing I do want to point out here was, again, both team compositions here, we see 2 team compositions where they have frontliners who really want to go in and backliners who want to stay the hell back. And I think that was a huge factor on why Indeed's teamfight just went so poorly there. They literally engaged across 2 screens. Like you mentioned, that was across the entire river. There is no way your Lux and Caitlyn are going to be able to optimally follow up on that. The best you're going to get is a max range Luxel and a Caitlyn ult that might get blocked, might not get blocked. That's definitely not an optimal teamfight that you want to be taking as Indeed, especially when you had a gold advantage like that and the control of the river like that. You don't need to be engaging on them on the other team side of their jungle, and that was absolutely what AHS Black needed to take this game back onto their side.
Yeah, I think one of the big things, like we said at the very beginning, of that Indeed doesn't actually have vision control of the river yet. There is a blue ward in the line bush. There's a blue ward in the pixel brush. There might have been even more. So AHS Black had a lot of information about what was going on. I think they were probably just as surprised about Zac as we were. But the rest of it, they knew exactly where everybody was. They knew that we can take advantage of this, and now Luck might be dead.
Oh, More Shoes is in trouble. They're looking for the chase, but here comes the re-engage. Drifted so far forward, taking as much damage as he can, but he will go down. More Shoes survives, and it's a 1-4-0. Let's take stock right now as you guys break down that last play we saw. Let's take stock of the game here. It's a 1,000 goal lead for Indeed at 25 minutes, which doesn't mean a ton. 1 Cloud Drake to 1 Cloud Drake is even on that front, and an Infernal Drake in the pocket of AHS as well, and an Infernal up in 2.5 minutes. If AHS Black is able to secure that and continue to stay in this game, the face of this game shifts drastically. We talked so much about how Indeed was really dominating on the macro front. AHS Black was having difficulty making plays really stick, but they've done a great job keeping the gold close. Obviously, that last fight swings the gold heavily back into their favor. And just like that, this game is not so sure for Indeed anymore. It looked so locked up for about 10 to 15 minutes there, and just like that, everything is thrown into question.
One thing I do want to point out from that last fight actually is, again, AHS Black suffers the same problem as Indeed's team comp suffers as well, is if those frontliners go a little bit too far forward, there is no real follow-up from the rest of their team. They are not champions that can go as far forward in the Zoe and the Lucian compared to champions like the Malphite and the Pantheon. And Aegis Black goes ahead and threw the ball right onto the Indeed side of the court back there and gave up a free kill. But fortunately, it didn't end up in a complete total team wipe, and they're able to continue the siege.
Yeah, I think one of the big things you talked about, the Infernal a little bit. Yeah, we're looking at Indeed. Whoa, he went in.
Oh, Season 9 Diamond going deep. The Glacial Fissure
Malphite going
traded by both teams, but down goes Morshoes. This might be the fight that they needed. The shutdown on the Silas, so it's a 1-for-1 now. Unstoppable Force is down, so the engage is gone for AHS Black.
The primary wave clear is gone for Indeed, though. They don't necessarily have to leave on the side of Indeed now that the biggest pick tools available are completely removed from the game, and Zoe is still alive. And Zoe's uptime on these big one-shot options are super, super short. You don't have a whole lot of time between opportunities for bubbles. And now they got the double cannons. Soon they're going to have triple cannons starting to hit away at this turret, and we can't quite see the health, but it's got to be taken away super quickly.
A lot of work being done with this Baron buff here. Finally, AHS Black will back away. They're looking for the Drake, though. 20 seconds on the Infernal would be double Infernal. They're actually going to set up a bit of a brush camp here. The ultimate isn't available yet for the Malphite, but they still can be very scary here in a pick situation. Indeed knows that they want to go for this Infernal. They're going to try and contest.
We have some wards outside of the bush pick, though.
Wonder Ginger should have the ultimate up soon. He could probably have it up by the end of this fight. Here comes the teleport from Korean Banana, so we will see the full 5v5. Polar Bear. Slingshot will not work. They set up the traps, but it's at the entrance to their own jungle, not around the pit quite yet, but Bear King will drop a few. That's a slept Braum. Gonna take some poke here as Orbit has to back away. Now the flank trying to possibly be set up by Indeed. Ultimate is available for Wonder Ginger, so they have the engage ready to go. Genos is trying to throw out the poke as there's the ultimate from Bear King. Both of these teams so tense right now as they're just posturing in the river.
I love seeing the parallels between these two team compositions, by the way. You know, seeing the way that they're both poking Johnny.
Oh, Orbit takes so much damage. That's the World Ender stolen. And down goes Orbit. Here comes the engage. The Let's Bounce will get Polar Bear away for now. The shutdown onto the Zoe. But Morshoes is low. Maniac gets the kill. Korean Banana will not survive. 3 are dead. It's just Bear King and Polar Bear having to back away. And they will be running for the hills. The Infernal Drake is free, but instead they're looking for the bottom lane inhibitor possibly. No, Maniac and Wonder Ginger will turn for a second Infernal Drake, and AHS Black grabs another fight and another key neutral objective.
Watching the two mid laners there, like just as you said, watching the parallels, they're both trying to shoot over that wall completely blind, and eventually one of them happened to hit a lucky shot, and you end up just getting to kill a member for free. That's the T who goes to infinity 100%, right? You just have an opportunity to remove an enemy member from the map and then just find a free team fight.
Yeah, it's really entertaining watching these two team fights, these two team compositions with so much strong parallels, both really just tunneling onto each other. You know, both of these teams in these last 4 minutes, I would say, for the most part, have totally forgone the whole concept of pushing all 3 lanes in and trying to spread their pressure about. Now, both of these teams are totally interested in just meeting each other, and both of them think that they can out-team fight the other team, and they're just going for it over and over, and it's really fun to watch, especially when they have so many champions that are like you said, they have such strong parallels with each other.
Yeah, I think the big thing, like if one of them can actually build that vision advantage, then you get your artillery mage to have such a big advantage in this pick, and that might be it.
Oh, what a good job from Season 9 Diamond to buy some time here as Polar Bear is trying to zone the backline here. Korean Banana trying to get after Wonder Ginger. Wonder Ginger has the ultimate. They've got to be careful. Morshoes does take down Season 9 Diamond. Can they get onto Morshoes? Wonder Ginger, he wants it, but they have to back away, recognizing the numbers advantage is in favor of Indeed. Indeed will set up around the Baron here, but AHS Black is not going to go away. It's the 4v5, but they have an opportunity if they get the right engage. It's all around the Malphite ultimate. They're just trying to buy time now. 30 seconds left on Season 9 Diamond, and Indeed has not started the Baron yet. Genosins will use the Zhonya's there and backs away, but doesn't take any damage. AHS Black is doing exactly what they need to do. Indeed had an opportunity to go for the Baron, but they're stalling for so long here. Morshoes is going to take down Humanic. That's actually huge. The Malphite will fall. That's 3 dead here, and that does mean the Baron for Indeed. They waited long enough. They get the kills they need, and they're taking the Baron.
Yeah, there's still no jungler alive. Season 9 Diamond is nowhere nearby. Genosens has to make a miracle happen. We'll see if Drifted wants to commit his ult into this pit of so many members, because there's not a whole lot of follow-up damage. It's like their one chance to try and take this back.
The poke coming out from the Zoe. They don't run the Baron very quickly, but it's set up. 2,000 gold, 1,000, and that will be the Baron secured there. Korean Banana flashing over to try and protect more shoes, but it may not be enough. The shield burning for the Ignite, the shutdown for Season 9 Diamond. Here comes the ultimate from the Pantheon. Gets on the backline trying to take out Bear King, but not enough damage on the Pantheon means Drifted will fall.
Oh, they found another one. They almost get the Zoe on the return, but it doesn't matter if you have invincibility. Facing the ADC if there's too much damage coming in from the backside. But again, finally, one of these artillery majors is finding their target. They have a small vision advantage, and it's proving to be enough. And it's crazy to me, again, going back to all the parallels between these two team compositions, when it's really coming down to just these two fantastic mid laners who have shown so much promise and so much strength throughout the season, just trying to snipe the other one. It's like a really bad Widow on Widow style game.
Yeah, it's really something to watch. One thing I do want to point out from that last team fight, AHS Black, yeah, they did lose the Baron there, but I was really impressed with their Zhonya's usage. Both the Sylas and the Zoe were both able to use their Zhonya's in key critical moments. Yeah, the team fight ended up slightly going in Indeed's favor, just enough for them to pick up that Baron, but AHS Black is definitely, they're definitely showing much more focus and much more poise in their play, in their mechanics compared to game 1. And even if this game does end up being maybe a 35, 40, 45-minute loss for them, I absolutely do think that we have a series on our hands.
Yeah, but it's looking like we might have a similar situation. Indeed is, again, starting to pull ahead a little bit. They do have the tempo advantage. They have a little bit more power. Now, Korean Banana is still sitting on just the one major damage item. I don't know if that's going to become a Mob Mortius or if it's going to become Yomu's Ghostblade or something even more wacky later on. But Bear King already got the 3 items on Caitlyn. He's past that big trough of power that we always look at and starting to get towards that 100%.
Here comes the engage. That's the ultimate onto the backline, but no follow-up from AHS means that ultimate doesn't mean much. They're trying to get onto Polar Bear. The ultimate from Warshoes actually doesn't do a lot there, but Bear King still takes down Season 9 Diamond. Wonder Ginger has to back away, but cannot escape from the light binding of the Lux. That's a double kill for the Caitlyn. Maniac will not get away. It's the quadra kill. Do we get the Penta? Orbit wants to set it up. Can they chase down Genosins? There's the stun. The Penta kill. Bear King on the Caitlyn, and here comes Indeed.
That should be the end of the game at this point. A pentakill coming out from Bear King on the Caitlyn. This game has been all about the mid laners, but when it really comes down to it, Caitlyn finally hitting a power spike, able to fire on every single enemy member, and is rewarded with a beautiful pentakill.
Yeah, really, that team fights like that are basically your dream as a Caitlyn in the late game. You know, the enemy team forcing a screen and a half onto you. You and your entire team are all together in the mid lane, no less. That was absolutely a great setup for the Caitlyn and a beautiful way to close the game out.
And the danger was there, just like you talked about earlier. These super long-range engages that the rest of your backline can't follow up on. Where was the damage from Zoe? Where was the damage from Lucian? It was nowhere nearby. It couldn't get there. You are full screen away. And even though you got both members of the backline, it just doesn't matter if you can't kill them.
Very, very interesting game there. And AHS Black scaling a little bit in this series, we could say. They had the first 7 minutes in game 1. Now they had about 7 minutes, maybe 10 in game 2. But again, what's so interesting about this series is they continue to show that there's opportunities and they have the skill and they can go toe-to-toe with Indeed, but the macro play has been so clean from Indeed outside of a couple of stumbles in this series. And they continue, even if AHS is able to build leads in any phase of the game, Indeed continues to understand how to keep it close, how to pull back ahead, and how to finish games.
Yeah, I really want to see AHS truly play lane kingdom. They're going back to the red side. They're guaranteed one counter pick, and the way that we've been seeing early mid lane picks means that they're probably going to get 2 counter picks. Just pick a really strong bot lane, the Sivir Braum, something of that ilk, and then counter pick both of your solo lanes, and then I think you can win. They've already shown that they are winning lanes that they probably shouldn't. And if they can continue doing that with champions that are really strong early and mid, they'll never give a chance to Indeed to really out-macro them later on.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that point. I feel like one of the biggest things that they can be doing for themselves in their early game, probably one of the biggest things that they have to do now to really start gaining some control of this series is, again, to pick these prio solo laners. However, considering that we haven't seen them do it in games 1 and 2, perhaps it could be one of two schools of thought. One, they're putting more priority in taking away picks away from Indeed that they feel like the Indeed has shown time and time again throughout the tournament, throughout the season, that they cannot be allowed to be given. Or number two, their champion pools, when matched up against Indeed's champion pools, aren't sufficient enough for them to be confident enough in taking these high priority lane champions and executing properly on them. In fact, they are so much more comfortable on these other less conventional picks that forfeit priority, or these other picks that are essentially taking away picks from the enemy team, that they would rather do those in both the opening game of a best of 5 and in a game where you just lost your game 1 and you should really be trying to pick out or bring out your strongest strategy. I think that's in some ways is a red flag when you think about the game in terms of conventional macro play League of Legends, and when you're against a team like Indeed, that should be one of the primary ways you're approaching your drafts. But like you guys said, AHS is absolutely scaling in this series, and their play is looking better and better from games 1 and games 2. If they do continue to be picking these comfort picks for them, taking away comfort picks from the enemy team, if we judge it as a scale, it's going up. They can absolutely make something work in Game 3 if they're able to make the correct adjustments.
Yeah, one of the things that you touched on a little bit there is just the fact that we're not playing at the highest level of League of Legends, where you are expecting people to play all of the meta champions all of the time, pretty much no matter what the situation is. We do have these different situations. You have the Anivia and the Victor getting banned away from more shoes, and these aren't champions you tend to see at the highest level unless you're specifically Froggen, right? They're just champions that these guys play and have a lot of familiarity with. Where's the Yuumi? Where's the Tahm Kench? Where are all these other picks that you would expect in LCS? They're not here, and so instead we have to readjust, think about what we've seen these guys play in the past and how much power they actually have on them, and is it going to be enough?
We'll have to see. We are going to throw it to a short break here in a moment, but do want to remind you guys again, we are doing our HyperX giveaway tonight and throughout the week. So make sure to stay and keep watching the stream tonight. Stay active in chat. Hope you guys are enjoying this stream so far. We've seen chat just blowing up. We appreciate and hope you guys are all having a good time. But we're going to throw it to a short break. But when we return, we'll have game number 3 between AHS Black and Indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Hope you didn't miss us too much. Yeso, Joshi, and Latman here bringing you the continued action from our Season 3 Grand Finals. Indeed, with a strong 2-0 lead in the series, and HS Black looking to get a win to survive. They are on their last leg, and we'll have to see if maybe they can bring out something spicy that works more than the spicy Pantheon support. I'd prefer it not to be picked in the support role this time around, but we'll see if they have something in their bag of tricks to get them back in the series.
Both of you guys predicted AHS to win, and so far, it's not looking so great.
Got a little egg on my face right now, that's for sure.
And you even said in a Game 5 situation, looking a little bit more Indeed, so I'm sitting pretty over here. I'm pretty happy with how these games have been going so far.
I'm mad. I'm real mad. You know, AHS, you know, they come out with great early games. If they just pick a support that's, you know, something like Yumi, you know, something that it may or may not be the strongest character into the support role, let alone the game. You know, maybe not pick the Pantheon support. I feel like they're really like showing both brilliance and massive instances of shooting themselves in the foot in this series.
Yeah, we'll see how effective they can be in this third game. They are back on the blue side, and I already touched a little bit on how I think that Indeed has a bit of an advantage right now since they have a little bit more opportunity to... Or do I have that completely backwards? Indeed should be on the blue side.
Yes.
Yeah, Indeed's going to be on the blue side. So AHS Black, again, going back to
You were talking
the
about the
lane
counter
kingdom.
picks.
Exactly.
You were Lane Kingdom.
Lane Kingdom. Start winning the lanes. I mean, we've looked at this before on a man-for-man level in the lanes. AHS Black have been consistently outperforming our expectations.
Yeah.
And if they can get if they can set themselves up for success, those expectations are going to rise infinitely, and I'm sure they'll rise to meet them.
I mean, I feel like I hope that the more we feel good about AHS, the better that their play becomes. If that was the universe we live in, I'm really excited. I'm hoping so strongly for them. But, you know, it really comes down to...
It's the reverse CLG. The more you hope, the better they play. The fate empowers them.
Oh, man, that is too relevant of a meme. Oh, tragic. Really too soon, dude.
Hey, the lack of faith won them third place, right? It worked out all right for them. Not so much in the semifinals, but you know what?
It's all right.
Bygones
They
be
still,
bygones.
they did what they did.
They did what they did. Indeed, as you mentioned, back to the blue side and looking to run it back here, banning that Kai'Sa away early. So trying to keep Yoo-Hoo Maniac off of that champion really seems like they value pushing him down on his tier list. This is Zhao banned away as well. And no surprises, More Shoes will continue to not get the Anivia. It's really interesting. He doesn't play it that often, but it's so scary that every team has to spend a ban on it. You have to dedicate a first phase ban. You cannot let it through. Teams are just terrified of that pick.
The Zac ban, though, is rather interesting. Yeah, Polo Bear did win on it, but it wasn't necessarily the most impactful thing that we've seen this entire series. He had some decent engages, but I think more than anything, using the Let's Bounce in order to keep Yoo-Hoo Maniac and... Excuse me, to keep More Shoes and Bear King actually alive later on was really, really impactful. But there are plenty of other people that can do that. And the Swain, once again, going to be a first pick. Hopefully not to the support.
I'm not holding my breath. I think Orbit's going to get it once more because here's the other things that come through draft. And a couple people were mentioning in chat. They could have been the Kled. They did not. They elected to pinch More Shoes with the Zoe ban. But we already saw in Game 1, you ban those two away, the Victor's still available, and he's more than happy to take it. Now, we'll see, because the Victor got all the way through the second ban phase as well. Okay, the Kled's taken away. This is an interesting start from AHS.
Yeah, here we're seeing AHS really pull out all of the adaptations in one single draft. I think if Indeed doesn't take the Victor here, AHS will go ahead and ban both the Victor and the Lux in the second rotation and really hard pinch the More Shoes.
Yeah, I feel like More Shoes has to have Swain in his repertoire, though. Like, it's just a champion that was so good for so long that most mid laners can kind of just pick it up at some point. The thing that's a bit surprising to me is that they allowed Polo Bear to pick up the Jarvan. Yeah, he got punished really heavily by the Graves earlier, but you still had a lot of impactful engages, and banning the Zac, I feel like the Jarvan was actually the more impactful of the two picks.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think Polo Bear, not only did the Zac only come out because you banned out his Jarvan, not only has he spent this entire season showing excellent play with the Jarvan, but like you guys said, Zac didn't really look all that effective that last game. Like, yeah, he did land he was their sole form of engage. So when he did work, it looked excellent. But if we look back on the team fights that ended up making that such a close game, the reason those fights went so poorly was because of the Zac dynamic, because of the engagements that the Zac chose and the way that Zac played those team fights. So I'm actually really surprised to see that Zac banned and to be giving them the Jarvan.
Yeah, it's really interesting. But with the powerful bottom lane, the Lucian Braum, I mean, Lucian is a little bit weaker now with the play of the Ruin King, which we saw Yuhu Maniac do last game, but definitely something they can still find success on. The question to me is, where are the rest of the Vans going? Because it looks like they're going to be trying to shut down more shoes, but he's played other things. I remember, I believe it was the Vel'Koz that really caught my eye several seasons ago at this point as one of the champions that he was really impactful on, and that's still up.
And Vel'Koz is absolutely still playable in the meta.
We'll have to see how it shakes out here. I do love them trying to attack mid lane, and I think what you really have to do then is you need to give Genosyn's counterpick. You take your jungler here, you let Genosyn see the entire composition shake out, because there is still the possibility that the swing does go mid lane. There's certainly the flexibility there for Indeed. They don't necessarily have to throw it down bot, but take your jungler here, give counterpick to Genosyns. No, okay, so they're going to take the semi-blind Malzahar here and save jungle for last pick. I don't know about that.
I mean, Malzahar is just a very good champion in fives, because just having a point-and-click suppression and just saying, hey, I'm going to take myself out of the fight to take you out of the fight, usually a good compromise for most fives teams. But the one thing that we're seeing again is it doesn't necessarily have a whole lot of early priority that they can actually play with. But now with the Viger coming up, Viger doesn't necessarily have priority, but his stun is always impactful.
Yeah, I think Veigar is a pretty good pick into the Malzahar, because it becomes really difficult for the Malzahar to not get caged by Veigar, especially when you have a champion like Jarvan. If his shield is ever down in the mid lane against champions like Jarvan and Veigar, he needs to really be afraid to ever push past center lane. And like you guys said, Malzahar is a solid pick because of his ability to wave clear safely and to always have the wave shoving out against the enemy mid laner. That dynamic is actually going to work against him here.
Okay, so let's be clear right now. There are 3 possible supports on the side of Indeed. You can play Shen support. The crazy part is the Shen is probably the least likely support here, because you can take Veigar support. You can take Swain support.
Oh, boy!
Okay,
Wow.
a Master Yi jungle here from AHS Black, really bringing out all the stops here. So it appears it's going to be the Shen top and the Swain support once more, but certainly champion select very, very interesting in this series. It continues to be.
I love it. I love this Master Yi, actually. I think this champion has been super, super underrated and competitive for a long time.
Agreed.
For specifically this reason. You look at a composition that's coming out from Indeed where there's not a lot of consistent crowd control, and it's like, I have a Master Yi. You don't have a way to deal with it at all, and now I'm going to just turn it around and kill everyone. The one thing it has to do is it needs to get to a spot where it can start winning these team fights. But AHS Black has shown that their lanes have had a lot of priority, a lot of early power. And this is also interesting. Look at who's playing which champion.
Please trade.
They're not.
They're switching roles. Okay. So we've now got a Genosyn's drifted bottom lane with the Lucian Braum. Yuhu Maniac is swapping up to jungle, and Season 9 Diamond is going top, and Wanderchin is going mid. What is going on at AHS?
All right, so I've seen human swaps, or this is what it's typically called, is a human swap in competitive play, when you switch players into another role. This is a, what, 1, 2, 3, 4-way human swap?
Yes.
That might be a first in competitive play. You know, that's actually very, very exciting, especially with a pick like the Master Yi. Ultimately, is this a matter of comfort? Is Yuhu Maniac just like, did they have a Master Yi Battle Royale and he just came out as the strongest Master Yi player? Like, I don't know, but I'm really excited to see how good is this guy
last
Master
man
Yi.
standing.
I mean, this is one of the interesting things that when I was playing Clash for a while, we just had that as one of our pocket picks. Our jungler just played. He was a Master Yi one trick for like 2 seasons, and he was just like, I'm just going to play this because they have no crowd control. Is everybody down there like, yeah, we all have prio lanes. We can set that up for you. You can free farm, and then 30 minutes into the game, when we haven't lost our lanes, you can just win the game for us. That's totally fine, because there's just this ticking time bomb. The one like big point of counterplay that Indeed has is if Master Yi alpha strikes while the cage is up, you can still throw the cage down and walk yourself on top of it. But short of that, there's not a whole lot of consistent ways to get in here. You always have the alpha strike to dodge all of this crowd control, and I think it's going to be really cool to see how it performs early, especially with how weak Polar Bear has looked early on in the jungle.
It's going to be a very interesting game to watch here. I like AHS Black continuing to draft good CC. You talk about the point and click suppression from the Malzahar. You also can get great follow-up with the charge with the Kled, and Master E is going to be happy about that move speed, activating his ultimate, just running into the back lane. Obviously, we're going to need to see Drifted perform better on the Braum this time around than he did in Game 1. His winner's bites are going to be extremely key, because if he can land those and get the concussive blows going with his auto attacks, he could really set Yuhu Maniac up to pop off in these fights on the Yi.
And one thing I do want to point out is, in Game 1, we saw the Braum against Swain matchup in the bot lane. And that time around, we saw that the Swain was actually, they actually ended up having pressure in the lane. Against all of our expectations, the Swain actually managed to come out ahead with that lane matchup. However, I think a big part of that was because he had a Lucian into a Sivir. The AD carry matchup benefited him, and that played a big role in helping work with that damage deficit that you're going to have with the Swain. This time around, the Lucian is on the other side, and it's with a Braum. That's one of the strongest bot lane matchups here, and I said this the first time, it's hard for me to imagine the Swain, getting through that early game, especially against champions like Lucian and Braum this time around, but we'll just have to see.
I just want to, again, look at Drifted here. I said it at the very beginning of the first game, and I know you're already in game, but if Swain throws out the E, throw up the shield and just tank it right away, because then the important part of the E, the root, doesn't exist anymore, right? And then there's no crowd control left in this bottom lane, and you can go super ham because now there's no crowd control in your Lucian Braum, and you're hitting them over and over again, and now they're dead.
Yeah, there's definitely a possibility there. You always still do have to worry about those Caitlyn traps. Definitely can be very scary, but even then, the Unbreakable is certainly very strong into that. We're getting ready to get into Game 3, folks. A 2-0 lead for Indeed has them to match point here as they're looking to secure a grand finals victory. Remember, last season against Fruitling and the E-Boys, the Asian Imports Indeed struggled and dropped 3-0, and they're looking to get their redemption here in the finals. Stick around through the night. Remember, we've got our HyperX giveaway at the end of the night. A beautiful brand new Cloud 2 headset from our friends at HyperX. Big shout out to them for their support of Late Night League and us here at Esports Arena. That one is up for grabs at the end of this series, so make sure to stick around and stay active in chat. But we're about ready to get into game number 3 here, as Indeed looks to secure a victory.
I think they've got it in them. They've been looking so good later on, but I think, again, it's all about this Master Yi. If you can keep him down, you're going to be in a good spot. If you can't, AHS might get that one win I predicted.
All right, on to the Rift, game number 3. Let's see the hype in chat, because I can't hear you folks at home, but I can imagine you're cheering very, very loudly. Our producers in the back are very, very hype, or maybe just Kathy.
You never know, just looking through it, but it's definitely
both teams going for an invades, by the way.
Oh, yeah, you do. AHS Black up on the top side. I mean, Indeed, maybe looking at the tapes and saw that AHS Black went for, or rather, Indeed were the one that tried to invade on the bottom side in Game 2, if I remember correctly. They just got spotted out relatively early. But now with a full invade by AHS Black into the top side of the map, Korean Banana in particular is going to have to be rather careful as he moves back up to his designated position.
Ward's going to be dropped by AHS Black, so without interaction at level 1, that is a minor victory there for AHS Black. They'll get some vision down in the Indeed blue side jungle and back away. Meanwhile, Indeed took the safe approach, looking for the counter invade, and they get nothing here at level 1. And actually, Yuhu Maniac going to look to steal away the blue here. We'll see if he can go for the 3 buff. Certainly has the opportunity. Green Banana on his way to that area of the map. Will he spot this out? He will. Okay, he drops the ward. They know this is happening, so Indeed has the opportunity to go for the vertical jungling setup, and that means they'll have priority in bottom lane to start this game.
Yeah, Genosis and Drifted didn't get to lane early enough to actually get a strong push. So Bear King and Orbit should be able to actually contest and make sure that Polo Bear is actually safe going for the opposing blue buff. So ultimately, just early vertical jungling means that Korean Banana, who is already going to struggle a little bit in this matchup, now is going to make sure he plays really far back. Because if he gives up a first kill to Kled Master E, we've seen how powerful the Kled can snowball out of control.
I do want to point something out here. If AHS Black's bot lane did actually get to the lane on time to start contesting for that level 2 push, that actually would have gone in and bit them in the ass. Here we see that because both junglers are cross-map jungling, the last thing that AHS Black wants to do is push out in this lane. And here we see Genosins is he's playing privy to that. You know, he's allowing the Caitlyn and Swain to push him in. Although he is a Lucian Braum, it's pretty likely that he could at least go even in the push with the Caitlyn. Instead, here we see he's instead opting to go for purely last hits. They're definitely approaching the lane, I would say, properly so far.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting. I feel like there's another way to play it where, with the fact that you have the Malzahar and the Lucian Braum, if you get priority in both lanes, you can collapse and deny Polar Bear a lot. So it's definitely a much safer way to play it, but I think that's all right when you're playing with a bunch of winning lanes in the first place. You can just go for Lane Kingdom as soon as Polar Bear leaves the bottom side of the map. Then you can start looking for these aggressive plays.
AHS Black, early on in this game, looking to build some leads in this laning phase. We're going to need a repeat of that game 1 start. Try and get that early lead and then build on top of it. They can't fall apart at the 10-minute mark again. Otherwise, it could spell their doom in this series.
Yeah, we're about to see one of my least favorite parts about playing Shen. The level 3 trying to last hit things underneath the turret. Your Q doesn't yet have enough power to one-shot the caster minions. Gets a good taunt, gets a little bit of damage back on out, but you see that simply because he's not able to get a lot of these little bits of extra damage onto the minions, it's so difficult to actually get that creep score into a spot where you're happy with it.
Here we see Master Yi just visited mid lane. Interestingly enough, I don't think I've ever seen a Master Yi go for a gank at a 4-minute gank in mid lane. Top lane wet noodle fight.
Yeah, Season 9 Diamond actually forced the dismount there, but should not be under too much threat from Korean Banana. Does have that second point, or should have his second point in his Q now, so a little more damage from the Shen, but the Kled can just back away and try to set up for the remount, and with his bar almost full, no way that Korean Banana wants to go in here and force the remount.
Yeah, it's such a tough lane. We have to imagine that Korean Banana is going to be underneath his own side of the map almost the entire time. He's not expected to get a whole lot of support from Polar Bear. The one thing that this does mean is that HS Black actually has a really easy dive up against the Shen later on, even through the Spirit's Refuge, because you just go in, Kled has the dismount, he's going to drop the turret aggro, and there's also another way to drop turret aggro a second time with Yoo-Hoo Maniac's Alpha Strike, so it's so difficult for Korean Banana to actually survive if AHS Black ever chooses to go for that play.
Now, one question I do have for you. Does the Shen actually outscale the Kled here at about 25-30? No.
Nah, not really. It's just it's really tough because you're really focused on trying to win early on, and with all these little trades, you're not going to have a whole lot of opportunity to get strong. If you go for something like a Warmogs, you can really out-sustain the Kled in a lot of ways.
And hold your tower at the very least.
Exactly. So you're not going to lose a whole lot, but you're never in a spot where you're likely to kill him.
Okay.
Solid trade there for Season 9 Diamond as he continues to just try and punish Korean Banana every time he steps up to the wave. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, this could be big trouble. Orbit is going to get stunned. This should be an easy kill secure here. They don't. He gets the assist, which is good, but Genosins will get the kill on the Lucian. Your second best option, they're putting it on Genosins, can get that Lucian rolling a little bit more, turn him into that lane bully as soon as possible. Korean Banana, he's going to be grabbed. Nope, not pulled back, and actually Season 9 Diamond forced the dismount there. So
that was dangerous.
Yeah, jumping forward into the tower there. Yeah, I thought that was a little bit questionable. But besides that, you know, Diamond's really looking like, you know, you wouldn't expect that this guy was a jungler games 1 and 2 from the way from how aggressively he's playing this laning phase.
Yeah, it was really interesting to see because without a whole lot of information on where Polar Bear was, using your primary escape up against something like a Jarvan, that definitely could have actually turned the tide of this lane for quite a while. Even though it's a tough lane for Shen, having extra kill is always going to be super helpful. But this is also super helpful for AHS Black if they're able to actually secure this. But the stun comes down, and now they're trying to go ahead.
Super risky as well. That's going to be the sustain coming through for the Master Yi, and Orbit flashing away there, but here comes the charge. They're trying to get after the Swain. They're going to catch him out. He has no flash, and Genosins will get another kill here on the Lucian, and now this should be the easy secure here.
Oh, he's going for
Jungler's
the
over the wall. They'll try and pull it out of the pit. Yoo-Hoo Maniac actually taking a lot of damage here. That Ocean Drake can be very annoying. Here comes more shoes. They've got to be able to secure this Alpha Strike. Smite will secure. That's Ocean Drake for AHS Black.
Polar Bear never had his smite available during that fight, never had a real chance to try and steal it. You saw he tried and threw the swag flag to pick it up, not going to be enough. I was still surprised, though, that Season 9 Diamond was like, hey, we're going for this.
Yeah, one thing I do want to point out is that was some great synergy that we saw there between the Kled and the Malzahar. That must be absolutely terrifying. Now that Indeed has seen that happen once, throughout the rest of this mid game, if anyone is ever pushed up in one of those side lanes and Malzahar already has mid lane pushed, they can do that every time on those ult cooldowns. That is a very easy combo to execute, very, very high damage, and it's both of their solo laners. So whoever between whichever one of the two gets the kill, that's a great play to go for throughout the entire early game.
And that was even without the damage coming from the Yi.
Yeah, exactly.
They didn't even have Yoo-Hoo Maniac there to help out. He was still on the Drake, so that's only going to get scarier as this game continues. AHS Black, we talked about we needed to see another start like game number 1 from them here, and we've seen it so far. 2 kills, up about 1,000 gold. They've got the Ocean Drake in their pocket, and things are looking good for the Western representative.
Yeah, I wonder, one of the small things that we haven't touched on is we already said that More Shoes has an opportunity to kill Wonder Ginger simply because the lack of mobility means it's difficult for him to get out of the baby cage. But I wonder if he just gets a whole ton of extra AP, because Malzahar's minions, ever since they became so much more fragile, just a single Q killing multiple of them, getting 2 AP every single time Malzahar presses his own W. I have to imagine that More Shoes is going to be fairly happy with that transaction for just a couple of mana, getting a little bit more damage.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, wrong way for the hard engage here.
Aggression.
Flash of
They
Swain.
know they don't have the flash on the Swain, and Genosins is on a killing spree, taking down Orbit.
Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, the Master Yi is forcing Jarvan out of his own jungle. Herald coming up relatively soon, in under a minute. AHS Black is starting to show that they're gaining control on both sides of the map.
It's really early to try and look at this game and call it over, but I feel like this is about as close to over as AHS Black can really look at it at this point in the game. Master Yi is starting to push around the Jarvan. The Malzahar and the Kled are doing well in or at least one strong winning lane. They're really going to be coming online fairly early. Genosin's going for the Essence Reaver build, just like you were talking about previously. Indeed doesn't have a whole lot of answers later in the game without AHS Black messing up.
Oh, the aggression, the flash in after getting caught by the stun. We're actually just going to go down to bot lane, though, and down goes Orbit once more. The Swain support is not looking good this time around. Aggro is dropped by Diamond there as he does dismount and does escape for now. Polar Bear, meanwhile, in the bottom lane, cannot secure a kill there. That's a 2 for 0, excuse me, across the map, and Wonder Ginger gets stunned, flashes in for the ultimate. I love the aggression.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good kill. That's going to help them out quite a bit, but it's even worse than that overall on the map for Indeed. Notice that as soon as these plays start happening, Yoo-Hoo Maniac started going up towards the top lane. He's going to get pushing things in. He's going to get a whole bunch of lane experience, which is worth way more than the jungle experience. He's not quite going to get a play, but definitely going to be super happy about this turn of events and continuing to pick on Orbit, who is now 0-4-0. They're just going to make the bottom lane for Indeed take forever to come online if they do at all.
Yeah, one thing I do want to point out is, again, game 1 we mentioned that the Swain support should have been, relatively easily punishable, and a big reason why it was not punishable was because the AD carry got a counter pick. However, this time around we see that a slight adjustment in giving your bot lane an actual lane this time around, an actual Lucian Braum as opposed to, a Pantheon support, is going a really long way in making sure that Swain pick, performs the way that we expected it to.
All right, well, they did the one thing that I said that they needed to against the Master Yi. They put down the baby cage before the Elk Strike happened, and then they walked the Master Yi on top with a stun. All right, now what happens next time when Yoo-Hoo Maniac has a QSS?
He's going to go and kill them the next time they try to do that. Veigar's going to
You do the same thing, and you just layer the taunt on top. That's what you have to do.
Hopefully they can. It's definitely going to be a tough spot. Korean Banana looking to pose a little bit aggressively here, but thinks better of it, knows he needs to get these minions. This is one of the few matchups where I'm not super thrilled by an early Tiamat buy on this laner, simply because you're going to be underneath your turret a lot of the time. You can't extend up against the Kled over and over again, and now it just makes it harder to CS underneath your own turret. One thing, we won't go down that road, but I have a lot of strong things to say about Shen builds if anybody's interested in hearing them.
That's actually a very interesting point that you bring up about buying team out on a matchup where you're going to be pushing on your tower the entire time. That's actually a very good point. You're clearly a top laner player yourself.
Yeah.
You see, I want to point out that the bot lane is actually, AHS's bot lane is doing a great usage of their tempo. This is actually one of the first games where they have such a strong tempo advantage from the bot lane. And in these last 2 mini waves that they've shoved in, they've actually left the lane. They've gained total river control of the bot side of the map. They took the pink in that pixel brush and they went back over to the tri-brush, cleared that as well. They're doing a good job with them winning lane matchup.
Yoo-Hoo Maniac caught in the Cataclysm here. The baby cage around it. Can he do the damage, though? He's actually staying alive for now. He's going to get pulled in. He will fall to Polar Bear, but good Glacial Fissure catches 3. Flash away is not enough, and the J4 will fall. Genosyn's looking to pop off here. Korean Banana will not escape as the charge comes through, and it's a 2-4-1 in favor of AHS.
That was like the one thing that Yoo-Hoo Maniac couldn't do, walk into the baby cage, and he committed the one sin, but the rest of his team is on all of their big power spikes, and now as Diamond starts to chase down Orbit, he might actually be able to continue that. I mean, look at where the rest of the damage is. You have a support Swain and a Bear King on the Caitlyn who doesn't even have a completed item.
You know, I for one am I'm a big fan of the restraint there. You know, like your team is out taking an objective behind you. You just actually went ahead and won a team fight. The very last thing you want to do in that kind of moment is give a little bit more resources. And I'm glad to see that discipline coming out of Diamond, especially since it's the first game that they're ahead. It's pretty easy to go out and get a little antsy, to try to go for a little bit more since you know that you've been behind the rest of the series.
Yeah, it's interesting to see what everybody is choosing to build as well. There's not a big surprise coming out from the Viger, since he does have the Arcane Comet. But I know when we've seen this champion in higher level play in Academy, and I'm sure it's been played on at least one of the big 5 regions at some point, we've been seeing a lot more Glacial Augment, because once you get the first auto attack, it makes it so easy to get the follow-up baby cage. And even against Malzahar, the auto attack is going to kill the passive, and then you can land the stun. So we'll see how much more that ends up turning out, simply because it is one bit of crowd control that they are now going to be missing.
I think another thing we should be looking towards as we get into the early stages of the mid game is I'm really expecting to see some QSSs across the board. In fact, I think every single champion on Indeed's team, maybe save for the Shen, and only the Swain, because the Swain can't afford it, needs a QSS. That Jarvan needs a QSS for sure. Any one of those targets gets Malzahar ulted, one auto from the Yi is going to kill them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. You gotta pay the tax, just
Yeah.
like the Skarner. Malzahar tax must be paid, otherwise you will pay with your life.
And I really like the fact that the QSS tax from the Malzahar is coming out now, because one, it's a magic resistance item, but look at the rest of AHS Black. They don't do a whole lot of magic resist, and sinking 1,300 gold in something that's only useful against one character at all is just going to feel really, really bad for the Indeed members.
Very, very excellent observation. I absolutely agree. Yeah, this is another instance where when you pick a champion like Malzahar, a champion like, what are the champions you need QSS for that do magic damage?
Oh.
Hard for any to come in mind, but essentially
Zoe?
the point is, that's actually a pretty good one. But the point is, when you do pick these champions, you're a lot better off picking not characters like Kai'Sa in bot lane and a Rumble in top lane. Instead, it's much better to go for this heavy AD stack with one guy who has this a spell that requires you to build a QSS. You just get so much more value there.
Oh, walking in.
Oh, Polar Bear's going to be in big trouble here. They actually cancel the Flag and Drag, and he just catches himself in the Cataclysm with the enemies here. Alpha Strike.
Wow.
Can Yoo-Hoo Maniac survive? Oh, the big brain flash actually into the brush. I don't think he can escape as Season 9 Diamond gets away. Not enough sustain there as Korean Banana will take Yoo-Hoo Maniac there. I like the idea. Didn't work out quite well enough as Wonder Ginger is going to go down. That's a double kill from Warshoes. And things are starting to look scary for AHS Black. But in the bottom lane, here we go. Glacial Fissure. Orbit, can he sustain? Will it be enough? He's burning from the Ignite. It should not be enough. Genosyn's is dominating as Bear King actually steps forward, takes even more damage. The press the attack, doing work for Genosyn's.
Yeah, you know, earlier throughout this entire game, I was really questioning the Titanic Hydra coming out of Shen, and I think I see why now. In that driving Cataclysm, Shen did such an absurd amount of damage. I absolutely did not see that coming at all whatsoever, and I think that one item by that Titanic Hydra in that moment definitely turned that around.
I think the other big thing that you got to look at is the fact that simply playing Shen against Master Yi is pretty strong. Having the Spirit's Refuge to deny all the damage allowed him to get that return damage off in the first place, and if the Spirit's Refuge hadn't been there, they wouldn't have even been alive long enough for him to start turning things around. But as it was, again, AHS Black making these small fumbles. They are taking fights that look good on the face of it, but then you have to actually keep in mind what mechanics are available to the individual champions, and it's starting to punch them quite a bit.
Uh-oh, Yoo-Hoo Maniac in trouble once more, trying to heal up as best he can. He will escape here. Thanks to the assistance of Wonder Ginger. That's actually going to be the ultimate, but he's immediately going to get countered back. Wonder Ginger's in trouble, and he gets blown up by Morshoes.
I don't know if you guys heard the noise I made as soon as he ulted, but I was like, oh, he's dead.
I heard.
Yeah, I heard that. It sounded like a dying animal.
I heard something like an oof or a yikes or something like that.
Yeah, you know, Wonder Ginger has had some really good ultimates on Malzahar. That was not one of them.
Oh, but this could be great. Getting on a Polar Bear. He's just able. No, he cannot escape. Actually, Yoo-Hoo Maniac with the Alpha Strike will get the follow and forces the flash out of Polar Bear.
Yeah, with a Dragon coming up in only 20 seconds, a second Ocean, not the most impactful thing in the world, but always makes the Elemental Drake stronger, and giving yourself scaling tools with this Master E, always something you're going to be excited about. And with the Jarvan being forced to bag, it should be going into AHS Black's pockets.
If we get to the Elder Dragon stage of this game, which, to be clear, we have yet to reach in this series, it is solid. It will give you even more sustain, and stacking those elementals obviously makes that Elder even more powerful, but indeed looking for the contest. They may not even care as much about the Drake as much as the opportunity to fight here. The gold lead is shrinking minute by minute. That's going to be the ultimate from Genosins. Will force Indeed to back away. Doesn't mean they can secure the Drake. Oh, no, it's stolen by Morshoes. The Ocean Drake grabbed by Indeed.
Wow, coming in again. I was already looking at Polar Bear as potentially being able to come up with a steal since AHS Black had taken so long to actually start off. I wasn't expecting it to come out from Viger, and now you see AHS Black actually sent Season 9 Diamond down to the bottom lane. This might be a lost turret with his baby cage.
Oh, forced the flash away. Genosins, his support will get deleted as Korean Banana grabs the kill on a Drifted, and they're looking for this Tier 1 tower in the mid lane. Towers are tied 1-1 for each team. The wave clear, though, is good enough for AHS Black to force them off of the tower.
And something I'd like to point out while we have a lull here for about 1 minute wave. Again, Indeed is showing so much more poise in these objective dances. That's the second time this series where AHS Black has gained control of an objective dance and was the team who should have came out with the objective. Instead, Indeed comes out with another steal.
Yeah, I'm also surprised to see that Season 9 Diamond, while seeing all 5 members of Indeed, chose to rotate into the mid lane. I don't feel like his presence would have affected the outcome on that turret one way or another, and probably could have gotten a little bit more farm, maybe a little bit of damage onto the bottom lane turret. But as it is, AHS Black, we still have to remember, they are technically winning this game. They are up about 1,500 gold. They still have a mastery that's going to be scaling, and nobody's paid the Malzahar tax yet.
Things are looking scary, though. AHS Black had such a solid early lead, and they still do have a minor lead. It's about 1,500 gold. The Lucian is very strong at 6-0-0, but the problem is the Caitlyn is going to continue to catch up. There's still about a half an item disparity between the 280 carries, but if Bear King can get that second, third item, the landscape of this game will shift drastically. Wonder Ginger has to avoid the stun there and will be able to get away from danger for now, as AHS Black is looking to pressure topside. They've swapped the bottom lane up here. They've got Yoo-Hoo Maniac nearby for protection. I use that word loosely with a Yi. Obviously, there's kill pressure, but with the way this game has gone so far for Yoo-Hoo Maniac, I'm not that scared of him if I'm on Indeed. He has consistently gone maybe a little too over-aggressive, has been able to get caught a couple of times here. Indeed, looking to pressure mid once more. That tower at about a third of its health, and with the Caitlyn, you should be able to siege that fairly easily. If they can try and zone Wonder Ginger off, it would make their lives a lot easier. They're sustaining up from the Ocean Drake.
Here we see Kled is walking up for a potential ult engage. Kled and Malzahar ults are up. If there was a time AHS wants to use the combo, it's probably now, especially with the Shen pushed on the tower.
Trying to get onto Polar Bear. The Bear Trap on a rope will cancel the Flagging Dragon. There's the charge onto the front line. There's the Glacial Fissure, knocks up Bear King. It denies a lot of early damage as Morshoes goes gold. Polar Bear is so low. Can I get him down? Yoo-Hoo Maniac gets the first kill, but here comes Indeed. Down goes Season 9 Diamond. Everything's going wrong. Drifted cannot escape. That's the Malzahar caught taunted it, taken down the triple kill for Korean Banana, and AHS Black is on the ropes.
Korean Banana has been actually performing immensely well on this shed. We already talked about how there's a bunch of auto attackers on AHS Black. Spirit's Refuge playing a ton of pressure onto the team of AHS simply because they can't auto attack through it. But the other thing, Yoo-Hoo Maniac has been making the same mistake over and over again.
Yep.
He keeps standing on top of the baby cage and getting himself stunned, which is the one thing you can't do as a Master Yi. And going for a Spear Shojin is not going to make that situation any easier.
You know, it's hard. It's really unfortunate to say, but I really think one of the biggest things that AHS Black could have done this game was keep your Master Yi in your own jungle. Keep him on a leash. Throughout this early game, you know, if we forego the last 3-4 times that Master Yi has died and the situations that arose from him putting himself into the enemy team's jungle, AHS Black should have a very clean, concise game, breaking this game apart with their 6-0 Lucian, just moving their dual lane from tower to tower and breaking the towers one by one. Instead, we see the Master Yi is constantly trying to go for these fights that are not even really over an objective or anything. They're really just over vision control. And that is not at all what your objective should be as a Master Yi.
Yeah, we saw, I mean, Master Yi is functionally like an assassin, right? Oftentimes you see assassins focused on getting this flank to get into the back line or waiting for everybody else's cooldowns to all be used before going in. It's how you play Katarina. So this will be an interesting thing. I think it's going to... Yeah, I think they're just going to disengage here. Season 9 Diamond should be able to get out. If he wants to commit the charge...
He might have to.
Right,
Yeah, he does.
Okay. But Master Yi does the same thing. He wants all the cooldowns to be down. He needs at least the baby cage to have relieved itself. And you already have the engage tools on your team. You have charge and the Malzahar ultimate. You were already talking about the combo. That's how you get a team fight started, not by running at them with an auto attacker.
Exactly.
Bottom lane will be the scene for possibly our next action here. Drift is in trouble. He's actually caught out, taking a lot of damage. Polar Bear over the wall will lock him down a little longer, and more shoes will take him down. Season 9 Diamond actually able to dismount his way out of the Cataclysm, but here comes the rest of the team. Big trouble for Yoo-Hoo Maniac, but he will go into the Alpha Strike. Can he survive? He will not. That's the double kill for more shoes. Season 9 Diamond soon to follow. Bear King is going big on the Caitlyn. Geno Sins, can he get away? He actually flashes after more shoes. Can he trade the kill? He will not. Yes, he will. The shutdown. But it does not matter. That's a 4-for-1, and Indeed is pushing bottom lane.
I am blown away by how phenomenal Morse's cages were throughout that entire fight. The first cage on that tri-bush cuts off 3 paths of exit. The second cage on the same tri-bush, 3 paths of exit. The third cage on that blue buff, an entire intersection full of exits. Those were some, not only were those cages, you know, obviously placing champions inside of them, obviously landing them, but those were on some very key strategic positions for the enemy team, for AHS Black to have any hopes of escaping that team fight.
I also want to praise him for his immaculate timing with his abilities. Getting the ultimate onto the Braum right as the Unbreakable went down, guaranteeing a full damage. Also landing the W on Master Yi right as he came out of Alpha Strike.
That's the second fight in a row he's done.
Yeah, he's been like hard reading this guy every single time. People were looking at, oh, well, we'll get back to that.
Oh, the flank coming in from Season 9 Diamond. Can they get the fight in return? Glacial Fissure will knock him a few. Polar Bear's going low, but Bear King is kiting pretty well, but he's going to get Malzahar ulted. You haven't paid your taxes, good sir, and you will be punished. The IRS is on their way. Orbit is going to fall as well. And here comes AHS Black. Season 9 Diamond forced to dismount. He cannot remount as of yet. More shoes able to zone them away with the baby cage. Oh, Yoo-Hoo Maniac wants in. He's looking to pop off. He's taking a lot of damage, and Korean Banana gets the kill. More shoes will get the ultimate from the Shen. Can he walk away? Korean Banana's alive, but not for long. The shutdown for Geno Sins. More shoes will escape, it appears. The Drake will be secured by AHS Black, and they will survive for now.
So greedy, so greedy. They knew that they had everything
doesn't know anything but go.
Oh my gosh, they had a 5-2 advantage on the board with no jungler for Indeed, and they decided, yes, they can go for the fight. Yes, they should probably win it, but again, don't initiate your fight with the Master Yi auto-attacking. Move yourself to Baron. Just take the free objectives. There's an Infernal Dragon and a Baron up on the field that you should be able to take your pick which one you want to go for. And because they end up giving over a couple kills, this Viger gets more time to scale, and we've already praised More Shoes enough, but just seeing him play again is absolutely mind-boggling to see how he's keeping this team in this game.
Oh yeah, and I think it's been a common theme for Indeed throughout this season. You know, whenever we see games where it's not really so prevalent here because his top lane Shen is kind of popping off. But whenever we see games where Indeed as a team starts to really fall behind in the mid game, time and time again, they rely on Morshoes with his immaculate positioning, immaculate wave control on these control mages to really get them through the mid game. And Morshoes is really displaying that once again in the finals.
If I'm Yoo-Hoo Maniac right now and you continue to want to go aggressive, and obviously Yi has that power to an extent, I want to see a Guardian Angel out of him to survive,
Oh,
but
wow.
it's not going to save the Lucian here. Is down goes Genosins, and now it's the 5v4. Orbit will catch out Yoo-Hoo Maniac for now. This could be it. Indeed is looking for the title. 2 dead for AHS Black. They have to defend, but it's going to take a Herculean, I forget how to pronounce that, but a huge effort to try and defend the base. 2 inhibs are down, and it looks like Indeed will take the safe approach. They're going to look for the Baron.
Yeah, I would say when Wonder Ginger goes down here, they're going to go right to the other side of the map and go ahead and pick that objective up. But actually a ton of damage coming out from Wonder Ginger is going to dissuade them from coming back.
And we spent this entire series really bashing on this Wayne pick, but there, 2 max range grabs in a row, and all of a sudden 2 inhibs are down. I'm thinking Orbit's probably feeling pretty good about his pick right now.
He wasn't feeling good about it the first 12 minutes.
Oh, yeah, 0, 4, and 0. But he's redeeming himself. I mean, look at the items in his inventory. I think he's probably going for the Rylai's once again. It's a little bit less effective this time since you do have the Master Yi. Can't be slowed in Highlander. But this is interesting. They're stopping backs of multiple members. It's going to be on Vision, but AHS Black is going to start the Baron.
Okay, here's the thing. They have Vision. They should have had Vision on the Caitlyn. Is going to get back to base. This is actually huge. They're going to get the teleport. They have the numbers advantage here. They just need to avoid the smite steal. They're just fighting 5v2. Green Banana and Polar Bear trying to survive, but Green Banana's going to go down. That's 2. AHS Black gets the Baron. Now they're looking for the fight. Morshoes has to kite away, but can he escape? Force the flash away. Glacial Fissure will secure the kill on Orbit. They trade one back, but it's a triple kill for Yoo-Hoo.
Oh, wow.
They lock down Morshoes for now, but they cannot take him down. It's 3 for 2, but the Baron goes to AHS.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh. Bear King stays too long. Genosins is going to get the kill. More shoes looking for another one. That's the QSS. That's the redemption to heal up the Vagar. He goes cold. Yoo-Hoo Maniac. Oh, nearly goes down there. Good job from Drifted. More shoes still wants to kill. He's going to stay. Genosins. He gets the kill. Flash away. Goes gold and survives.
Wow.
The ace. It's actually not delayed. The ace for AHS. Oh my goodness.
What a crazy game. I like the aggression. We already saw that Wonder Ginger was stopping the backs on the other side of the map, which meant that for sure Bear King couldn't join. We saw Korean Banana and Polar Bear go in, and I respect that they felt that they needed to stop the Baron from going down right then and there. But as it is, they end up giving up way more because without a front line, Morshoes and Bear King can't stand up to the massive damage that's coming out from AHS Black.
One thing I do want to point out, towards the end of that fight, Morshoes really, truly was a raid boss. All 3, the Master Yi, the Lucian, the Braum, really had to give absolutely their all to kill that Vagar. They've got no flashes anymore. None of those 3 guys have a flash after going for that Vagar. Honestly, I don't even think that was really worth. I think Morshoes is probably feeling pretty good about having blown all those flashes. Yeah, he probably had a decent bounty on him, but again, this is really showing how effective this guy is on Vagar.
Yeah, and we see that finally Yoo-Hoo Maniac is paying his taxes. He's got himself a QSS to get out of the baby cage. Pretty much the one bit of CC from Indeed that you really have to be paying attention to, and now that he can get out of that, he can actually kill more shoes, and more resources need to be devoted to actually keeping the Viger alive. But just as we talked about earlier, Zoe as T goes to infinity, Viger as T goes to infinity, he will eventually kill someone. So AHS Black needs to kill him before the probability hits 100.
Right.
Cloud Drake spawning in 5 seconds. And one thing we have to mention, I talked about it earlier, we never really got to that Elder Dragon stage of the game, but there's a possibility right now. If AHS Black can hold on, keep Indeed from crashing their base, they have an opportunity here. Cloud Drake will easily be secured by Indeed here. No contest by HS Black. In my opinion, completely unnecessary. The single Cloud Drake is certainly powerful on its own, but you've already got Double Mountain and an Ocean. Not too important to contest for that objective. Just working on clearing out these waves, setting themselves up for the defense.
Now, I'm curious, with the Cloud Drake being what it is at 30-something minutes in the game, do you feel like they should have just left it up and delayed the Elder spawning?
That would have been interesting.
That's a very interesting point. So my initial opinion is as a player is probably not, because the enemy team has Baron, and typically you want to try to take those objectives that are further out on the map before the team with Baron gets a chance to push out and, start to really push all of your waves into your side of the map, start corralling you and taking everything else behind them. However, in this instance, the team with Baron was initially pushed into their base, which is, typically sort of rare for a team with Baron. So that fundamental League of Legends concept of, taking objectives before the enemy team has a chance to spill out onto the map probably didn't apply so much there. You might have been right. They probably could have left that Dragon up for at least another minute and a half longer. In fact, we can even see, since AHS Black still hasn't gotten a chance to push out on the map, theoretically, they could have waited all the way until about now to take the Dragon.
Yeah, I
whether
wonder
that's
if they
a
even
big
take
difference.
it at all.
Yeah, they might not even have had to take it at all. Exactly.
Here's the problem. HS Black has the inside track on mid lane. Indeed is all in the top side.
This is not
This
the right
is
call
a
from
mini
Indeed.
base race. HS Black,
There's no Baron buff, though.
they
Yeah,
should
but they have a Master Yi.
They should near simultaneously take down these. No, they're actually going to take it down faster.
have a Master
Are
Yi.
you kidding
This
me?
is
They're going
definitely-
for a base race. Indeed takes down the tier 2, but
They
they're
have to go back.
slower.
They have to
They're
go
going to
back.
lose an inhib. This is absolutely huge.
In fact, they
middle
will lose
inhib's
more.
down. They're going for the charge. HS Black is looking for the finish.
That
The
TP will be
TP is
canceled.
coming in. It's
There's no
going
way
to be
finishes
too
on time.
late.
Oh, it does.
HS Black, the big brain play. They're trying to win the fight. This is going to be huge. Death timers
they're
are so
rushing the
low.
Nexus.
They're bashing on the Nexus. Can they defend? Wonder Ginger's backing away.
Oh,
They kept
no.
the shutdowns. Uh-oh. Here comes Indeed. Flash away from Wonder Ginger. He's going to eat the damage from the Caitlyn. Can they escape? That's the Cataclysm. AHS Black is locked down, but the minions are in the base. It's stalling Indeed for now. Drifted will fall. Wonder Ginger, you've got to juke the flag and drag. He cannot. The double kill in Korean Bananas on the top side. AHS Black, they all needed to focus the Nexus. They didn't do it. This might be the game.
The big brain play is matched by the bigger brain play. You bait the enemy team into your own base so that you can
biggest
kill them
baits
all.
ever.
They lose so much. They give up 3 turrets, an inhibitor, and 2 Nexus turrets, but now with the teleports, they're all coming back. People are still dead. Maniac's got 3 seconds left. We'll see if he can make the heroic effort.
It's going to take a valiant defense from AHS. Here comes Maniac. 1 Nexus tower falls. They don't have the minion weight. That's the big thing here. We can see a defense here. Charge is almost available for Season 9 Diamond. They're chasing Indeed out of the base. Here comes a fight. Down goes Maniac, but Bear King is so low, Genosins has to back away.
That's triple inhibs for sure. They're going to potentially look to try and end the game here. They still have a 5v3 advantage, even with Bear King almost dead.
This is insane. 40 seconds on Maniac. He is not a part of this game. Charge comes in. They're looking
Good
for
take.
the significant target. They're going to try and get on Bear King. He's so low. He's able to net away, but he goes down. Genosins gets the kill. Orbit trying to back away, but it's not enough. They've got the Glacial Fissure. They are going to get
There's
the
wards in the enemy
suppression.
base. There's wards.
Korean
TPs
Banana.
into the wards.
TPs. AHS Black.
Wow.
One more time. Going for the base. Season 9 Diamond, along with Wonder Ginger, will get onto the Nexus. And ladies and gentlemen, I cannot believe I'm saying this, but we are going to Game 4.
Huge plays coming up for both sides of the map. Finding multiple members. You just look at Season 9 Diamond. He goes for the charge, hits Shen, but flashes forward in order to get the damage onto Bear King and more shoes, and they deny the damage at the very beginning of that fight. Oh my god, that was amazing. That was so fun.
So the biggest brain play of that was actually that they had no minion wave. Their
Yes.
minion wave got stuck at the top lane inhibitor, and so the towers get the backdoor bonus. They can't take them down as quickly. It gives just enough time for HS Black to respawn, defend the base, and then TP in to finish. That was an insane finish to that game.
Yeah, I would have never expected. If you told me that game was going to end that way with a double base trade, the enemy team making it all the way to the Nexus, committing for the Nexus instead of committing for the team fight, all dying in front of the Nexus in what was one of the most valiant efforts I've ever seen, just to see the game seesaw all the way to the other side, the exact same thing happened, and then seesaw back to the original side, and then that way, that was incredible. What an ending, my goodness. AHS really showing, like, again, all odds were against them. They were down 2-0 against this veteran team, but they're still showing, the level of decisiveness that's needed to bring out an upset.
All right, but we got to calm down a little bit. That's the first game.
Okay.
They
Do we
got
have
to
to
win
calm
2
down?
Everybody
more.
chat. I need deep
2
breaths
more.
in the nose.
There's no Master
Out the
Yi
mouth.
next game, like 100%. There is 0 chance that Maniac's going to play that.
I was going to say, and it's not even because it's going to draw a pair.
yeah, but the big thing is, like, we've been seeing that More Shoes has such a deep champion pool. He's been able to play whatever. He is performing, and the one time he didn't at the very end when he gets sniped out, the team ends up losing. So there's still a really cool reverse sweep, but I think I'm still on track for Indeed with my 3-1.
I don't know.
They definitely set your prediction up fairly well there.
Yeah.
Indeed had some opportunities there. I have to say, honestly, okay, that was just an absolute roller coaster of emotions at the end. But it really should have ended with the initial push. I mean, it was a little bit of a misplay with AHS Black. They kind of waffled on, do we take the Nexus? Do we back away? And it's
They
just,
hit the wrong Nexus turret.
and if
Yeah,
you
they
just
did split aggro on that,
if you just hard commit and finish that, they probably win. There's no reverse back and then back into the base. They probably win it right there. But in the end, it doesn't really matter. They get the victory. They survive, live to fight another day, and then we'll go into Game 4. They obviously are still with their backs against the wall. They've got to win one more here to force a deciding Game 5, which would be nuts, considering how the first 3 games of this series have gone. But all things considered, now we've got to go into Game 4, and I honestly don't feel like Indeed needs to adapt at all in the Champion Select. I think they've done a great job, and it showed in the statistics of that game. I think they did really good. Outside of drop the swing.
Yeah.
You either, and they probably will. They'll be on red side this game. They'll ban it away. But Indeed, I don't think has to adapt whatsoever in the draft. What do you need to see change from HHS? Because I still look at that and I'm like, I am still not sure if they're getting everything that they need. You talked about anything else.
Yeah. I mean, again, I really like Lane Kingdom from this team. I was not impressed by the mastery. It was a really cool pick. It did a lot to force things on the game, but the actual execution of it was missing out on quite a bit. But if you can find a winning matchup for Genozans into More Shoes, he's already shown that he can do well in bad matchups. If he can find a comfortable matchup where he's on a good champion, then he can actually start turning that around and actually, again, start preventing these long games from happening, which is where Indeed is thriving.
Yeah, but I think AHS has been spending the entire series chasing that sort of dynamic in the mid lane. You know, every match before this one, they've been definitely putting a majority of their bans onto More Shoes in the mid lane. This time around, they put all 4 of their expendable bans outside of the outside of the Kais at the Zach.
I think it's Zach.
The Zach ban was a little bit questionable. Maybe we might see 5 bans this time on the More Shoes.
Yeah, maybe 5 is what they need.
Because I think a big theme from this series so far is AHS is putting a ton of resources into their draft on More Shoes, which I think is the right call. Because More Shoes throughout the season, at least from what I've seen, seems to be the pillar for Indeed. When push comes to shove, he seems to really hold the team down in team fighting. That might be one of the biggest changes that they should make, is to put all 5 bans on More Shoes this time around. Really take the Veigar away too. This guy's just putting up too consistent of results in all of these games. And on the other side of that, other players on Indeed are showing some cracks in their armor.
Yeah. I mean, we've kind of gotten so far past the game where Bear King gets a pentakill to win the game.
Yeah.
Right? Like, he is not a slouch later on in the game, but he has been playing the Caitlyn predominantly, which is, again, an auto champion that does a whole lot in the mid game. I think if they're able to match and both teams start going for a mid game style, we'll see some kind of benefit going over to AHS Black, simply because they've been showing how willing they are to go for these big fights in the first place.
It's definitely an interesting dynamic to follow, but we are into Champion Select for game number 4, as we already mentioned. AHS Black back onto the blue side here. An early focus on the More Shoes champion pool. We'll have to see if anything hits the ban table for Indeed from that last game. Do you take away the Lucian? The Veigar. That, just so much respect for More Shoes there, understanding that he has really been such a stable pillar for Indeed, and even when they push him down on his 5th, 6th picks, they're still certainly viable. I'm expecting. The interesting thing is AHS elected in Game 2 to first pick the Zoe. Are they willing to do it again?
Yeah, my initial opinion is probably not, because in that game where we saw the Zoe into the Lux, it seemed like the Zoe pilot was much less comfortable in both the early and mid game than the Lux pilot was. Wow, we're seeing another Zach ban here. That's definitely the one point of contention that I have with AHS Black's approach to these drafts in games 3 and 4.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely seem to want Polo Bear on the Jarvan.
Yeah.
Right, and it's, Jarvan's a solid champion. He's not a fantastic champion. He's not a weak champion. He's just kind of pretty solid. And if Polar Bear is comfortable playing it, then more power to him. It's been pretty solid so far. But this is interesting. This is not a champion you tend to see first pick much in general.
Wow.
And I'm curious to see what Indeed is going to respond to it with. Do they pick the Lucian for themselves? Yep.
There you go. Bear King had a great performance on it in the first game of this series, a very dominant victory for Indeed, and it was paired up with the Swain that time around. We will see it with a different support for Indeed this time around, and it won't, in fact, be with the Braum. But no surprises here. The J4 hover and locked in there for Polo Bear will be his third game on that champion in the series.
So one thing I'm looking to see in the next phase of the draft from Indeed is whether they're going to go ahead and pick the mid laner now, which again is very unconventional for Red Side, but given that HS Black has shown time and time again that they are going to pincer the heck out of you if you don't pick the mid laner now, is More Shoes feeling threatened, or is he going to decide, yeah, show me what you got, throw all your bans on me, I'm going to show you another pick that you aren't, not only are you not ready for, but another pick that I'm extremely solid on.
Yeah, it's interesting to see because we've seen 4 bans plus a pick coming up from More Shoes. So no matter what, they can't get that many bans out at this point. He's going to get something that is either ban-worthy or pick-worthy at this point. But it's also worth noting that they are sticking with the lineup that they actually won a game with. Season 9 Diamond in the top lane, Yuhu Maniac in the jungle, Wonder Ginger in the mid lane, and Genozans moving down to 80 carry. But they might human swap again, like you were talking about before.
It doesn't even mean anything at this point. After Yuhu Maniac pulls out the Master Yi jungle, switching after a 4-man human swap, at this point I don't trust any of their positions in the draft.
One thing to note here is that Jack's pickup by the side of HS Black could go to Yuhu Maniac. Fits a bit of the play style that he showed with the Yi, but it also could go up to Season 9 Diamond. I don't know how I feel about blind picking your top lane that early, and it will mean the Victor pick there for Indeed as they get the matchup into the Malzahar. So now we'll see heavy focus from AHS Black towards top lane and the support pool.
I have a feeling this Jax might actually be going to Yuhu Maniac, right? I know a lot of Master Yi players kind of consider Jax kind of like a poverty version of Master Yi, right? You still have a lot of auto attack damage. You have pseudo invincibility or intargetability with your Alpha Strike, and then you have your Q to just get onto targets. We'll see if it ends up coming out. It's definitely a very powerful champion, but with the Master Yi ban coming through, I mean, I feel like it's all an elaborate bait.
I'm really interested by that Master Yi ban. I mean, I think a big reason why they went ahead and did that is one, again, there's a lot of variants, a lot of stuff that you can't be sure about from AHS Black's draft. Not only in the flexibility with their champions, but the fact that they've got 4 people who are comfortable with human swapping. On top of that, Indeed's composition on those first 3 picks absolutely get demolished by Master Yi. There's pretty much nothing a Victor can really do against a Master Yi compared to the effects that a Veigar can bring to the table.
Do we see the Kled here? It's open. I like the Shen ban to take it away from Korean Banana. Maybe give AHS Black an opportunity to attack the top lane because it's been so difficult to try and win through mid lane. But they will save the top lane counter pick for last as the Nami is locked in with the Lucian. That's a solid 2v2 lane right there. That can be fairly lane dominant if Bear King wants to play aggressive. He certainly has the opportunity to with the Nami backing him up and the Tristana to match.
Yeah, as the bot lane player, I'm going to go ahead and say why. Earlier in the series, I do remember that Indeed threw out a Draven ban, indicating that, Genosins plays the Draven. Tristana is one of Lucian's best matchups. As a Lucian player, you would love to play against a Tristana. Reason being, your power spikes are very well timed against hers to accelerate the game and push it ahead, and he's got a Nami to boot. Of course, Genosins might totally prove me wrong and show that he's an absolute wizard at this matchup, but I'm seriously doubting that pick.
Yeah, but it wasn't Genozans playing 80 carry previously. Like, if you assume that
true.
their positions are like actually where they're likely to play, it gets interesting. I was going to suggest that Tristana might actually be a solo lane pick, simply because it's really cool and something that just kind of strikes me as AHS Black kind of trying to snowball things out of control. But look, Jax is going to be going into the jungle right here. Genozans is going to be bringing out the Tristana. I'm also not super excited about the Tristana in this game, but when you also have a lot of people hitting each other in melee range, Tristana is also a pretty solid champion to play into that because you are not a melee champion at all later on in the game.
Yeah, that's definitely worth considering. In another instance where the game becomes as scrappy as games, 2 and 3 have been, Tristana is definitely one of those characters that it's not really as much as as X approaches infinity, Veigar and Zoe are gonna nuke your team and kill you. But your chances for counterplay against a Tristana just become so much harder as she gets closer to level 16 with Fire Cannon. The game becomes much easier for her to play. And in a game like this, where Indeed lacks, they have some forms of getting CC and damage on the backline with Jarvan's range, Ornn's range, and Victor's range in terms of their engage ability and their damage ability. But it's pretty weak compared to Tristana's ability to stay at the outside of a fight. Um, so I think in that sense, I can definitely see the effectiveness of the pick. But again, that being said, the lane matchup looks very difficult.
We'll see. We'll see how it ends up going. I think the difference that's nice for Humaniac is he's actually playing a champion that has good ganks early on. Right, Jax is one of those characters that can theoretically gank as early as level 2. You just go do your red buff, you run in, you leap strike, counter strike someone, and they're stunned. And in a lane like just on a Braum, where you have a lot of damage, you have extra stuns being laid on top of the counter strike, it becomes very lethal very quickly.
Well, as we prepare for game number 4 here, AHS Black grabbing the victory in game number 3 to stay alive in this series. Do want to remind you guys one more time, as I may do throughout the night, we are giving away a beautiful Cloud 2 HyperX headset. The same headsets that we actually use here at Esports Arena. I can tell you many an hour I have spent with this headset on. They are phenomenal, great sound quality. The microphone is awesome. Very comfortable to wear.
They're very comfortable. I actually wanted to testify as a former player. I actually am the kind of player who, as a competitive league player, you got to put in long grinds, long hours into your grinds. And a headset like that, I'm pretty prone to getting headaches. I never got headaches with the Cloud headset. These headsets are actually pretty comfortable. I'm not saying this because I'm paid by HyperX. It's actually a pretty good headset. So you guys should be excited for a chance to get one for free. Just saying. I wish I could.
If you guys want to take this little beauty away from me, make sure to stick around the rest of the night. Be active in chat. We will do the giveaway at the end of this series, whether it ends after game 4 or game number 5. Remember, this one's on the line at the end of the series. But we've got a best of 5 to finish. We're going into game number 4. AHS Black with the opportunity to tie the series up, move on to game number 5, and force the decider. Maybe some silver scrapes tonight. We weren't feeling it after game number 2, but hey, my 3-2 prediction's looking a little better now.
It is getting closer. Getting closer. It's still, Indeed has been playing a much better macro game throughout the night. And this is definitely a time where good macro can win you a lot, because now you have some fantastic engage tools with the Ornn. Something that they've been not quite lacking, because they've always had the Jarvan, but something that's become even stronger than it has been in the past.
Yeah, on that note, in fact, they have a particularly strong team composition to exercise that macro level play, like you said. They have a dominant bot lane matchup. They have a mid laner with strong wave clear and an advantageous matchup. He does outrange the Malzahar. And you've got a top laner that, he's not going to win in the side lane, but, typically top lane doesn't really play too much of a role in your overall macro. Whether he's pushing or pulling, your mid and bot lane matchups are really what's going to determine which side of the map are you trying to control, and how your mini waves are behaving in response to how your top laner is getting pushed in or pulled.
Yeah, as a top lane, he's already called that out. I feel this super hard. You often feel like the other player on the team, where it's like, hey, go here. It's like, okay.
Yeah, basically, it comes down to. I mean, if Indeed had the Jax, then it's an entirely different story. Then the top laner is usually the one dictating these macro moves, and is the one timing his crashes on the side lane with the rest of his team pushing up in mid and top to, initiate that 1-3-1, all 3 waves crashing at once. But in a game like this, where your top laner is likely to be, pushed in, it's an Ornn versus a Jax, it becomes very beneficial to have your mid and bot lane have champions that can still push despite your top laner losing the side lane matchup. In fact, it becomes very, very necessary.
Yeah.
So this is absolutely a game where their macro level play will absolutely prove to be beneficial to them.
This might be the first game where we've seen a team unable to realistically affect a 1-3-1 style of composition. You're looking at having an Ornn. You mentioned the Jax, but there's also a Clan and a Malzahar. All 3 of these champions are going to be beating Ornn up over and over and over as the game continues to go along. So they don't really have a second split pusher. Victor can split push against some of these characters, but there's absolutely no way for Korean Banana to do that. So they can't play a 1-3-1. AHS Black is very, very happy in a 1-3-1.
Yeah, absolutely they are. Just then we saw HS Black try another new invade path. Unfortunately, Indeed is very disciplined in their 5-point and is able to spot it out right on time.
See if there's anything particularly interesting in the early jungle paths. We've been seeing a lot of people starting at blue buff, which is a bit surprising, and a little bit of damage. Do they notice? A little bit surprising that Korea Banana didn't get any damage to start that off, but it's all good. You're just going to be walking back and forth. Both characters not really affected by this early mana expenditure, so we'll see what ends up happening. But both junglers instead going to be starting on the bottom half of the map.
You know, one thing I actually would have been interested to see from Indeed in this Game 4 might have been, I mean, if the Braum wasn't there, I think a late invade would have been awesome here. Jax is an early jungler that if you are able to heavily disrupt his first opening clear, he gets slowed down a considerable amount. And like you said earlier, he has a very strong likelihood to be able to land a level 2 gank. With lane setup like Braum, that becomes a real threat. But if you go ahead and just late invade it with your lane dominant matchup in the Lucian Nami, you hit 2 birds with 1 stone there. Unfortunately, they do have the Braum, and it's kind of risky to invade into a Braum, so it's understandable.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough situation, and I feel like they did kind of the right thing, but now Yuhu Maniac looks to be opting into a full clear, as you often see, red buff into Krugs, into Raptors, and the other side of the map. But kind of trying to read out this level 2 gank, we already see Polo Bear chilling out in the bottom half of the map. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the read correct this time. It's going to end up wasting a lot of his own tempo.
Yeah, it's definitely wasting a lot of his time, which is really important as an early tempo-based jungler like the Jarvan. I sort of like the move. Even though the Jackson ended up going for the gank, a lane like Braum Tristana can definitely go for a flash Q all in, again, if the Lucian Nami is ever pushing up on the second mini wave like they were in this lane. I think against a challenger level players in the Braum and the Tristana, that gank might have actually worked. Players like that would absolutely go for a high risk, high reward, or a low risk, high reward play like that. Here we see Jax go for level 2.
More shoes, force a flash away. Yuhu Maniac going for the fall of the Airy. It's not
Barely
quite
lives.
enough there. Wonder Ginger taking the teleport instead of Ignite. I'm totally fine with that summoner spell selection, but it means that he can't drop that on More Shoes and he will survive. Flash for flash, actually 2 for 1. More Shoes? He's got teleport? I think he's fine with that.
Yeah, he ends up threading the needle as well. He ends up using his flash in like a millisecond that he had available between the stun and the silence coming out. If he had waited any longer, he would have definitely died in that. And so, getting himself out, trading up, just as you guys have already mentioned, and he's going to be able to push around Wonder Ginger now that there is no mana left on this Malzahar.
Once he eventually gets the back timing, that is, he will be able to. Here we see Ornn, really going for those trades against the Kled. One thing that a lot of you who might be watching who aren't familiar with top lane, you might be thinking whenever you have your top laners playing against Ornns in solo queue, why are you guys losing to Ornn in trades? Well, it turns out, for a tank, Ornn's damage is kind of
Busted.
Ridiculous. Yeah, it is absolutely ridiculous. He has low cooldowns, high base values. Of course, he is behind on CS against the Kled, showing you know, a little bit better wave control from the Kled. I do believe Ornn's CS shouldn't quite be that low.
Whoa.
Wow.
The aggression, Tristana trying to jump in. The Unbreakable will give a little bit of safety there. Bear King forces the flash away as he's burning from the Ignite. Teleports coming from both mid laners, I believe. Yes, it is. Wonder Ginger's here. Bear King is ticking down, and that's going to be first blood for Wonder Ginger.
That's exactly what you were talking about, too.
Yeah.
If Lucian ever goes aggressive, you just flash in, Q him, and now you got a whole bunch of auto attacks, and it ends up meaning that they get a kill down onto Barricade, who ends up blowing both summoners and goes down anyway. So definitely a rough situation coming out and giving up a lot of the early power that makes this counter pick so important.
One thing I do want to point out is earlier in this series, AHS Black was showing a little bit of a lack of proactivity with their teleports. Here in Game 4, we just saw Wonder Ginger was able to turn around what looked to be possibly a double kill for the Tristana lane. It was definitely a good TP. I do like to see the adjustment from AHS Black to be more proactive with their TPs.
What a beautiful gravity field there from More Shoes. The deny would almost assuredly been a kill there for Wonder Ginger or Yuhu Maniac.
I mean, it's a little bit less impactful now, right? Jax is at a little bit of an odd spot where the counter-strike damage is not necessarily enough.
Oh, the
Wow.
flash in! Flash for flash, Season 9 Diamond with the solo kill.
That was the first time Korean Bananas didn't get the W off to deny the pull on the bear trap on a rope, and it ends up costing him his life. And with also his flash down, we'll see if he can try and turn things around, but he's only level 5 against this Diamond.
I really love how the human swap actually is turning out to be not only a great technique to really throw Indeed off, but a sustained advantage in the sense that after these players have been swapped around, they're getting much better results.
Big trouble near the Drake. With an early Inferno, you knew there was going to be action, and Yoo-Hoo Maniac and Drifted both go down. That's an easy secure for Indeed. They will grab this Inferno. Here comes the teleport, though.
Really late TP.
Season 9 Diamond's on his way. Genosins is here. That's a flag and drag in. Catches Wonder Ginger, but they're going to collapse onto the J4, and down he goes. Season 4 Diamond. Season 9, excuse me. Very confident. They're getting after more shoes. No flash. Oh, no. The troll from Orbit, even though it may not have mattered. No blast cone to get more shoes away, and that's another couple of kills for AHS.
I'm surprised that that teleport actually ended up working out. I feel like Bear King distanced himself from the fight a little bit earlier than he needed to. I feel like there's a little bit more damage available, but the fact that neither mid laner had yet hit level 6 was super impactful. You saw how clumped so many members were for AHS Black, and a Gravity Storm, or excuse me, a Chaos Storm would have done a lot of work if he had had it.
Yeah, to piggyback on that thought, you know, again, that TP, I'm surprised it worked because there was no real objective keeping Indeed engaged there. When that TP came down, they already got the dragon. They could have easily just been like, oh, you're TPing?
All right, bye.
We're going to turn around and walk away. Yeah, exactly. The fact that they stayed and fought, it's definitely a sign that, you know, their decision-making, their macro play, is starting to show some holes that we would have never expected to see in games 1 and 2.
You guys mentioned earlier, as the series goes on, people start to make more mistakes. There's more fatigue. And it's not like this game started early in the afternoon. We started at 7 p.m. Pacific time. These players can get a little bit tired, and that macro play may suffer here, as Indeed behind by about 1,300 gold right now. They do have the Inferno Drake, which is a good little cherry on top of a little bit of a rough early game Sunday.
And you know, it's actually going the other way that you would have conventionally expected in terms of where fatigue is showing and in which teams and how. Again, Indeed is the team with 3 seasons of experience getting this far into a tournament. AHS Black is the contender here. And here we're seeing that as the series goes on, AHS Black seems, oh,
more shoes in trouble. The big collapse in mid lane. The Chaos Storm will not do nearly enough, and the double gank to mid secures a kill.
Not surprised that they went forward with that. Wonder Ginger with the flash coming up. They knew it was coming up at the same time, and if he does his proactively, it's very difficult for Morshies to do anything about it. Ends up going down, and if you take 3 members to get a kill on this guy, that's what it's going to take. But now 58 CS to 33, 103 to 020. More shoes. Might have no feet left. Just shoes.
And you are correct. Shout out to 9 Lilies in chat. It is in fact called Late Night League for a reason. It is late in the night. It does work out. So appreciate you picking up on that little bit of wordplay from us here at Esports Arena. Here comes a charge into the mid lane.
This is a big force.
They're looking for the tower dive. Can they get onto more shoes? Polar Bear will tank it, but they're still going to get onto the mid laner. He's able to back away. Wonder Ginger getting some damage onto Polar Bear. Now they have to retreat into the blue side jungle of Indeed, and AHS will get away.
What an opportune dismount right there, by the way, to dodge the Nami bubble after such an extremely forced play. That could have totally been a disaster. I'm really surprised everyone walks out of there with their lives.
I like the idea, though, of trying to punish more shoes right as he gets back to lane. He does have his flash, though, and without a whole lot of vision on the rest of the team, it ends up not getting anything. But it's not punished really either. Like, they're still in exactly the same spot they were previously, just now a couple more members of Indeed, a little bit lower on health, a little bit lower on mana. We also see Bear King, again, going to keep touching on the Lucian itemization. He is going to be going for the Essence Reaver, so he will have plenty of power, but Genosins is likely to be finishing his item first, it looks like.
Tristana 1-0 and 2. A little bit behind in the CS department, but not doing too shabby so far, as the Tristana has shown its power so far in the laning phase. Over 10 minutes into this game, and it's a 2,000 gold lead for AHS Black. Not a lot of tower plates have been taken so far in this game, and the Rift Herald is available. We'll have to see if either of these teams want to go for that objective. But the big thing we have to mention is another Infernal Drake 45 seconds from now. And HS Black is not going to want to give over double Infernal to Indeed.
So here we see Indeed is going for the same technique that they employed in Game 1. Their bot lane is going ahead and initiating the lane swap despite not breaking the tower in order to secure this early Herald. I love this macro decision playmaking from Indeed.
We'll see how much that ends up getting them. Wonder Ginger's in a bit of an odd spot with no flash of his own. And there's a lot of members of Indeed up here.
Oh,
spot him.
he's alone.
Oh, Bear King going to take a little damage. There's the silence, but there's 4 members here of Indeed, so Wonder Ginger can't step forward too far. They're actually going to look for the dive in mid lane. Chaos Storm will lock down, or Gravity Field and Chaos Storm will lock down. Here comes the Ornn. Season 9 damage, taking a lot of damage. Wonder Ginger into the mid lane.
No flash.
This is big trouble. He's going to get collapsed on, and he gets deleted. Bear King with the kill. Here comes Polar Bear, locks them down in the Cataclysm, but he's going to get stunned and taken down. Maniac. Good Glacial Fissure to counter the engage here from the Ornn. HS Black has to retreat. They've got low health bars.
Nice.
Good bubble on the
bubble.
2. But there's not a lot of follow-up. Creaming in, having to back away. Season 9 Diamond taking up so much damage. Bear King's low. Can he go down? They're trying to chase him down. Maniac takes their Creeping in. Here come the resets. Genosins is looking for more. Orbit trying to get away. There's the Unbreakable. They're going to slow down Orbit. The Nami falls. Double kill for the Tristana.
Orbit's nuts. Like, his bubbles are so good. Unfortunately, they blew all of their tools trying to kill Wonder Ginger, that they had nothing left for the follow-up fight. Polar Bear with a great Cataclysm on 4 members doesn't matter because they don't have any damage. He's, again, too far ahead of the rest of the team.
You know, after seeing both of these supports on both of these conventional picks, Braum with the amazing Glacial Fissure and Nami with the amazing bubbles in that game, why were they spending the entire first part of the series picking stuff like Pantheon support and Swain support? I'm so frustrated. As an AD carry player especially, like, you guys are this good at conventional picks? What was going on for the last, like, hour and a half?
They were listening in to our little conversation during the break after Game 2.
Oh,
we were talking about return to conventional supports, bring it back, and I'd say it's working out so far.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, we'll see how it ends up going. The Infernal Dragon does go over to AHS Black, but it's traded for the Rift Herald. It doesn't have a whole lot of time, so I'm not sure if it's going to end up finding any plates. But AHS Black finally being proactive in this game, and we'll see if they find another kill onto Morshoes, who still has no flash.
Oh, good ultimate there, Gravity Field, but Morshoes is still going to go down, and Wonder Ginger actually gets the kill, so the blue buff transfer is complete. Korean Banana retreating to his tier 1 tower that is still alive in the bottom lane. Meanwhile, on the top side, the Rift Herald is immediately dropped. They recognizing the timing with these tower plates and drop the Rift Herald immediately. It will secure the first tower here for Indeed. A little more influx of gold here. Can they secure a second charge?
Yeah, actually, they were off by just a couple seconds.
Oh, wow. They actually lose out. The mid lane tier 1 falls to AHS. Maniac's up here, able to jump away to safety to avoid the tidal wave. Will eat some damage from the Lucian. But here comes Season 9 Diamond. They're continuing to push in mid. That's 2 towers for 1. Indeed gets the Rift Herald. They lose on the tower trade.
Not something you generally expect. Now they just need to stop the ports and look at the collapse coming up from the rest of AHS Black. This is, if they go quickly enough, it could be a potential dive.
Oh, actually, they're not going for the dive. They're going to go ahead and path around. I actually totally agree with that decision, by the way. Putting themselves in between both of those towers without a significant tempo advantage, with the only tempo advantage being that the mid lane was pushed in for 1 wave, that would have been a very, very risky move. And actually, I went ahead and said it, and now they're going to go ahead and do it.
Korean Banana has teleport. He's going to activate it right away. Does AHS back away? Call of the Forge God is available. Season 9 Diamond going to kite away for now. He does not have the charge. Here comes the Call of the Forge God. It's blocked. Beautiful job by Drifted to cancel that ultimate.
How did none of us talk about that previously?
The Braum Morno
It's talked about every time. His biggest counter. I agree.
We trust our viewers to know these.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you guys are pretty smart.
I mean, chat is filled with high-level, top-tier analysis.
Of course. Oh, well, now with no ultimates, they're looking for a dive.
Maniac taking a lot of damage, but actually able to get the counter-strike off and stun Polar Bear. Season 9 Diamond diving into the back.
What a Glacial Fissure.
Beautiful Glacial Fissure. They're going to pop off. Genosins looking for the reset.
Goodness.
That's 2. Looking for the ace. Morshoes falls. The double kill for Genosins and AHS Black with a clean ace in 15 minutes.
Wow. If I couldn't have said it enough from the last team fight, this Braum is looking phenomenal. Also want to give a quick shout out to the Kled real quick, employing those mental tactics, mental warfare, spamming taunt outside of the tower after that team wipe. I'm digging it. I'm really enjoying that.
Hey, BM wins games. Everybody knows that.
I'm just so impressed that everybody on this team is actually on the same page finally. It makes me wonder, like, is this just a normal thing for them? Do they just play whatever position they feel like, and then they're like, all right, guys, I guess now that we're up against the ropes, we got to play our real positions. But Indeed has been, I mean, they've been clearly frustrated. Morshoes has been so attacked on this victory. He hasn't had a whole lot of success. He's 0-4-2, and he's the one that we always look to when the chips are down.
Yeah, you know, one thing I do want to point out about how they've been shutting down Morshoes throughout the series. Last game we saw that they did still have the same combo, the Kled Malzahar combo. But this time around, remember, some of these Kled Malzahar attempts on Morshoes have looked incredibly forced, egregiously forced. But the idea is they're showing such discipline on every time that Kled ult and Malzahar ult is up. Their game plan is simple and it does not change. Throw everything at Morshoes.
Wow, look at that. The easy dive there on a Kareem, and he can't do a thing. And meanwhile, Orbit getting dove under the tier 2 tower. Diamond will drop aggro. He's going to eat a little. Another tower shot, another. Oh, no. The over-aggression will cost the Kled his life, so it's a 1-4-1 in the bottom lane. We talked about the human swap, swapping these lanes around. Honestly, it looks like an entire team swap. AHS Black has completely flipped roles. They look a lot like Indeed did in games number 1 and 2. It's crazy to see how this series has shifted. And I love that you mentioned the Malzahar Kled, because I love, as we talked about earlier, the in-series meta, how things change in draft and this series shifts. And if AHS Black wins this game, I think draft looks very different for game 5.
That crit.
Yeah.
That was a lot of damage. If you had been able to get the ult off, that would have absolutely been a dead fish. But now they just push the support out. That's one of the big engage tools completely removed from the map. They're going to be able to grab themselves this Cloud Drake. It's still before 20 minutes, and AHS Black has a really big gold lead. It doesn't feel like a lane kingdom game so much as they're just making the right proactive plays against the right targets. They've kind of given up on being aggressive in the bottom lane, just kind of letting Season 9 Diamond do his thing up in the top. And now, with the suppression available every single time they come up against Morshoes, he doesn't have an opportunity to outplay it.
Yeah, I think you couldn't have highlighted it better yourself. There's definitely a very clear dynamic shift here in AHS Black's priority and where they're putting, who they're allowing to be aggressive in the early game. It definitely looks like S9 Diamond is one of their most confident, most comfortable players on their team in really pushing his limits throughout the entire early game, really pushing these really forced engages in the early and mid game. But again, that's the level of proactive play that the level of assertiveness that you need in a best of 5 series to throw the enemy team off, especially a team with such an experienced advantage like Indeed. And I'm really loving that adjustment so far.
I feel like I want to start looking at how the next game has to actually shape up, but going very aggressive.
Yeah, Season 9 Diamond wants to continue to play on the front foot. He's going to take down Bear King into the 2v1. Can he remount? Oh, so close.
Wow.
Polar Bear just gets the kill.
If that was 2 minutes later, that probably would have been a Baron pickup for AHS Black as well. And the scary thing is, it can happen again 2 minutes later. Because Season 9 Diamond is just that strong. He's had so many opportunities to go aggressive, and he seems to know the exact ranges of his damage on this champion. So we'll see what ends up happening. But the big thing is, I feel like he needs to do something.
They're going to pick out the Jax here. Yoo-Hoo Maniac getting tossed into the bounce house. He's going to survive for now, but the Chaos Storm should finish him off. That's the shutdown for the Nami. Uh-oh, call the Forge God. Wonder Ginger's in trouble, flashes away, but cannot escape. Warshoes gets the kill there, but he is at least able to trade back. Wonder Ginger takes down Polo Bear. So no smites on the Rift for now.
I want to just say something real quick. What the heck was he doing there? He had it's not like he walked into there over one ward. There was 2 pink wards that he walked through, and another ward in Wraith Bush. Indeed pretty much had a vision of their entire topside jungle, and Jax was just sitting in that bush. I'm kind of surprised how he managed to get into that bush without clearing all those pink wards behind him that he had to have walked through.
Don't know. I mean, we've seen AHS Black junglers make a couple of surprising decisions in their positioning on the map before.
I love how you say junglers as in multiple people.
Yeah, I mean, before it was...
It wasn't
Season 9
Yoo-Hoo
Diamonds.
Maniac to start the season.
That's true. That's very true.
But I feel like Season 9 Diamond needs to be attacked in the next game. And I'm assuming there's going to be a next game at this point, simply because this is a 7,000 gold lead at this point in the game.
Master curse.
Oh.
Well, we'll see what ends up happening.
He's trying to curse his way to a correct prediction. I see what game you're playing.
That's some underhanded tactics, man.
AHS Black has started up the Baron, but Indeed is aware of this. Polar Bear near the pit. Morshoes and Season 9 Diamond both in the bottom lane. The Victor trying to prevent the Kled from threatening that inhib tower. Good gravity field. Diamond actually able to step out of it for now, so he won't be forced to dismount here.
I really like the itemization coming up from Wonder Ginger at the same time. He's picked up a Rylai's for himself, and this isn't the most common item on Malzahar, but it's definitely a good one when you already have plenty of damage on your team, because it allows you to bring more utility. And you already have Tristana, Jax, Kled. You don't need to bring any more, but they're on the Baron once again, and Indeed is going to have to try and find something here.
Polar Bear is on his way. He's a little late to the party. Can they get the secure? Here comes the teleport from the Kled. They need to get the smite. That is Baron for AHS Black, and now they're going to easily collapse on a Polar Bear. Genosin's going aggressive, trying to chase him down. Indeed's in trouble. The Call of the Forge got his drop, but Bear King is so low. He's running for his life. Cream Banana should fall here. He's slowed down by the Brahmin, will fall. And oh no, they've collapsed onto the bottom lane. It's just more shoes left. He's got the Chaos Storm out, trying to take out Yoo-Hoo Fantasy. Yoo-Hoo Maniac, excuse me. It's a late day. Season 9 Diamond trying to chase down more shoes here. He's looking for the dismount. He's looking for him under the Nexus Tower. He will go down to the laser. That's the shutdown. Extra gold into more shoes pockets, but it doesn't matter because the base will be busted open. And honestly, the waves are set up well in the side lanes that they can look for other inhibitors here, at least other towers.
It might be better for them to go for a tempo base back here, considering Indeed's respawn timers and a lack of HP on their players. But that was absolutely one of the most efficient ways you can open up your Baron, is as soon as you get that Baron buff, you take out an inhib and you immediately go back. They're really setting themselves up here to close out this game with this Baron buff.
I'm really excited to see what they end up doing. Look at all the item advantages they have across the map. Every single member of AHS Black is already on their second completed item, whereas most of the members of Indeed are still only sitting on their first. And especially looking at the champions that are coming out, Tristana does not really stop scaling at this point in the game, already having a completed Infinity Edge and Rapid Fire Cannon, and it looks to be completing a Bloodthirster as their next item. A little bit surprising, but at this point, any item will do.
Yeah, he's really just showing me up right now. Like, I went into this game totally doubting the Tristana pick, and here he is, perfect KDA. You know, farm's not quite the best, but it was a tough lane matchup, and he still was able to scale to the point that he needs to get to. But in fact, he's way past the point that he needed to get to in this point of the game. He's absolutely a threat to be trifled with, or not to be trifled with, rather.
See what ends up happening. There's still small windows. Yeah, there's still small windows available for Korean Banana to try and find these engages on overman fights. And there's still a very powerful wombo combo available to AHS Black. If you can get a bunch of people to sit in a Chaos Storm for a couple of ticks, it can really win a team fight very quickly. They got to be careful of Season 9 Diamond, who has shown a propensity to find his way onto targets that Indeed wants him nowhere near.
Genosins now will get access to this tower. Indeed, just immediately walks away. They don't want to risk getting dove under the tower. And with that Tristana, that objective falls so quickly. Season 9 Diamond now just trying to be a pest in the mid lane. Yoo-Hoo Maniac steps up with the counter-strike, gets knocked up by the tidal wave, and maybe gets engaged on here. He's kind of on the other side of the wall there, but able to step to the safety of his team as Season 9 Diamond continues to just try and escort minion waves into the Nexus towers. He's got that Baron buff. And he's put good use to it. Yoo-Hoo Maniac gets in a triple man counter-strike. They're trying to collapse. Good Glacial Fissure. It's going to lock down Polar Bear, and one is down. Now Morshu's trying to do work. Actually takes out Genosins. That's huge, but it's still a 3-for-1. They're looking for the base. They get 4. It's just Morshu's. No, not even him. He has fallen. Orbit is alive. And AHS Black, they have turned on to the Nexus Towers. The support is all that is left, but it will not be enough of a defense from the depths of despair. AHS Black returns from the dead, and they're forcing Game 5. Play the Silver Scrapes, folks. We are not done yet. Don't call it a comeback, Lol Pyros. It's only a mixtape, all right? Let's go.
Oh, man. What a series this has been overall. 2-0 already coming up from Indeed, and I thought they were looking to be the clear favorites in this series, but the human swap, again, paying dividends, and I worry we look at trying to attack Season 9 Diamond, just top lane champion pool. It might just be Kled, but the bigger thing is they can swap back.
Yeah, this is one of the most difficult things to deal with when it comes to a human swap is if you not only does it take multiple bans to properly address a human swap, but the fix on their end is so simple. You just switch your players back, and every single one of the bans and picks that you had prepared to deal with the human swap are all, not only are they nullified, but you've also opened yourself up to give their initial permutation of players a little bit more leeway, a little bit more of an advantage.
So we'll see what ends up happening because it's definitely going to be a very difficult spot for Indeed. They seem to have lost a little bit of their mental fortitude over the past couple of games, and it's just been all AHS Black ever since. And that game was showing us that if they have an opportunity to win lanes, if they are going for these big lane kingdom style things, the Kled into the Ornn, they can absolutely snowball games out of control.
It's going to be interesting to watch how Champions League works out as we're getting ready to head to game number 5. Folks, we're going the distance here. AHS Black and Indeed ready to duke it out with the Season 3 championship on the line. Looking at all of you in chat, talking about being tired, talking about ready to go to sleep. Better not go anywhere. We're going to a break.
He said we'll be right back before he took his headset off.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We have returned. Yeso, Joshi, and my good friend Latman over at the end, ready to get into game
I noticed you
number
didn't call
5
me your
of this
friends.
series. No,
Oh.
Oh.
Whoa, we're really starting with Fitz flying right now.
we're frenemies.
Gonna be your best frenemy?
Okay,
All right, we
All
did
right.
it.
there was an availability.
Wait.
I accept your
All
application.
right, why am I not your best frenemy?
So game number 5, AHS Black and Indeed. AHS set up for the possible reverse sweep here. Screams and Clutch Gaming right now because Indeed really on the ropes at this point. We talked about setting up for this series, these two teams, and breaking down the seasons that they've had. And it's really looking AHS Black right now like this series is a microcosm of their season. Starting off slow, not really being relevant, and then picking it up when it matters. And now, again, like we talked about coming into the series, they carried a ton of momentum coming into the series. Now they carry all of the momentum going into Game 5.
And it really comes down to the human swap, again, having so much pressure on the draft. It's been so incredibly difficult for Indeed to really react to it, and it's going to continue remaining difficult. And I think it's hard to try and even predict what AHS Black are going to be doing in Game 5.
Oh, it's very difficult. I think a very common mistake when you're faced with human swaps like this is to overanalyze, all right, what's our step 1, step 2, and step 3 in preparation for this human swap? And what is our second ban rotation going to look like in response to a human swap? That's a lot of time thinking about a scenario that could just as easily never happen. Instead, I think their time in terms of prep would be much better spent in discussing, what are the things that went wrong all of these 4 early games that is allowing this team that should have less experience than us, that has proven that they have less macro experience than us in the mid game, to somehow squeeze an advantage every single early game. I think that's what their efforts should be focused on.
Yeah, it's definitely at a point where they need to be focusing more on what they're doing. Right,
Yes.
you focus less on what AHS Black is doing and being like, all right, we won the first 2 games. What did we do there? What can we do right? And what lessons are there that we learned from Game 3 and 4? But again, with the mental fortitude, like they've been in this kind of situation before. They have lots of games underneath their belt. They just need to show that they have the stamina to outperform AHS Black in Game 5.
And really when it comes down to Game 5, I do mention momentum, but at this point, it's almost a coin toss, right? It's whoever can perform in this single game, who can step up. It was huge yesterday in the NALCS finals. Cloud9 gets the 2-1 lead. TL's able to force Game 5, and then you come in, and you never know what's going to happen. They're going to throw, both of these teams are going to throw everything they have at the draft here. They're going to try and get the best draft that they can, pull out the pocket picks, pull out some focus bans. Maybe we see more and more shoes. Maybe the Kled gets banned away. We aren't quite sure, but they're going to give everything that they have right now, and things are going to change up. Obviously, there'll be some more mistakes. People are tired. They're just mentally exhausted at this point. So it's going to be very key that really just the team that is more resilient in this Game 5 should have a huge advantage and be able to win the series.
And it's interesting to see what kind of different styles come out when you get pushed to the limit. A lot of people will start pulling back, playing more reserved, trying not to make mistakes. But then you have other teams, and I feel like AHS Black is definitely the latter, where it's like,
absolutely.
all right, we're going to take that 55-45
Slam
because
jam
we've been
time.
showing that we can win it. And so it really, like, if you have that kind of mentality that you're going to be saying it's like, all right, we're going to put it all on the line, and the other team is like, all right, we're going to play back. You oftentimes find these big advantages because you're willing to make plays that the other team thinks you're not able to.
Yeah, exactly. And again, we mentioned this earlier in the tournament, but we have an example here where we have a team that's a veteran in these situations, in these final situations at the end of a tournament, and the AHS again is the challenger. I'm really interested to see is AHS able to throw standard convention over on its head and to be the team that shows up in Game 5 with more stamina, with more cohesive play. I guess we're about to see.
All right, we are into Champion Select. One thing to note here, and we'll keep track of it, obviously 2 more bans, but Indeed his first banned, both games on blue side, the Kaisa, immediately. They've taken off the board. And through their first 2 bans, they've taken off the Swain. I love that adaptation. Do not take the Swain support. You need something stronger. They've got the Swain, Zinza off the board. The Zac ban continues from AHS. Here's, a couple things to note. Kaisa still available now. We'll see if it's banned. Kaisa is available. Kled is possibly available. Zoe, Anivia. Morshoes can play his Anivia in Game 5. This is nuts.
I'm curious to see what they do. I do like this Kled taking it
Okay.
away. Korean Banana has shown that he's been able to play it previously. Season 9 Diamond has looked fantastic on it. But the big thing now is, do they have to send Season 9 Diamond top? They really don't. Instead, they're going to be picking up the Kai'Sa for themselves. And nominally, this is going to Genosans, but I feel like they're actually going to do the reverse human swap and give it over to Yuhumaniac again.
Yeah, we'll have to see, but I love the adaptation from Indeed. Banning the Malzahar, picking away the Kled is huge because those were very big play drivers for AHS in the last 2 games.
It really is. This Jax is also interesting because it feels like a skill matchup a lot of the time, Kled versus Jax, but it's definitely a situation where Kled needs to win early,
Yeah.
and it's tough for him to actually find those small things. He has to like go in before his W is off cooldown so that after the counter strike is used, then he can get all his damage down. But hey, more shoes on Anivia.
Yeah, absolutely was expecting to see that pick from him. You know, they've been spending the entire series denying the Anivia. On the other hand, just like Indeed has spent the entire series denying the Kai'Sa, both of these teams don't miss a beat and immediately try to pick up those characters that have been unavailable to them throughout the rest of the series here in Game 5.
Now, one little thing that we haven't touched on at all is this Tarek pickup by the side of Indeed. The Jarvan hasn't been grabbed, and the Zac has also been banned away, so AHS Black have an opportunity to force Polar Bear on something he hasn't played previously.
That was a really last-minute pick.
It was. It's a little bit surprising, but the big thing I want to look at is when TL was pushed up against the wall, they pulled out the Sona Tarek. That might be a thing that Indeed might be looking to do this game.
Absolutely. Another note that I want to bring up here is Tarek is typically the kind of champion that I would love to have into a Nautilus. So I'm pretty surprised that they went ahead and picked that Nautilus. And like I pointed out earlier when he did lock it in, that was a super ultra last second lock-in. It's showing that AHS Black, at this point in the draft at least, things are not going exactly how they had planned.
That's one of the interesting things about the human swap is now that you've raised the question that we could switch up, the question becomes, okay, which one of us is playing which position?
Yeah, actually.
Right? So it creates a whole nother layer of the draft for both sides.
Right.
And it takes a lot of time to figure things out for everyone.
I like that Caitlyn plan. Heavy focus towards Bear King here. AHS Black has done a great job in their last 2 games building leads through bottom lane. Genosins has performed very well. Obviously, there's the possibility of the swap up here, putting Yuhumaniac maybe back on the AD carry and giving him the Kai'Sa. So there's certainly a possibility there, but still, focusing Bear King in this second ban phase, I think, is extremely important to the way that AHS Black wants to try and build leads in this early game. And now, Zoe the last ban there, and we're waiting for possibly both solo lanes here. It could be mid and jungle to pick depending on where they want to flex that Jax. But AHS Black is up in the draft.
Should be mid-pick here, I think. There we go.
Oh, that's exciting.
Okay. I love this draft so much. Game 5, we are getting comfort picks. We are getting big picks in the meta of this series. These teams bringing it all out, putting it all on the line with a winner-take-all Game 5.
Now, I feel like the Jarvan is almost a assured pick here for Polar Bear once again, but that was the
There's
pick
it,
that
there
I
it
was
is.
Wow.
questioning about.
They
Are they going to
actually
go
did
for
it.
it?
This doesn't feel like, I hope Bear King and Orbit have practice on this dual lane. It's been out of the meta for the most part, unless you're Team Liquid, for the better part of about a month. And I'm not sure how practiced they are on this.
No,
Please pick the Nunu. I caught the Nunu. Please
They
pick
don't
it.
have enough damage.
Yes.
Wow. Okay. This game. The Sona scales fairly well. Her mid game damage is pretty good when you get the Lich Bane. But this game is just so heavily on Morshoe's shoulders right now. You give him his key, his pocket pick, the Anivia that is banned away from him every single game. But he has all the pressure on his shoulders. The Nocturne comes out. I love this. Nocturne got buffed a couple of patches ago. This could be really fun with Jax Echo Nocturne trying to dive a backline.
So one thing I do want to point out, though, is, so they have a very strong go button with the Nocturne, the Echo, and the Nautilus, especially since the Echo, and the Jax as well, especially since the Echo is able to go in and get out with relative ease. However, Tarek's one of the best characters in the game for that approach. I'm a little bit worried that AHS Black's composition is just a little bit too one-dimensional, playing into the strength of Indeed's counter-engage. However, like you mentioned earlier, it will ultimately depend on how well practiced is this Zona Tarek. Tarek's ult timings this game have the potential to make or break Indeed's performance throughout the entire game.
My worry is kind of in the opposite side of that, right? You're looking at the fact that you have all these dive tools, and if they get ahead, they kill people so quickly before the cosmic radiance can come down. The Sona
true.
heal might not be enough. And the bigger thing for me when I look at this is how mobile and how much AHS Black's team fights are going to move around when you look at what Indeed do. Tarek really, really wants fights to stand still so you can get those auto attacks off. And Nivea wants fights to stand still so she doesn't have to move her Glacial Storm. And Indeed, yes, they have this giant death ball that if it hits you is going to be amazing, but it turns around very slowly, and it's a big cannon that takes a long time to bring to bear.
I mean, we're just going to have to wait and see just how effective is this Sona Tarek? How effective can Morshoes be on this Anivia that's been denied from him this entire series? One thing I am kind of excited to see is the synergy between Anivia Wall and the Nunu Ball. Echo is certainly not a champion that is going to be particularly susceptible to that, but maybe they can give Nocturne some real problems in his own jungle if Anivia does end up being able to take priority in the lane from level 7 to level 9 and onward.
Yeah. I mean, so one of the other things that we're seeing is, where's the prio lane coming out from Indeed, right? Like, they have, Anivia early on has got some cool powers. Like, if you land the stun, she does a lot of damage. But that's a big if, especially against someone like Echo, who only has to use his E defensively.
Right. That might not even happen.
Yeah, Nunu doesn't... I mean, he brings a big gank, but there's not a lot of early game damage in any of his lanes. There's not a lot of kill pressure there. The only one you're really looking at is in the top lane, and again, that's at best a skill matchup where I feel like Kled Nunu should lose to Jax Nocturne almost every time.
Yeah, this is at least 2 losing lanes drafted by Indeed here, and it's scary to think because AHS Black, we talked about at the end of last game, they have built so many leads through the early game, and they've only gotten better at it as this series has gone on, and they're set up to possibly be able to build a huge lead in the early game, and Indeed has a great mid to late, but it might be very difficult to get to that part of the game.
Yeah, I've been trying my best to stay impartial as a caster, but you guys are bringing us some very good points about how potentially dangerous this draft is looking for AHS Black. Yeah.
Yeah, both sides are really interesting. So I'm still looking at it. I think that Indeed has been showing enough to me that I think Morshoes will be able to do it. He's on his signature pick, and I think pressed up against the wall, he's going to perform. I think we're still going to see an Indeed victory.
I think if you're Indeed, you're very thankful that there's a lack of a true frontline from the side of AHS because there's not a lot of great attack damage, physical damage on the side of Indeed here. It's really just the Kled bringing that to bear. So they're lucky that there's not a really big front line from the side of AHS. I think that's kind of the saving grace in this composition. It's hard to pick. I like AHS's composition, but I think it's so execution focused. And you talked about the Cosmic Radiance is going to be extremely key. It needs to deny that execution from the dive of AHS Black. I'm going to have to stick with my prediction. I'm going to take AHS, but it's going to be very fun to watch.
One more.
Well, I mean, ultimately, it comes down, in my perspective, it comes down to how worn out is one team compared to the other, who has momentum. Especially this late into the night, especially in the Game 5 situation, I feel like those factors are going to play a huge role in how this game looks. And if we judge it based on history, AHS Black is absolutely gaining momentum in a huge way throughout the series. Between Game 1 and Game 4, it looks like 2 entirely different teams playing against each other. I'm going to have to go with AHS.
We'll see, folks. We're ready to head into Game number 5, the Season 3 Grand Finals. Indeed, and AHS Black facing off with it all on the line. The next time you see our faces, we will be crowning a late night league champion. Props to both of these teams for battling it out throughout this season. They will get the opportunity to put it all on the line in this 5th game. And thanks so much to all of you who have joined us throughout this season. It's certainly been a pleasure to bring all of the late night league action to you every single Monday night. Hope you guys have enjoyed this season so far. Hope you have enjoyed this series as much as we have, and I think we're going to have a hell of a Game 5 here for you all to enjoy to cap off this series. We are dropping on to the Rift. AHS Black and Indeed ready to go. Game number 5. It's all on the line. Do or die.
All right, one of the interesting things we're already seeing between these two teams is Korean Banana choosing to go for press the attack instead of Conqueror, as you often see. It is kind of a style choice, but the other thing is Bear King has Barrier instead of Teleport.
Interesting. I actually sort of agree with that decision. I think in this particular lane matchup, you should expect to be getting pushed in and sustaining as the Sona. You're probably not going to be getting prio, especially against a Nautilus. You don't even want to be getting prio. In fact, that's the only way to really give him an opening that he's going to be looking for. And if they do get that opening, the target's going to be Sona, and the goal is going to be to sniper down before Terracold actually goes off. So considering all these things, I think the choice to go for barrier is actually a very smart one here.
See if it ends up paying off. It's definitely going to limit their total map mobility with 2 other teleports already on their team. We'll see how it ends up impacting them. I still really am excited to see how this mid lane shakes out. Wonder Ginger on the Echo as opposed to More Shoes on the Anivia. I mean, you often look at More Shoes on the Anivia as one of the, like, archetypal late night league players. Someone who has something to prove and is going to be doing a lot of work over and over and over again. Whereas Wonder Ginger, he's taking over a role from Genosins, who has been showing a lot of prowess, particularly on the Swain, that unfortunately we haven't had an opportunity to see at all tonight.
And it's interesting, you talk about the Swain for AHS Black, and even with the human swap, it is such a threat that they could swap things back there. They've continued to have to ban away the Swain, even with Genosins going down to the bottom lane, and now Genosins on the Kai'Sa that's been banned away in the first 4 games. Now getting the opportunity to carry on this champion.
See what happens. Kai'Sa is rather interesting. I know a couple people in chat were looking at level 2.
Big trade.
Yeah, Season 9 Diamond. Some solid damage onto Korean Banana. Will force the dismount there.
Very tough spot for a Korean Banana at this point. You're very focused on trying to remount. A little bit of damage ends up going back drift its way as he ends up missing the hook. But this is part of why this matchup is so difficult for Kled to actually get off the ground, is Jax has such a powerful early couple of levels when he has the Counter-Strike and all of his tools available that he really needs, whereas Korean Banana is fairly limited in what he can do. He really needs that level 3, whereas Jax is able to come online at level 2. Game's slowing down a little bit across the map, and unsurprisingly, every single lane is getting pushed in by AHS Black ever so slowly, and already Season 9 Diamond is now looking to go harass Nunu in his own jungle, but it's difficult to counter jungle a Nunu, especially when you don't have a smite of your own. It looks like he's just going to be able to get some vision. Maybe Yoo-Hoo Maniac will be able to do something with it.
Yeah, actually, we see the mid laner using his priority to go ahead and invade with jungle and topside jungle. Nunu looks like he just finished the blue buff, so he should be fine. Spotted out by the Scrying Orb. All of this is going on the minimap, by the way, everyone who's watching at home. And now Echo is having back towards mid lane for prio.
Meanwhile, in bottom lane, Bear King and Orbit holding on as best they can, but that's a good dredge line from Drifted. Bear King's burning down. One more out of the flash.
Barrier.
Oh, the shield and the barrier. Just enough to keep Bear King alive there.
And barely alive is enough at this point. They do have enough mana that they will be able to keep themselves relatively topped off. They still have their Relic Shield to get a little bit more, but you can't walk that far forward, Bear King. It is still a dangerous lane to be in. Another hook could definitely kill you, so proactivity with the flash is definitely going to be the name of the game, and trying to farm all of this underneath their turret will give them a pretty significant lead.
Up to the top side. Could be big trouble here for Season 9 Diamond. The Counter-Strike comes through, flash away, but they're going to go for the follow. That's going to be first blood on the Kled. Korean Banana kicks it off for Indeed.
Good flash follow with Nunu overall to keep it in there. I was surprised that
The snap follow.
Yeah,
Yeah.
snap follow-up, yeah. And actually, that's one of the first times since we've seen S9 Diamond rotate into the top lane where his overwhelming constant aggression on every mini-wave is finally punished by an early gank.
If they can keep that up, I mean, Kled can take over this lane. Sometimes the Counter-Strike will just not be enough if you can get enough damage through the Joust and the Bear Trap on a rope. But the other thing is, if you do go back, get some TMS and start roaming around, we saw how devastating it can be in the mid lane.
More shoes fairly low on mana here, and Wonder Ginger seeming to recognize that, trying to trade into the Anivia. Morshoes just holding on in this lane as best he can for right now. Down about 7 CS. Not too bad for the Anivia at this point, but certainly Wonder Ginger controlling the lane for now.
For now, we see Nunu has just pathed to start his next rotation of his jungle from bot side while his bot side is going for back timing. This indicates that he is indeed looking to punish that Jax's flash timing before Jax gets a chance to shove a wave and crash back towards him without flash.
Joshi, what are your thoughts on the teleport pickup here from Morshoes instead of a more defensive summoner spell in this Echo matchup?
I think it's just a sign of comfortability. Anivia is looking to make sure that they can farm as efficiently as possible, as often as possible, and when you aren't worried about actually dying from your opponent, the teleport will allow you to do exactly what we're seeing right now. Back away, come back to lane, losing as little as possible, and just having uptime. But good job on Wonder Ginger to actually try and punish that a little bit, and here's Gang.
He actually walks right into the Nunu here, trying to buy some space. Morshoes low on mana, but still looking to assist. Polar Bear not able to finish off that kill, and Wonder Ginger will be able to get away. Costs him his flash.
So far, we really are seeing, though, that the Nunu pick is paying dividends. He's absolutely landing these ganks. We're not even 10 minutes into the game. We've seen 2 very successful ganks so far. Sure, the second one didn't really get a kill, but an Echo without flash against an Anivia is much less of a threat than an Echo with flash.
At the same time, across the map,
Beautiful dredge line flash away. Here comes the Nocturne flash force away, but followed by Yoo-Hoo Maniac, and down goes Bear King. The Nunu is in the bottom lane, but way too late to affect that lane, and that's a kill for the side of AHS Black.
You know, that could have actually been 2 kills if on that very last moment of that play, if Nautilus had opted to go for the auto attack instead of going for his, I think it's E, the spell that slows. I think he would have actually been able to land that root and at least blow another flash out of the Taric.
yeah, definitely an interesting little spot that they're trading back and forth in, and ultimately, it's just kind of a symptom almost of the fact that AHS Black still have 3 winning lanes across the map, and you see all the CS differences, and you got to look at Taric, but we'll get back to that.
Up to the top side, Wonder Ginger with the roam, forces out the flash, and it actually will draw Morshoes teleport here to try and defend Korean Banana.
I think Korean Banana might have actually just made it out as soon as that teleport started, but I may be wrong.
Yeah, he chose to hang on to the charge as well, which would allow him to get out of that simply because you become uncrowd controllable, and there was definitely crowd control that was trying to keep him around, but he should be able to farm all of this underneath his turret. I kind of want to see him pick up this Tiamat and start running towards the mid lane and do what AHS Black did to Morshoes, except now start doing it to Wonder Ginger. But at the same time, it's hard. Like, Wonder Ginger is also in a lane where he wants to shove out the lane and start roaming and killing the side lane as well. So it's kind of this constant push and pull between these solo lanes.
Yeah, and it actually ends up benefiting AHS Black just a little bit more, in my opinion, since Anivia is definitely not a champion that can very effectively use Kled roams, compared to how, let's say if the Jax starts getting a little bit out of hand and is able to start influencing mid lane, Jax, Echo, and Nocturne will absolutely be able to feed off of each other's energy and to really start diving this Anivia. On another note, Anivia, as we just saw earlier, was forced to use her teleport top to what she thought would be to save the Kled. That's a really huge summoner for a champion like Anivia, and I expect that should play a role in Echo gaining a little bit more momentum in this early stage of the mid game. Actually, we're still in the early game, my bad. Getting late.
Yeah. I kind of miss having Corki in the meta because it's always, you always hear people talk about you hit the mid game as soon as the Trinity Force comes online. So sometimes you just hit the mid game at like 7 minutes in when Corki just like pops off. But this is a dangerous spot. This is the thing where you're talking about Indeed doesn't want their bot lane to have Prow because this far away from the turret, they can get aggressed on really hard. But they also want to bounce it off the enemy turret, which requires them to push even farther. So it's just a perfect situation for AHS.
Absolutely. In fact, in this particular case, Indeed is fortunate enough that, here can come Nocturne in the mid lane.
That will force out the flash from Morshoes there. Yoo-Hoo Maniac is going to be more than happy to trade his ultimate for that summoner spell.
Absolutely. What I wanted to mention earlier is here, Indeed is a little bit on the fortunate side since that wave actually didn't hard freeze. In fact, it's slow pushing very gradually towards them, so they aren't entirely threatened by an all-in.
Oh, beautiful counter-strike there. Gonna turn it around. Yoo-Hoo Maniac is here looking for the damage. He's pretty low, though. Can't go under tower. Nunu ultimate will discourage any further aggression from AHS Black, but still able to force out the ultimate in the top lane.
So one thing I do want to point out is I think AHS Black's move just now to use their mid and jungle pressure to influence the top lane, I think that's absolutely the right call to be doing in this later stage of the early game, and it should be instrumental to affecting Indeed's power spike in the mid game. Kled is actually one of their most influential champions in terms of not only he's their only physical damage, first of all, so you absolutely want to target him. He's their strongest go button, so you absolutely want to target him. Make sure he's getting thrown a little bit off of his ideal game. So I do hope to see more moves from HS Black to really disrupt that top laner's early game.
Yeah, but the other thing is, every single time you go top lane and don't get anything, it's giving more time to Sona Taric and the Anivia to scale up a little bit as well. And
True.
we've seen what these players can do previously. Pentakill for Bear King, more shoes. I mean, I feel like I just need to say his name and everybody's on board. But we'll see what it's about.
You say more issues, everybody goes, yep, I get
oh,
you.
gotcha.
Totally.
Late Night League Faker, anyone?
He's definitely making a case for himself here, yeah.
Poggers. Rift Herald is secured by AHS Black. The Eye of the Herald picked up there by Yoo-Hoo Maniac, so they can look to try and break one of these Tier 1 towers, really get this lead rolling. Already a near 2,000 gold lead here for AHS Black as we approach the 12-minute mark. They've got the Cloud Drake under their belt in less than a minute until a mountain. We'll have to see if they want to prioritize that objective. Rift Herald could be something good to try and set that up. Currently, Yoo-Hoo Maniac is on the bottom side with his ultimate available, possibly looking to play on
I'm really liking this timing, by the way.
They've got the Nautilus in the brush. He just needs a dredge line. They immediately go.
Oh, now they see Nunu. They know he's nowhere nearby.
They are in max range of Nautilus as well. That should be a go.
Yep, they're going right onto the Taric. Flash away, and then the ult onto the Sona. Can she get away?
Still has ultimate.
Yes, under the tower, knocked up by the depth charge of Drifted, but it still cost Bear King both of his summoner spells and the Flash of Orbit. Meanwhile, the charge on the top side, Season 9 Diamond able to get away.
I like the thumbs up as he walks away. Everybody knew that there's no way that was connecting, but I also want to praise Yoo-Hoo Maniac for using his ultimate and then going on the Taric with the Fear and then turning to the Sona.
Yeah.
He's very smart, separating the two supports from each other. Now more shoes, caught in a little bit of an awkward spot. Yoo-Hoo Maniac is also in a weird spot, but the rest of his team is also going to be picking up the Dragon at the same time.
The Nunu is here to try and contest this two-man push. Yoo-Hoo Maniac forced the flash over the wall. A little too over-aggressive there. Rift Herald will fall, but it does get a big chunk and a few tower plates out of that mid lane Tier 1. Mountain Drake will easily be secured here by AHS, and Wonder Ginger wants to go in here on to more shoes. Is going to get stunned, has to be careful, but he has the ultimate available. He's actually low on mana though. Wonder Ginger could be in big trouble here. Polar Bear trying to take down the Echo. He rolls away, but is it enough? More shoes so low. Caught by the dredge line. There goes the Kaisa. That's the passive out for the Anivia. They've got to take more shoes down. That is it. The Cosmic Radiance not quick enough to save the mid laner. Now Korean Banana takes down Drifted. Here comes the turnaround. Yoo-Hoo Maniac will fall. Bear King gets that kill. It's a 1 for 2 in favor of Indeed.
There's not enough damage yet on the Indeed roster. Moreshoes doesn't have any AP. Bear King has no AP, and they got some fantastic layering of crowd control, which allowed them to actually come ahead in that fight. But they're still just kind of holding on. I think they're in a spot where they're pretty happy to continue holding on, but giving over these kills, not something you're excited about, but picking up these turret plates, definitely something that makes up for it. And now you see they're only about 1,000 gold behind with a team with no winning lanes.
Yeah, but that being said, they definitely have paid the price of having a team composition with no winning lanes. AHS Black so far has taken 2 Dragons and the Herald. Sure, the Herald doesn't actually take on the tower, but they were able to get to use the Herald and execute it before tower platings did expire, so there's certainly some value there. AHS Black showing that, you know, again, they are able to consistently get these leads in the early game. This time around, it's not as big of a lead as what we've seen in the past, but it's a lead nonetheless.
And it's also hard for Indeed now to try and macro out this part of the game. There's no Herald, there's no real dragons that you're excited about. Infernal's coming up next, but with 2 already going over to AHS Black, the value has gone down a little bit. And you also don't really come online. Like, the longer this game goes, the happier Indeed is with their setup. But this is a very odd spot.
Uh-oh, Bear King could be in trouble here. No flash available for the Sona. Gonna get caught out by Drifted and taken down by Genosins.
That is
Smart
a
of Orbit.
very big death. Nocturne still has ultimate, so you know they're going to be able to open up the bot side of the map. That should be a tower take, and we still have again Nocturne ultimate is still up. Nautilus ultimate is going to be up. Oh, here we see Nocturne ultimate on mid.
Oh no, more shoes. You're on the wrong side of the map. There's no passive available for the Anivia. Will go gold here to buy some time, but it's not gonna be enough.
Wow.
The Anivia is gonna fall eventually.
He is so good.
That guy really, really knows what he's doing with the Anivia walls. That was very impressive. I was actually surprised to see the way that he used that wall there.
Yeah.
But again, what I wanted to say earlier was because Nocturne wasn't forced to use ult at bottom to break open the bot lane, he can instead direct those resources towards more shoes at mid.
The rest of the map is starting to crumble a little bit. They did lose a turret in the bottom side of the map, just as you predicted. And now, with the Dragon coming up fairly soon, it means that AHS Black can start to get proactive vision down. That was an aggressive leap strike, but he's not punished for it.
He knows the Nocturne's on the top side of the map. Yuhu Maniac on his way. Can they force the dismount here? Flash away from Green Banana, and AHS Black is content with that. But here comes the teleport from Morshoes, trying to chase them down. Flash away from Diamond to avoid the second part of the bear trap on a rope. Teleport is in from Wonder Ginger. They're trying to collapse onto Polo Bear. It's a 3 versus 1. Wonder Ginger should be able to get over the wall. Blasco will get the new away, so Polo Bear will survive, but they're just going to rotate right to mid lane.
Everybody's here.
Can he turn that corner? Yes, he will. Good ultimate from Bear King. They're actually going to collapse on a Yuhu Maniac and take down the Nocturne. Good turnaround there from Indeed.
Right, the Nocturne's going to be up in time for the Dragon, so we'll see what they can pick up before then. Maybe they have enough time to pick up this turret and reset and make their next fight that much stronger, but they need to find something with this. Otherwise, that's a lot of wasted time. So the first turret is a great thing, but now they need to spend their gold and get ready for the next fight, because it's not over.
It absolutely is not over. Here we see Indeed is going to be going for a back timing. AHS Black doesn't necessarily have to recall from their bot lane or their top lane, who are both pathing onto the map. So this is definitely a tempo window for AHS Black. Let's see what they do with it.
I'm also a little bit curious to see that Orbit is choosing to go for the Frozen Heart in this game as opposed to the Abyssal Mask, which is kind of the go-to item that you often see on the Taric. One, getting damage means you get more mana. The other big thing is you tend to have a lot of magic damage in your compositions, and it just makes everybody else do a little bit more. Sona does more damage when you have the Abyssal Mask, but they're just trying to reduce what's coming in from the Jax and the Nocturne, and I'm not convinced it's a bad decision. I'm just pointing out it's not something you tend to see.
Here we see AHS Black was able to use that tempo advantage earlier to get deep wards in the bot side jungle. They ended up going for a pick on the Taric, but that didn't work out. Pick on the Anivia now.
They're looking for more shoes here. Good stun on a Yuhu Maniac, but it's not going to be enough. They're going to force out the egg, and they will take more shoes down. Season 9 Diamond gets the kill. Now they're on to Polo Bear. He won't even be able to fully channel the ultimate as down he goes. Cosmic Radiance way too late here. Wonder Ginger able to kite out long enough. Now they can collapse on a Korean Banana. They're looking for Bear King. Down he goes. Season 9 Diamond gets the kill. Now Orbit cannot escape with the flash. Genosins wants it. Does he have the damage? Not quite enough. He's so low. Season 9 Diamond gonna jump in. Counter-strike out of range. Dredge line too short, but still the ace for AHS Black.
Wow, what a phenomenal usage of their tempo advantage a minute ago in advance. They go ahead and get the vision, deep vision in the jungle, but it's not only just that. Most teams would have just stopped there, got the vision down, returned to their lanes, and just left it for the enemy team to clear it. Not AHS Black. They stay in the area, they stay close to their vision control, and they keep fishing for over a minute, and they're rewarded in a huge way.
Yeah, finding that kill onto more shoes is so impactful, but the big thing is it's so hard to know what to do, even with coordinated teams when a Nocturne ult is going on, when people are separated like that. You don't know what's going on. It's like, can we go save more shoes? I don't know. We got to go find out. And by the time enough people got there for a fight to really break out, it was already too late. One of your biggest damage dealers is already gone. And Bear King isn't a damage dealer yet. He doesn't have any AP.
AHS Black so in control of this game. Up 5,500 gold. They've already got 3 Drakes in their pocket and could stack on a second Infernal in just 4 more minutes. But I think their first target could be this Baron up in 35 seconds. They're starting to set up vision around that area of the map.
Okay.
Season 9 time going aggressive in the top lane. He's looking for that dive. Drifted on his way up here for the assist. Going to harass Orbit a little bit here and then back away to the safety of his team. Genosins going in. There's a killer instinct. They're looking for the chase. Here comes Yuhu Maniac, and that's the Kled going to fall. Now they're collapsing onto Orbit. It's all falling apart for Indeed as that's 2 dead.
a great bait coming out from AHS Black. Drifted was there, and he kept trying to convince Indeed to go on, and then when they finally stepped a little bit too far, Yoo-Hoo Maniac is there. This is why Nocturne is one of my favorite champions in these 5s environments, because it's a simple champion. You press R, you're like, hey, you're not allowed to be there, and I can prove myself right by getting on top of you from anywhere else on the map.
Baron does not even get a chance to take a breath here. Spawns and is immediately attacked by AHS Black. Season 9 Diamond going to take a lot of damage here from Morshu. Should go down here. That will be the kill, but it doesn't matter. AHS Black more than happy to trade for the Baron, and now they're maybe looking for the fight. Charges on its way, but they're trying to get on the back line. Wonder Ginger takes out Morshu's, and it's all going so wrong. Down goes the Kled. Polo Bear just all on his lonesome. Bear King falls as well. That's 4. Orbit, the only one left alive, is AHS Black is running roughshot over Indeed.
Yeah, they really look like they're poised to take an inhib, at least an inhib, maybe even 2 with that last team clear. One thing I do want to point out, that whole series of events, AHS Black going for the engage on that top lane, it was all as a direct result of Nunu showing on the mini wave at bottom with Sona. That was a major positioning error from the jungler side of Indeed. The last thing you want to do as a jungler when Baron is ever spawning on the top side of the map is to show on a bot side, let alone on a minion wave. That made it way too easy of a decision for AHS Black to go ahead for the engage.
Yeah, interesting spot overall. It's so tough, and we kind of see what happens. Morshu, once he throws down the ultimate, it takes 6 seconds for him to go somewhere else. Season 9 Diamond, even if he dies here, it's not super impactful. He doesn't have a Baron buff, so taking it is just a kill. He ends up flashing, but that doesn't matter a whole lot. Morshu's flashes down, and if you can get on top of him in the first place, you only need to do it once. But now there's a 9,000 gold lead in favor of AHS Black, and Indeed is making the one cardinal sin of Sonatera composition. That is splitting their map up. They don't have these coordinated team fights, and that's allowing Echo, it's allowing Nocturne to become these insanely strong champions.
It's crazy. You pointed out that the Taric ultimate was going to be so key in this game. And really, Orbit has not looked very comfortable on the champion. He has not had a single significant ult in any of these fights. They've all been just way too late. He is not in the team fights on time. And you talk about splitting up the team. It has significantly hampered the Taric's ability to be effective in this game, and it continues to cost Indeed. A lot of damage on a Drifted, but the Nautilus is able to back away. AHS Black wants a fight, but they seem hard-pressed to force one right now as the wave clear is serviceable from Indeed right now. Dropping the Anivia ultimate clears these waves out pretty quickly.
It's moments like those that really, if I was the Anivia player there, it's really unfortunate that you have a bot lane that's unable to take any sort of advantage of that great Anivia wall. Again, that Anivia wall cut off his Nautilus from all 4 of his teammates with an Anivia ult in a zone where there was no way you could really help that Nautilus. But because you don't have any form of long-range damage, any form of sustained damage that doesn't require you blowing your load like a Sona would have to, that Nautilus gets away from free.
There they go.
They're trying to go in. AHS Black looking for the finish. Now that's the Taric ultimate they needed. Indeed, looking to turn it around and protect their inhibitor. Flash away from Drifted as he tries to escape. Bear trap on a rope will not land. Here comes Morshu. Another good wall as Drifted tries to turn it around. Good Echo ultimate tries to get to the backline. Polar Bear has to back away, but that's a shutdown onto the Echo. Here comes Bear King, but Genosynth gets the kill on Polar Bear. AHS Black looking to finish it off. More shoes will fall. The Kings of the Central have built their castle, but AHS Black are tearing it down from the depths of the despair. They were down in week 5 and down in this series, but it does not matter. Your Season 3 Late Night League champions are AHS Black. The reverse sweep is complete.
Wow, I actually have goosebumps from what a storyline AHS Black has shown us in this season. Like you said, they reverse sweep the season, they reverse sweep the finals. These guys are really the definition of what you're looking for. If you were trying to make a movie out of League of Legends, it's these guys. It really is.
Oh my goodness, what a finish.
It was just so cool to see them play, and it's kind of what happens when you play the kind of composition that Indeed chose to go for. You just have no priority in any of your lanes. You're trying to scale, but you don't have any tools to get you over that early hump, and AHS is like, hey, we like playing winning lanes. We're good at that. And they did it in every single spot. They took control of every single lane. And just as you were talking about earlier, mid, jungle, top, having so much synergy to play with each other, always moving as a unit. And unfortunately, Indeed didn't do that with a composition that absolutely had to.
Yeah, they really needed to be able to back each other up in these moments when the enemy team is pushing their lanes with power and then moving to make collapses on their players. Indeed, just didn't have champions that were able to fend off those pushing lanes, and as a direct result of that, they were unable to have the proper responses to all these tempo-based plays that AHS was able to bring out today.
A crazy series here. Just when it looked like AHS Black was done, we spun Adapt on the wheel of destiny over here, and it turned out to be destiny. The adaptation wasn't just a different pick; it was switching around roles for 4 different players, and it's the game changer here. It totally just changed the look of this team, changed the way they played, and it defined this series. A huge reverse sweep from AHS Black. Such an impressive adaptation from them, and able to push it through to a win. And hats off to Indeed on a great season. I mean, very deserving of our central representative in the finals, and played a great series. But you have to give your respect to AHS Black. They played phenomenally in these last 3 games and earned a well-deserved victory.
I think we talked enough about our actual players. Time to talk about you guys. Thanks for sticking around so much throughout this entire day, as we've been talking about throughout all of our games. Unfortunately, Yeso's going to have to give up his baby because we're going to be giving away a Cloud 2 HyperX headset in just a moment. So stick around and chat, !giveaway. So go ahead and pay attention, and we'll see who's going to be our big winner.
Yeah, we're going to hit that giveaway right now. Thank you so much for sticking around.
Bum, bum, bum.
Who's it gonna be?
Waiting to hear from production. Everybody just don't spam #! Giveaway. You're already entered if you're active in chat, guys. Don't worry. Congrats, Skoyar. Apologies for possible mispronunciation there, but Skoyar, are you in chat?
Rigged.
Waiting for Scholar.
It's scripted. No, it is not. Where is he at? Preston.
He just got here.
Hey, timing is everything. Skoyar, if you're in chat, please just shoot us a message on Twitch. We will get you in contact with our producers and make sure that we get you your beautiful Cloud 2 HyperX headset. We hope you enjoy it. It's a great headset, really good, comfortable, great quality. Hope you enjoy it. Big shout out to our sponsors in HyperX, giving us, allowing us to do these giveaways. We certainly appreciate their support, as well as everybody else that supports us here at Late Night League and Esports Arena with all of our weekly leagues. Big shout out to all of our friends in production. They do a ton of work back there. Colin, Kathy, everybody back there throughout the season. Thank you so much for all your hard work, guys. They put together a beautiful broadcast every week for us here on Late Night League, Super Smash Thursdays, Fortnite Frenzy. So big shout out to them for all the work that they put in.
And if you want to be involved in all of this,
yes.
This is Season 3. We've been doing this for a while now. We have Season 4 coming up right around the corner, but we're doing giveaways all week for all of our Esports Arena leagues. Come check it out every single day, Monday through Friday. Lots of opportunities to win, lots of great games going on. But if you want a chance to get your games casted, all you got to do is go to your local Esports Arena or Walmart location. Some of your Walmart locations, there are a lot of them, but check it out. Check out our website, esportsarena.com, where you can find exactly where you're able to play. Come on down, have a great time, make friends, and play some great League of Legends.
Yeah. It's certainly a blast. Thank you so much to both of you guys and the other casters that have joined us this season. It's been a blast to work with y'all. It was a lot of fun. This series certainly got everything out of us, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah. Wow, I would have never imagined that series would have... You know what started this entire thing was that base race? That's incredible.
I feel like Indeed we're so tilted after that.
Yeah, dude. Like, can you believe that? Like, really, I can have said it better myself. That wheel just totally changed the fate of this entire series. Like, wow, what a game!
What a series!
Yeah,
what a
best of
great
5.
set of League of Legends.
Quite a broadcast, folks. Hope you enjoyed it. I don't know if we could have capped off Season 3 in any better of a fashion here. Certainly was a lot of fun. But that's going to do it for us, folks. As Joshi mentioned, please make sure to tune in later this week. We've got Super Smash Thursdays as well as Fortnite Frenzy this Friday with more HyperX gear to give away. Definitely tune in for those. Enjoy the broadcast and the opportunity to win some more cool stuff. But for the final time here in season number 3, my name is Yeso. For Joshi, Latman, everybody in production, and everybody here at Esports Arena, I want to thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you guys again next time.